a restraint on, say, agricultural activities, especially we may recall the Prime Minister's say message which appealed to the nation that there should be a saving of diesel and petrol by using, say, electric vehicles and by adhering to the basic tenet of austerity and economy. If austerity and economy is practiced, I think there will be, say, huge saving of these energy sources, and ultimately, we may expect that the national interest is prime if we are foreseeing, say, a crisis in future being caused by, say, energy sources, especially the import prices are high, are increasing. The duty on petrol products are increasing. This may imply, say, also adverse impact on the fiscal side. The fiscal, say, the fiscal sector of the government may also face problem. So we may expect a larger scale reforms in diversifying the sources of energy. We may depend on largely on solar, electric vehicle, solar energy, and this may also imply, say, furthering the process of ongoing reforms.
Right. I really request you to hold on there, because I'm also being joined by Akash Jindal, economist, joining us here on Republic TV. Thank you for joining us. Akash Jindal is economist. Now we see that, just telling our viewers, whoever is watching, if you're watching us right now, fuel prices have been hiked by ₹3 per litre from today. Petrol and diesel rates, the move comes amid pressure from elevated global crude oil prices and mounting under-recoveries at state-run oil marketing companies as the ongoing West Asia crisis continues. Mr. Jindal, what do you see this as? Do you think this is a temporary correction or something more? Yes, Mr. Akash Jindal. All right, we will go across to our economists. We're connected to economists who are helping us really decode what is happening here. I would like to go back to Mr. A.P. Tiwari. Mr. A.P. Tiwari, you're with us, and we were discussing that even after days of intense speculation, the centre has announced immediate ₹3 per litre hike in petrol and diesel prices, marking the first revision in retail fuel rates in nearly 4 years. So very significant. And I was trying to ask that, is this a temporary correction or is it something more?
This hike in prices of petroleum products implies that the government is trying to compensate the loss of public sector companies, especially oil companies, which are incurring losses of about 1,700 per day. So this may, say, to some extent mitigate the losses which are being inflicted upon the oil companies. This is an important component. From the point of view of, say, economy as a whole, the rise in the prices of petroleum products may also imply, say, a loss to the consumers. The consumers may be put at loss in terms of paying high prices. But if they can afford high prices, I think they may also be induced to save energy by various means, because austerity implies sacrifice, abstinence on the part of the consumers if the economy
All right,
as a whole.
Mr. AP Tiwari, I really would request you to hold on for a second. I'm being joined by Mr. Akash Jindal, economist. Hopefully you can hear me now, Mr. Jindal. Thank you for joining us here.
Loud and clear.
Yes, thank you for joining us here.
Hear you loud and clear.
Okay, so we're discussing the fuel prices which have been increased significantly. We're talking about the petrol, diesel prices which have been hiked by ₹3 amid the Iran war and situation. Your first reaction, because of course this is something which will have a cascading effect. Would you like to comment on that?
Definitely. See, this was something which was due. Already we have seen that crude oil prices globally have escalated more than 85%. Prior to Iran-US war, prior to Middle East crisis, Brent crude was trading in the range of 65 to 68. Now it has touched once $126 per barrel. Plus dollar also, through which we primarily pay for crude oil, has already crossed 95 and it's about to touch 96. So ultimately, oil marketing companies, up to what extent can they bear losses? And people say oil marketing companies should keep on bearing losses. They are also government companies. They are also owned indirectly by the people. So ultimately, some amount has to be passed on to the consumer. Otherwise, up to what extent can they tolerate? See, already government has done its bit. They have reduced excise on petrol and diesel. That is what central government has done. Now, of course, the ball is in the government, in the court of state governments. State governments also charge a tax that is called VAT. Firstly, state governments should reduce VAT. Secondly, some amount of increase, which has happened globally in Australia, in other countries, that was something due. Rather, what we were expecting was, my organization, Akashindal.in, was expecting a hike of 10 rupees. So the hike has been mild. Yes, there would be a cascading impact because the moment diesel prices increase, everything which we consume, whether it's milk, vegetables, that will become costly. In fact, milk has already become costlier by 2 rupees prior to this escalation. Now, post this escalation, there's a further possibility. Vegetables are also going to cost high. And then, for our agriculturists, brother, diesel is something which is very, very important. So that's also going to impact them. That's going to add to their input cost. Plus in Delhi, CNG also has been increased. So, of course, it would have a cascading impact. Inflation would increase. The CPI, which we are having right now, 3.4% CPI inflation, consumer inflation, I expect it to be more than 4% next month. So that would have an impact on the consumers. But there was no other solution because Strait of Hormuz has been closed. There's lesser supply of crude, plus crude has become very, very costly. So there was no other, and in India, petrol and diesel are market linked. So some amount of passing on to the customers was very much required. Yes, there would be increase in CPI. Already we have seen WPI inflation, that is wholesale inflation, that has already touched a 3.5-year high of 8.3%. So that data came yesterday. CPI also is going to increase, but there are no other options. Now, commercial LPG has already been increased. That has already impacted. Plus, industries are also facing the heat. So some amount of retail inflation is going to increase. That's the global situation. Now, I think the onus is on all governments how to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. My view is, the view of my organization, Akashindal.in, and my personal view is that now it's not only an issue of US and Iran, how to open the Strait of Hormuz. It's a global issue. All other countries have a stake. All other countries must take active interest in opening of Strait of Hormuz, which is very important because otherwise that would have an impact on all households in India. In India, inflation is the biggest issue. If inflation increases, what happens? GDP growth declines. GDP growth declines, deficit increases, and then the government has to levy more taxes. In fact, in India, inflation is the mother of all economic problems. So I think
that's right. Well, yes, Mr.
Jindal.
Jindal. Thank you, Mr. Jindal, economist. We try to get voices from the economists to really understand the effect and for them to decode the latest update that we're getting for you. So let's tell you that Centre has hiked the petrol diesel prices by ₹3 amid the Iran situation. The decision to raise fuel prices comes weeks after global crude oil prices shot up. Taking a short break, the global crude oil prices shot up due to ongoing Iran war. As a big fallout, petrol and diesel prices have been hiked. Viewers, we'll get you all those updates. Stay tuned. We will continue to be live this morning.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के भोपोई तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी, because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे, तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। मसाला।
Corrector, the taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Build a team. That team will create many things. It will change Kerala. It will be a new era, a new Kerala. That is our target.
In a major development in Kerala, Congress leader V.D. Satishan has been chosen as the new Chief Minister of the state. After days of intense speculation by the Congress High Command, V.D. Satishan has finally emerged as the face of the new government.
Accordingly, the Congress President has held extensive discussions with the chairperson of the Congress Parliamentary Party, leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, the AICC observers who had met with the newly elected MLAs on May 7th, 2026, and many other leaders from the state, including MPs, former PCC presidents, have also been consulted. Based on all these discussions, it has been decided that Shri V.D. Satishan be appointed as the leader of the CLP.
A veteran politician and a 5-time MLA of the Paravur Ernakulam district, V.D. Satishan is no stranger to Kerala's political scenes. Known for his sharp debating skills and strong organizational abilities, Satishan has steadily risen through the ranks over the last 3 decades.
The Honorable High Command has made a very vibrant choice in announcing the Chief Minister of Kerala. For the past 5 years, as the opposition leader of Kerala, Sri V.D. Satishan, have led the battle and attained a huge victory against a 10-year LDF rule. Whatever issues have been raised inside and outside the assembly was always commendable. And it was the emotion of the people of Kerala, it was the desire of the people of Kerala, it was the expectation of the people of Kerala that V.D. Satishan should become the Chief Minister. And the High Command has truly accepted that mandate of making him the Chief Minister.
He was born in a modest family in Netur and entered active politics during his student days, where he made his name as a powerful orator. His consistent victories from the Paravur constituency showed his strong connect with the people.
आचल में क्या इधर से आ गया वो इधर है ना ये आज है ना रेडी करा गया इसके लिए आ गया केरला से आ गया बीडीसन करते केरला बीडीसन
Over the years, he has served as the leader of opposition in the Kerala Assembly, where he earned a reputation for being an articulate opposition voice against the Left Democratic Front government.
I express my gratitude. I am very grateful to the AICC leadership because our CLP adopted a resolution entrusting the Congress President to take a decision. Congress President having discussion with Congress President and Rahul ji, Priyanka ji and all other leaders, in charge General Secretary, they discuss with all the leaders. That was the procedure. Former President's Working Committee members, the cross section of the people, they discussed, they have taken a decision. Now, I dedicate this Chief Ministership to the people of Kerala. There should be a new Kerala. For the youngsters, those who are coming up, the next generation, for the next generation also, we will be very careful. We will dedicate. We are going to change the definition of political work. I hope that political work should be a dedication to the people to change their living standard and for the work for the sideline people.
Hello viewers, we're live this morning. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. The big story we're tracking right now, which is making the news, is that the fuel rates have gone up. Oil companies have announced a hike of rupees 3 per litre on petrol and diesel. And this, of course, will be affecting the consumers. We'll get you all the details. We'll try to connect economists to understand what are the effects. We'll decode this for you. But the headlines first. Let's get started. PM Modi embarks on a high-stakes five-nation tour, energy, defence and technology in focus. High-scale corruption uncovered, funds meant for athletes has been routed to bureaucrats, pools, clubs and colonies. CBI intensifies probe over the NEET leak case, 2 more accused arrested. Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan chairs high-level meeting over NEET paper leak. Retest decision likely today. Delhi High Court Justice Swarna Kanta Sharma has issued notice of criminal contempt of court against Arvind Kejriwal. After days of speculation, the centre has now announced an increase in the diesel and petrol prices. So in New Delhi, diesel has become 3 rupees costlier and is now selling at around 90.67 rupees per litre. In Mumbai, diesel prices have risen by approximately 3.11 rupees to reach 93.14 rupees per litre. In Kolkata, diesel prices have increased by 3.11 again, and the new rate stands at 95.13 rupees. So we are giving you a city-by-city breakdown. Chennai, diesel has reached 95.47 per litre, marking an increase of 3 rupees 0.08. In Noida, diesel prices have witnessed a significant jump of 3 rupees 0.50, bringing the cost to 91.31 per litre. In Bengaluru, diesel prices have become 3.11 rupees more expensive, standing at 94.10 rupees per litre. In Bhubaneswar, diesel has seen an increase of 3.56 rupees with a new price now at 96.11 rupees per litre. CNG prices have risen by rupees 2. New petrol prices have been announced in metros and major cities following the hike. So I was reading out for you viewers the major cities and what the new prices are looking like. This is the big story we're tracking right now. And I want to go across to Mr. Akash Jindal, who's an economist. I'm also being joined by my colleague, Shivam, who will be joining us from our Republic newsroom. So let's go straight across to Mr. Jindal, who's joining us live right now. Mr. Jindal, we were discussing about this earlier. India is extremely dependent on imported oil. So 85% of its crude oil needs come from outside. So when a situation like West Asia happened, Iran tension, Strait of Hormuz risk, crude spikes globally, has really affected the prices here back home. Mr. Jindal, your first decoding as we tell our viewers how they will be affected.
Shivangi, we were expecting it because what has happened is crude oil, particularly Brent crude, has increased by more than 85% from the pre-war time. Now in India, diesel and petrol prices are linked to market prices. So this was clearly expected. Rather, what my organization, akashjindal.in, was expecting was a hike of 10 rupees. Now in India, a good thing which has been done by the center has already given a concession on excise on petrol and diesel. That's why they have been comforting the oil marketing companies and public also. Now, Shivangi, there are two taxes when we talk about petrol and diesel. One is with the center charges, that is central excise. One is with the state's charge, that is called VAT. Now, this increase would definitely have a cascading impact. The prices for public are going to increase. Particularly diesel prices are going to impact vegetables, milk, because vegetables and milk is something which every Indian daily consumes, and they have to travel on diesel. So the inflation for ordinary Indian would increase. Now, to tackle that, the way out is center has already done its bit. The states should come forward. They should reduce VAT so that the common man can be comforted. As far as inflation is concerned, yes, it's going to increase because already we have seen 2 rupees increase on milk prices. Now this diesel price impact is going to increase milk prices even higher. Vegetables are going to be higher. Then transportation of individuals, people going to offices, shops, that would also become costly. Overall, inflation, CPI inflation, which is around 3.48%, that's going to jump to 4.5%, causing, of course, a lot of impact to ordinary individuals. And inflation is the biggest economic problem in India. When inflation increases, GDP decreases, deficit increases, and then the government has to levy more taxes. So definitely the common man is in a difficult spot because on one hand, because of this Middle East crisis, his income has been impacted. Many shopkeepers, many businessmen, for them, input costs have already increased, which they are not able to pass on to customers. Private sector companies also, they have delayed their salary hikes. So already people are feeling heat in one manner that their incomes have not increased. On the other hand, now when inflation increases, that's going to bite them a lot. So as far as common man is concerned, yes, the impact is going to be there. Then if you talk about our agriculturist brother, then what would happen is now their input cost is going to increase and agriculture already is not that viable. So going ahead, they are going to demand higher MSP. If they demand higher MSP and they are given higher MSP, then inflation would further increase. So yes, we are into a negative territory. So I think firstly, I would appeal from your platform, which I have done from other platforms also, that now state governments, whether BJP ruled, whether opposition ruled, they should do their bit. They should decrease the VAT prices because central has already done its bit. So that is something which is going to comfort the individual consumer. That is something which is required because whenever such a situation occurs, the governments have to step in. Yes, now what may happen is if the Strait of Hormuz stays closed, which we expect it to stay closed for more days because neither Iran nor US is agreeing. Of course, they have been talking. Mr. Arakshi was there in Delhi. He said Strait of Hormuz would be open for commercial vehicles, but ultimately vessels are not passing. So these are problems. We are importing around 85% of crude oil. Of course, our government in the past 11 years, they have tried many alternatives also. They have increased solar energy consumption. They have shifted India up to a lot of extent to electric vehicles. Then we have opted other things also, other like e-vehicles and other nuclear and other energy things also. But still, primarily, we are dependent on crude oil. So I think on a long term, one is there, the way India is progressing under the BJP government, we are progressing at the fastest pace in the world. We have to now become self-dependent, Atmanirbhar in energy also. In many other cases, our Prime Minister and his so brilliant team of ministers have already worked at making us Atmanirbhar. Now, this the takeaway from us is, for us is that we have to be Atmanirbhar in energy also, so that inflation doesn't increase for the common man. Plus,
yes, Mr.
we have
Jindal.
to look towards alternative sources of energy. That
Mr.
is
Jindal,
something very important.
I request you to hold on. I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you because I want to go across to my colleague Shivam. And Shivam, for our viewers, we have a city-by-city breakdown of the prices. We understand the highest prices. Hyderabad leads with petrol at 107.50 rupees per litre, diesel at 95.70 rupees per litre. We have the city-by-city breakdown. Shivam, please help our viewers understand what that is looking like.
Yeah, let us run us through the numbers once again. Now in New Delhi, diesel has also become expensive, 3 rupees more expensive, and is now selling at 90.67 per litre. So there is this is a very big hike. If you look into the numbers, 3 rupees means a lot. This could also lead to a price increase of various commodities. Now in Mumbai, the diesel prices have been increased by 3.11, reaching 93.14, expensive comparatively to New Delhi, as Akash Jindal were also highlighting the fact that the states could also take the burden in this case. Now coming back to Kolkata, in Kolkata, the price is now 95.13, which is an increase of 3.11 rupees for the diesel prices. Now coming to Chennai, the diesel has increased to even further, which is 95.47 and becomes per litre, and this marks an increase of 3.08 rupees. Now coming to Noida, prices are still stable, which is 91.31 rupees per litre, and also it's a jump of 3.50. So even after a jump of rupees 3.50, the price hike is 91.31 in this case. Now coming to Bengaluru, the metro city, in Bengaluru, diesel has become expensive. A hike of 3.11 makes it more expensive, standing at 94.10 litre. Now Bhubaneswar, in there, the diesel prices have increased 3.56, and the rate now is 96.11 per litre. And it's not just about the fuel prices, not just about the petrol prices, it's also the CNG that is becoming expensive. And Akash Jindal continues to be with us. Sir, don't you think this is high time that we should start looking at alternatives, sir? Because earlier we were buying discounted Russian oil. Then every now and then, United States of America puts a sanction, and then when they feel it's the going is tough, they remove the sanctions, they give a waiver. Don't you think we have to search for alternatives and be least dependent on the Strait of Hormuz? We have to find an alternative, sir.
What you are saying is very, very logical. I totally endorse you. We are already on that track. Our government, the current BJP government, is a proactive government. They have been negotiating with Russia. Russia has already committed us that they would have uninterrupted supply of fuel for us. Plus, we are looking at other options also. And Russia, as you are very right, once upon a time, there was a time after the start of Russia-Ukraine war, they gave us huge discounts. Now, the discounts, Sumita, are not that high. But Russia at that point in time, number one, they gave us very good discount. Number two, they took payment from us in Indian currency. Right now, yes, we are still having supply. But the problem, Sumit, is not of supply. We are having quite sufficient petrol and diesel. Not, of course, 100% what we require. But the issues of cost. Cost has increased. As I told the viewers, now the cost of Brent crude prior to the onset of war was $65 to $68 per barrel. Now, Sumit, this has already touched $126 per barrel. Plus, when we import it from other sources, we have to pay in US dollars. Russia also, till one point in time, they kept on accepting money from us in Indian rupees. But then what happened was they had so much of Indian rupees, so they also started demanding money from us in global currency. So there are two problems now. One is the high cost. Secondly, dollar going through the roof. See, dollar earlier has been less than 90, but now because of this problem, dollar has been increasing and it touched more than 95 rupees yesterday. It's about to touch 96. So these are two problems. Now, Sumit, main thing is the ball is in the court of state governments. Center has already done its bit. Now I think state governments must get their act together. They have to reduce VAT prices because all state governments, I have
Highlighting
respect
the
for
very
all
fact
political
that
parties.
now the
They say,
burden can be on the state governments and they can make a call. But what about the revenues, sir? How do you think that the revenues will be generated? Oil is a very major factor for state governments to generate revenue. And if they cut, they've already cushioned the impact they had earlier. Now, more cuts means more losses, sir.
see, as of now, the cut has been done by the center. Now, when we talk about the states earning money and the common man, ultimately, who should be given preference? We are into a welfare state. Now, welfare state, what is done is, if the government has to take some losses for short term, it should. The ultimate beneficiary should be the common man, because ultimately the concept of welfare state is that we have to take care of the common man. Now, governments, what they can do is, post this crisis, they can look at other options, other avenues of collecting more money, collecting more taxes, collecting more income. So this is not the only source. Of course, it's one of the lucrative sources, because earlier discussions have been going on that petrol and diesel should be put under GST also. Had they been put under GST, anyway the states would have been getting lesser money. But now all the states, Sumit, all the political parties, they have been shouting from rooftop that we are for the people, hum janta ke liye hain. If you are for the janta, now in very simple terms, between janta and between the government, who should get preference? It's the common man. Because we shouldn't forget, Sumit, we have a huge chunk of below poverty line brothers and sisters. Around 27 to 28% of our brothers are sisters and below poverty line. For them, food is very important. We have to get them food. We have already seen many of our laborer brothers who have left Delhi for their home because the gas was becoming costly for them. Now with diesel becoming costly, the milk, the basic chai ka cup, which every Delhiite enjoys, that would become costlier. Already milk has already been increased by 2 rupees. Now vegetable prices also would increase. So that would make life tough for the common man, particularly for our poor brothers and sisters. That is something which needs to be taken care of. And as our dear anchor was asking, a cascading impact. Yes, it will have a cascading impact. Why so? Because what happens is, when the agriculturists have high input costs, when they have to pay more money for diesel, what would they do? They would demand higher MSP. Ultimately, agriculture is not that viable an activity. If the higher MSP is given, ultimately the inflation is going to increase for the common man. Already, Sumit, WPI has already touched 8.3%. That is 42 months high. That is yesterday's data. CPI, which was once upon a time less than 1, is already at 3.4%. And the calculation of my organization, akashindal.in, is next month we'll have a CPI of 4.5. So now the option before the entire world is that we have to look towards options of opening the Strait of Hormuz. Now, Strait of Hormuz, what I feel is not an issue between just Iran and US. This is the global issue, because all of us are stakeholders. Because Indian economy, which was performing it so well, see, under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, we were the fastest growing economy in the entire world. For September quarter, we grew at 8.2%. Yes. For December quarter, we grew at 7.8%. Right. We are growing faster than America, China, Germany. But now we will also be impacted. So I think now all the governments have to take active interest, whichever way they do,
Mr.
in
Jindal,
getting the state of Hormuz.
We have already taken in the impact. Yes, we have already taken in the impact. Shivangi.
Yeah. Yes, Shivam, you know, we are flashing those numbers of the city-wise breakdown of the prices which have gone up. And Mr. Jindal, when you touched upon inflation, you know, this is something our viewers would like to know. Because when diesel is used to power truck, agriculture, supply chains, buses and generators. So the diesel hike goes up, that will hit vegetables, milk, like you were discussing, FMCG, e-commerce, construction. Which other sectors are likely to get hit, Mr. Jindal? Because this will have a direct impact. And there is this danger of inflation that you were also speaking about earlier.
Shivangi, you have very beautifully put it up. Yes, you are very right. Diesel price hike is going to be more deadly than petrol, because as you have rightly said, firstly it would be vegetables, second is milk. Now vegetables and milk is something which every Indian has to consume. Sabji sabke ghar mein banni hai, chai sabne peeni hai, so that is going to impact. Plus FMCG. Now India is a huge consumer of FMCG products. Now many of them are derivatives of milk itself, like ice cream, cheese and many other things. They are almost a part of our daily consumables. Then other areas, construction, because construction involves a lot of transportation, particularly like cement. Cement has a huge component of transportation cost. Similarly, iron also, all these things. Plus now what would happen is labor would expect higher wages, because for them, daily cooking, daily meals would become costlier. So wage inflation would also impact. So what you are saying is right. Now the other sectors, beyond these sectors which are going to be impacted is, one is the tourism sector. Tourism sector is going to be very, very severely impacted, because when it would be difficult for people to manage their both ends, when it would be people have to concentrate on roti, kapda, makan, health, education, they wouldn't be going on for luxuries. Plus, demand and consumption of luxurious goods is also going to be hit. Demand of cars, demand of two-wheelers which are run by petrol and diesel, that's going to be hit. And overall, the economy is going to be hit. The prediction of my organization, AakashJindal.in, is the economy, which has been doing wonderfully well under the esteemed and brilliant leadership of Prime Minister Modi. Now I can tell you, and I can stick my neck out and say, the GDP growth, which we projected earlier, would drop by 1.5%. So that also would be a huge, huge impact for us, because what happens is, when GDP growth reduces, Shivangi, what happens is people's salaries, they come down. People's income from their businesses, shops, they come down. So on one hand, we'll have higher inflation. People have to pay higher for their daily life. On the other hand, their income would be reduced. Now that would be the toughest time. When if somebody was having an income of 1 lakh rupees and his expenditure was 80,000, till now his family was okay. But tomorrow, when the expenditure shoots to 1,10,000 rupees and income is reduced to 80,000, that would be something, a very, very bitter
Mr. Jindal,
time.
if you can also bring in the positive side of it, because most of the impact has been taken by the government earlier also. And if we do a comparative analysis of all the countries that we share borders with, or across the globe, we are still better placed comparatively to the other countries. Now, if you can bring the positive picture, because every now and then people, when there is a price hike, they get worried. First of all, this is not permanent, I hope, sir. And secondly, there will be relief, and there will be some relief of other sort of, because even Prime Minister Modi appealed earlier that we should go back to work from home mode and switch to electric vehicles, and he has even cut down on his convoy, and he's asked to travel less abroad. Foreign travel should be cut off, and also travel more via train and such things. If you can also bring the positive picture amidst the story, that might be a bit depressing for most of the people, because there will be indeed hike in the commodity prices, Mr. Jindal. Shivam, this side.
Very right, Sumit. At the outset itself, I told that the hike has been much, much milder than what I expected. So first thing which is positive, which should bring cheer to the people, is I and my colleagues, my organization, AakashJindal.in, expected at least a 10 rupee hike. The hike has been less. Plus, the government has shielded us. Our central government has brilliantly reduced excise on petrol and diesel. That also many days ago, just to comfort the common man. Now, if you compare the situation with Sri Lanka, Pakistan, there's no fuel availability. In India, fuel is available. You go to any pump, you can have any quantity of fuel. So this is the brilliance of our government, that they have managed logistics in such a way that there is no a reduction on the quantity of fuel available. We are having sufficient fuel available. Plus, still, the impact has been much, much milder. As I told you, see, now there has been an increase of 85% in the crude oil. Now in India, petrol diesel prices are market linked. If we go that way, the increase in petrol diesel should have been 85%. But it is a government which is a welfare government, which wants to take care of its people, which understands the people. We understand the concerns of the people. Still, oil marketing companies are going to have a huge hit. So I think, and as far as permanence is concerned, you are very right. See, the moment Strait of Hormuz opens, because ultimately it has to open, Iran has to survive. Iran also has to sell oil to survive. Yes, Sumit, I endorse you. Going ahead in a week, 2 or 3 weeks, ultimately when the Strait of Hormuz open, then the prices would be dropped. So this is definitely a temporary setback. This is not at all a permanent setback. The moment Strait of Hormuz opens, Brent crude prices, my organization AakashJindal.in feeds, would come back to around $70 per barrel or even lesser.
Well, Mr. Jindal, thank you so much.
$70?
Mr. Jindal.
It was. Prior to the onset of war, the Brent crude prices were in the range of $65 to $68 per barrel, even touched 62. So this is just because of this war that they have shot to this level. And rather, if the war intensifies, now you had asked for the brighter side, but if the war intensifies, let me tell you, it's my duty to tell the viewer the reality. They could shoot up to $150 per barrel also. Right. So we have to be prepared. That's why I'm saying state governments I clearly appeal from your platform, all state governments, whether BJP, whether opposition ruled, they should reduce VAT, because ultimately we are a welfare
It's
state.
not just the state governments, it's also the business owners and those who deal with commodities. They should also take the price shock and they should not pass the burden on to the consumers. This is what I think should be done.
Yeah. Why not? Because see, big business owners, if they are having customers which have been loyal to them for the past 2 years, 3 years, right now, big business owners, they have the question. But does the common man have a question?
Mr. Jindal,
a common man in India, a person
I request you. Mr. Jindal, well, you're explaining India's hedging strategy as well. You know, we also talk about India's hedging strategy. But I'm running out of time in this show, so we'll be back again at 8 a.m. live this morning. Thank you, Shivam, and thank you, Mr. Jindal, for joining us here. Taking a short break. Do not go anywhere. We'll get you all the back-to-back updates coming in. Petrol and diesel prices have been hiked. We're discussing here the impact and analyzing what can our consumers expect next. All the details right here in Republic. Do not go anywhere.
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद, भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा लगता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Build a team. That team will create many things. It will change Kerala. It will be a new era. A new Kerala. That is our target.
In a major development in Kerala, Congress leader VD Satishan has been chosen as the new Chief Minister of the state. After days of intense speculation by the Congress High Command, VD Satishan has finally emerged as the face of the new government.
Accordingly, the Congress President has held extensive discussions with the chairperson of the Congress Parliamentary Party, leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, the AICC observers who had met with the newly elected MLAs on May 7th, 2026, and many other leaders from the state, including MPs, former PCC presidents, have also been consulted. Based on all these discussions, it has been decided that Shri VD Satishan be appointed as the leader of the CLP.
A veteran politician and a 5-time MLA of the Paravur Ernakulam district, VD Satishan is no stranger to Kerala's political scenes. Known for his sharp debating skills and strong organizational abilities, Satishan has steadily risen through the ranks over the last 3 decades.
The Honorable High Command has made a very vibrant choice in announcing the Chief Minister of Kerala. For the past 5 years, as the opposition leader of Kerala, Sri VD Satishan, have led the battle and attained a huge victory against a 10-year LDF rule. Whatever issues have been raised inside and outside the assembly was always commendable. And it was the emotion of the people of Kerala, it was the desire of the people of Kerala, it was the expectation of the people of Kerala that VD Satishan should become the Chief Minister. And the High Command has truly accepted that mandate of making him the Chief Minister.
He was born in a modest family in Netur and entered active politics.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है। Just say it!
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है, ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
Correct. The taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है।
अरे मेरी राजा
सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
Build a team. That team will create many things. It will change Kerala. It will be a new era. A new Kerala. That is our target.
In a major development in Kerala, Congress leader V.D. Satishan has been chosen as the new Chief Minister of the state. After days of intense speculation by the Congress High Command, V.D. Satishan has finally emerged as the face of the new government.
Accordingly, the Congress President has held extensive discussions with the chairperson of the Congress Parliamentary Party, leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, the AICC observers who had met with the newly elected MLAs on May 7th, 2026, and many other leaders from the state, including MPs, former PCC presidents, have also been consulted. Based on all these discussions, it has been decided that Shri V.D. Satishan be appointed as the leader of the CLP.
A veteran politician and a 5-time MLA of the Paravur Ernakulam district, V.D. Satishan is no stranger to Kerala's political scenes. Known for his sharp debating skills and strong organizational abilities, Satishan has steadily risen through the ranks over the last 3 decades.
The Honorable High Command has made a very vibrant choice in announcing the Chief Minister of Kerala. For the past 5 years, as the opposition leader of Kerala, Sri V.D. Satishan, have led the battle and attained a huge victory against a 10-year LDF rule. Whatever issues have been raised inside and outside the assembly was always commendable. And it was the emotion of the people of Kerala, it was the desire of the people of Kerala, it was the expectation of the people of Kerala that V.D. Satishan should become the Chief Minister. And the High Command has truly accepted that mandate of making him the Chief Minister.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta and I'm here with my co-host, Anchor.
Hi, very good morning. My name is Nayan.
And the top focus story in this bulletin and today is the fuel prices which have been hiked across the country. Diesel prices, petrol prices and also the CNG prices have shot up. And there was earlier a warning, speculation that the prices will rise.
Yes, they've gone up by 3 rupees per litre across the nation. Here's everything we know so far, but let's quickly head into the headlines.
Yeah. Fuel prices hiked across India. Diesel prices increased by rupees 3 per litre in metro cities. Petrol and CNG also hiked.
PM Modi embarks on high-stakes five-nation tour. Energy, defense and technology in focus.
High-scale corruption uncovered. Funds meant for athletes routed to bureaucrats, schools, clubs and colonies.
CBI intensifies probe over the NEET leak case. 2 more accused arrested.
Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan chairs high-level meet over NEET paper leak. Retest decision likely today.
Delhi High Court Justice Swarnakanta Sharma issued notice of criminal contempt of court against Arvind Kejriwal.
All right, viewers, let's begin with the first top story, Nan, which is the fuel prices which have been hiked. There is the rise in diesel prices, petrol prices, and let's go to the city-wise data of the fuel price hike which has just begun. In New Delhi, diesel has become costlier by 3 rupees and is now selling at 90.67 per litre. What about Mumbai, Nan?
Mumbai diesel prices have also risen by 3 rupees, 3.11 per litre. In fact, they've gone up to 93.14 per litre.
Definitely, and now in Kolkata, diesel prices have increased by 3.11 and the new rate stands at 95.13. And
right.
These in Chennai, when you come to Chennai, diesel has reached 95.47 per litre, marking an increase of 3.08. So on your screens now, the Mumbai numbers, and this is the petrol numbers on your screen. As you can see, the petrol price has been hiked by 3 rupees also, and also the diesel prices which has been hiked by 3 rupees, and it's a big change, a big jump in the fuel prices.
Right.
The fuel gets now costlier.
In fact, in Bangalore and Chennai also, we've witnessed a price hike of 3 rupees per litre. But we have our colleague joining us on live from Noida. Who do we have?
Yeah, we have Saurav joining us from Noida, and we have Gursimran joining us from Jammu for all the latest updates. Now, let me first go across to Gursimran at Jammu. In Jammu, Gursimran, has the prices been increased by the petrol pump owners? And what about the public? The reactions might also have started coming in this. Over to you, Gursimran. First to you, then coming to you, Saurav.
Yes, good morning, Shivam. And right now we are at the fuel station in Jammu, where the price hike has come into effect early this morning. The petrol prices that was 96 rupees 49 paisa earlier, it has risen to 99.63. And if we speak of the diesel prices have also risen to 88.31. Earlier it used to be somewhere around 85. And what has changed on ground? We'll try to speak to some people also. आप मुझे बताइए, आप जब घर से निकले आपको पता था कि 3 रुपए पेट्रोल बढ़ गया?
जी नहीं।
इसका फर्क पड़ेगा आपके बजट में?
जी पड़ेगा, बिल्कुल पड़ेगा।
कितना यूज हो जाता है डेली का?
डेली का तो 1 लीटर तो लग जाता है डेली का।
उसमें उतना फर्क आपको आ जाए? बजट पे फर्क पड़ता है?
पड़ता है,
बजट पे फर्क पड़ता है. We'll try to speak to some more people here also, because the people early morning, those who go to their places, they have lined up, and we'll try to speak to them how the situation is. सर, आपसे जानना चाहूँगा, जब आप सुबह घर से निकले थे, आपको पता था कि जो फ्यूल प्राइसेस हैं वो बढ़ गए?
हाँ सर।
जब घर से निकले थे पता था पेट्रोल के दाम बढ़े?
नहीं पता है।
यहाँ आके पता चला?
हाँ जी।
तो 3 रुपए का कितना फर्क पड़ता है आम इंसान पे?
फर्क तो पड़ेगा छोटे कर्मचारियों पे।
फील्ड जॉब है?
हाँ जी।
फील्ड जॉब है आप?
हाँ जी।
ज़्यादा यूज़ होता है फ्यूल?
बिल्कुल, डेली आने जाना पड़ता है।
ठीक है, आप ज़्यादा यूज़ होता है, कुछ और लोगों से बात करते हैं. सर, कितना फ़र्क पड़ेगा आम इंसान पे? 3 रुपए बढ़ा है फ्यूल?
पड़ेगा तो सर।
पड़ेगा? कितना यूज़ हो जाता है डेली के अंदर?
हमारा हो जाता है 100 का, 1 लीटर हो जाता है.
तो सर कितना फ़र्क पड़ता है आम इंसान पे?
बड़ा फ़र्क पड़ता था, बहुत फ़र्क पड़ेगा था.
हर एक चीज़ पे पड़ेगा?
हर चीज़ में पड़ेगा.
हर चीज़ पे पड़ेगा. कुछ और लोगों पे बात करते हैं. आपसे जानना चाहूँगा सर, आम इंसान पे कितना ज़्यादा फ़र्क पड़ता है? 3 रुपए बढ़ा है.
फ़र्क तो बहुत पड़ता है.
डेली का यूज़ है?
हाँ, डेली करते हैं. वो 150 रुपये का डेली।
पीएम ने रिक्वेस्ट भी की थी कि यूसेज कम किया जाए, क्या मेन यूसेज ही है कि जिसे अवॉइड नहीं किया जा सकता?
क्या बताओ।
तो देखिए आप जो हैं, वी आर स्पीकिंग टू द पीपल, दे हैव डिफरेंट माइंडसेट, बट द पीपल आर सेइंग दैट यस इट इज गोइंग टू इम्पैक्ट। सर आपसे जानना चाहूँगा, पेट्रोल के दाम बढ़े हैं, जब सुबह घर से निकले पता था?
नहीं पता तो नहीं था सर।
यहाँ के पता चला?
यहाँ के तो
कितना फर्क पड़ता है, सच बताइए।
नहीं, फर्क तो पड़ता है, क्यों नहीं पड़ता है, फर्क तो पड़ता ही है। 1 रुपये बढ़े 2 रुपये बढ़े रेट तो फर्क तो पड़ता है, क्यों नहीं पड़ता।
All right.
फर्क तो पड़ता ही है।
Gursimran, stay with us. We also have Saurav joining us from Noida with the latest updates. Nan, Saurav is with us from Noida.
So, Saurabh, the situation remains the same. There is a 3 rupee price hike in Noida as well. You're on ground zero. Why don't you ask some people and figure out how is it impacting their lives?
Yes, the petrol and diesel, both of their prices have been hiked by 3 rupees in the national capital now. And earlier, the petrol cost 94, and now it has risen to 97 rupees per litre. And as you can see, in the early morning only, that there are people lining up at the petrol pumps to get the petrol, and we will try to speak to them. Sir, 3 रुपए पेट्रोल बढ़ गया है, आपको पता था?
नहीं, अभी तो नहीं पता।
तो सर इससे क्या इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा?
क्या
फर्क पड़ेगा 3 रुपए बढ़ने से?
3 रुपये फर्क पड़ने से बहुत फर्क पड़ेगा। 3 रुपये तो बहुत ज़्यादा होते हैं ना, 1-आध रुपये की बात चल जाती है, बट 3 रुपये तो इफेक्ट करता ही है आम आदमी के ऊपर।
कितना यूज़ हो जाता होगा डेली का?
डेली का 1 लीटर यूज़ होता है, बट अब 3 रुपये बढ़ गया तो अब तो थोड़ा बहुत कम यूज़ करना पड़ेगा पेट्रोल, जितना हो सकता है।
Thank you for speaking to Republic. See, you heard people who are present at the petrol pumps telling that it will majorly impact their daily life as the 3 rupees have been risen on petrol and diesel both, and almost every person is using 1 liter to 2 liters petrol every day, and this will majorly impact their whole month budget. And now, apart from Delhi, in Noida also, the prices have been hiked by 3 rupees of both petrol and diesel. And in Noida also, the prices of the petrol shoot up to 97 rupees.
Yes, sort of what I was able to see now, Gursimran also showed the petrol pump machine from which the petrol is being pumped, and there was a stark difference in the earlier numbers and now numbers. In the petrol pump where you are standing, I saw it was clearly written as price change when you were talking to the people who were getting petrol filled in their motorcycle. If you can also have a word with the staff who is there, when did they get to know about the price change? Was it informed them earlier, and when did they apply the price change? So when did people started getting impacted by the price change? If you can talk to the staff as well.
Yeah, we will try to talk to the staff who are present at this petrol pump regarding this petrol hike, and we will get to know that when was they told that the petrol prices and the diesel prices have been increased by the government. Sir, आपको पता था कि पेट्रोल के प्राइसेस बढ़ गए हैं?
नहीं, ऐसा किसी को कुछ नहीं पता।
आपको कितने बजे पता चला कि पेट्रोल के प्राइसेस?
सुबह 6 बजे उठे, 6 बजे रेट बढ़ा है, सुबह मॉर्निंग।
तो किसने बताया था, कोई ब्रीफिंग हुई थी?
रात वाले शिफ्ट चेंज चलती है ना, तो उन्होंने बताया ना, सुबह अंदर उठकर ना रेट बढ़ गया।
तो उसके बाद से ही ये मशीन पे प्राइस चेंज लिखा गया?
हाँ, फिर तो सभी मशीनों पे चेंज हो गया था रेट अपना।
See, you heard the staff of the petrol pump telling that when they visited the petrol pump in the morning shift, the night shift people were already briefed by the manager of the petrol pump, and after that, the morning shift staff got to know from the night shift. The night shift, and after that only now the prices have been changed at the petrol pump, and the machines are also showing the increased prices, as you can see here. The per liter cost is showing here 91.02, and on the above it is written price change, and every machine is now will show the increased prices, as the petrol pumps are also managing all this price hike thing, and they are upgrading their machines to the new prices which are present at the petrol pump in Noida sector 18. I request my Vijay to show you that there is new prices which are showing on the machine. You can see the new prices are 97.78 per liter for petrol, and the diesel is also increased by 3 rupees, and now it costs 91.02 rupees in our Noida area, along with the national capital.
Right, Saurav, so why don't we go ahead, Saurav, let's also go ahead and speak to other people and understand how is it now going to eventually impact their lives, because like rightly said by so many of the people that you spoke to here, and also Gursimran, who also spoke to a lot of people in Jammu and Kashmir, he also spoke and people said the 3 rupees is a big amount and it will impact their lives, but how is it eventually going to impact the common man's life? Let's listen in to them and ask them these questions.
How it will impact the lives of the people. Sir, यहाँ पे 3 rupees.
Sort of. Let's once go to Gursimran also. You stay there, Saurav. Let's get a reaction from Gursimran also. Gursimran, so Saurav is on ground. He's in the Noida petrol pump. He spoke with the people who came to get their petrol tanks filled, and also to the staff. When was the staff conveyed in Jammu also? If you can have a word with the staff and later describe the entire scenario, how it will be impacting the economy in Jammu also, because the diesel prices, when they are increased, the prices of commodities, especially vegetables, milk, and all of that get impacted. We already had a price increase with the various milk companies increasing the milk prices by 2 rupees, Gursimran.
Yes, Shivam, you have rightly mentioned that the fuel price hike is going to impact every walk of the life, and that's true. Now coming to this place, you will see that the new prices have been flashed, but how come they know about it? We'll try to ask them that when it was conveyed to them and how it came into impact. आप मुझे ये बताइए कि पेट्रोल पंप सुबह कितने बजे शुरू होता है?
पूरा खुला था।
तो अब ये प्राइस जो है ये कब यहाँ पे डिस्प्ले हुआ?
6 बजे सुबह
6 बजे। आपको क्या बताया गया? ये ऑटोमेटिक मशीन पे आ जाता है? So you see that once the prices are changed, that comes here on the display automatically. So it is a petrol pump of the HP, and here it has come onto it's Indian Oil petrol pump, and it has come on its own, because the machines that are the vending machines, they are being operated by the company itself. And today morning at 6 they are saying that this is a 24-hour petrol pump. So today morning at 6, when the fuel stations went to a revamp or a regular refresh, that it has gone, the new prices of 99.63 that has surfaced. Earlier it was 96.49. So it is a visible change of 3 rupees and 14 paisa that has taken place on ground. But when it comes to the what is the situation of the supply, we'll also ask. मुझे बताइए supply में कोई दिक्कत तो नहीं है?
नहीं
supply पूरी आ रही है? So the supply, they have no issues. The price rise has taken place, and yes, as you have mentioned, Shivam, that is going to impact, because it is going to impact the logistic, it is going to impact the public transport, it is going to impact the movement of the goods that is going to take place, because everything depends upon the fuel prices.
Right, of course, there is going to be a lot of change and impact that one is eventually going to feel in their lives, because with the current fuel prices changing, milk prices changing, there's definitely an inflation that's going to hit a common man's life. But before we discuss more on that, let's quickly step and slip into a short break.
Yeah, because there's a lot more lined up after the break. We'll get you all the latest updates on the price hike when it comes to petrol, diesel, and CNG. Just after a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere. Coming up, price hike across the nation for diesel, petrol, and CNG.
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के भोपोई तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी, because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे, तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
कोशिश को कामयाबी को शोहरत बनते देखा है। हाँ, पिछले 60 सालों में मैंने देश को बनते देखा है। कमला पसंद, 60 सालों से अनोखा स्वाद।
आर प्योर
और शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे.
Build a team. That team will create many things. It will change Kerala. It will be a new era, a new Kerala. That is our target.
In a major development in Kerala, Congress leader V.D. Satheesan has been chosen as the new Chief Minister of the state. After days of intense speculation by the Congress High Command, V.D. Satheesan has finally emerged as the face of the new government.
Accordingly, the Congress President has held extensive discussions with the chairperson of the Congress Parliamentary Party, leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, the AICC observers who had met with the newly elected MLAs on May 7th, 2026, and many other leaders from the state, including MPs, former PCC presidents, have also been consulted. Based on all these discussions, it has been decided that Shri V.D. Satheesan be appointed as the leader of the CLP.
A veteran politician and a 5-time MLA of the Paravur Ernakulam district, V.D. Satheesan is no stranger to Kerala's political scenes. Known for his sharp debating skills and strong organizational abilities, Satheesan has steadily risen through the ranks over the last 3 decades.
The Honorable High Command has made a very vibrant choice in announcing the Chief Minister of Kerala. For the past 5 years, as the opposition leader of Kerala, Sri V.D. Satheesan, have led the battle and attained a huge victory against a 10-year LDF rule. Whatever issues have been raised inside and outside the assembly was always commendable. And it was the emotion of the people of Kerala, it was the desire of the people of Kerala, it was the expectation of the people of Kerala that we
The Delhi premiere of Aakhri Sawal generated significant attention across the theatrical release on 15th of May 2026. Directed by Abhijit Mohan Varang and produced by Sanjay Dutt along with Nikhil Nanda, the film reportedly explores the ideological history of the RSS and references key events from the modern Indian history. Take a look.
We have a very intelligent audience out there. और इस फिल्म में हमने जिन जिन सवालों के जवाब दिए हैं, जिन सवालों को सोशल मीडिया पे बहुत अलग तरीके से बताया जाता है, उसके जवाब वो हिस्टोरिकल इवेंट्स क्रिएट करके हमने दिए हैं. वो उन जवाबों को देखें और अपनी क्षमता, अपनी इंटेलिजेंस के अनुसार अपना ओपिनियन फॉर्म करें. इस फिल्म में हम केवल तथ्य दिखा रहे हैं which are taken from historical events.
एक लंबी यात्रा राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ ने राष्ट्र निर्माण की भूमिका अदा करते हुए की है और सैकड़ों लोगों ने अपना जीवन दान इसमें दिया है. संघर्ष के ये पल आज इस मूवी को देख करके हम सबको एक बार फिर से याद हुए हैं. एकमात्र संगठन जो सच में राष्ट्रहित की भावना से ओतप्रोत होकर के कार्यकर्ता का निर्माण करता है, तैयार करता है और लाखों लोग, लाखों हाथ उन्होंने खड़े किए हैं इस देश को संभालने के लिए.
We are hoping that when someone watches this film, the aim is not to be liked or disliked. जो भी ये film देखे, somewhere he feels that let me explore this, let me discuss this. And when they are willing to go beyond the narrative and look for the truth so that they can all explore and find their own answers, आखिरी सवाल का आखिरी जवाब वो होगा.
All right, viewers, now it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because there's a lot more lined up, Nayan.
That's right. PM Modi embarks on a 5-stakes, 5-nation tour. In fact, high defense, energy, defense and technology are in focus.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद। भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा रखता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Build a team. That team will create many things. It will change Kerala. It will be a new era, a new Kerala. That is our target.
In a major development in Kerala, Congress leader V.D. Satishan has been chosen as the new Chief Minister of the state. After days of intense speculation by the Congress High Command, V.D. Satishan has finally emerged as the face of the new government.
Accordingly, the Congress President has held extensive discussions with the chairperson of the Congress Parliamentary Party, leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, the AICC observers who had met with the newly elected MLAs on May 7th, 2026, and many other leaders from the state, including MPs, former PCC presidents, have also been consulted. Based on all these discussions, it has been decided that Shri V.D. Satishan be appointed as the leader of the CLP.
A veteran politician and a 5-time MLA of the Paravur Ernakulam district, V.D. Satishan is no stranger to Kerala's political scenes. Known for his sharp debating skills and strong organizational abilities, Satishan has steadily risen through the ranks over the last 3 decades.
The Honorable High Command
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है। जैसे
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
Character, the taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Build a team. That team will create many things. It will change Kerala. It will be a new era, a new Kerala. That is our target.
In a major development in Kerala, Congress leader V.D. Satishan has been chosen as the new Chief Minister of the state. After days of intense speculation by the Congress High Command, V.D. Satishan has finally emerged as the face of the new government.
Accordingly, the Congress President has held extensive discussions with the chairperson of the Congress Parliamentary Party, leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, the AICC observers who had met with the newly elected MLAs on May 7th, 2026, and many other leaders from the state, including MPs, former PCC presidents, have also been consulted. Based on all these discussions, it has been decided that Shri V.D. Satishan be appointed as the leader of the CLP.
A veteran politician and a 5-time MLA of the Paravur Ernakulam district, V.D. Satishan is no stranger to Kerala's political scenes. Known for his sharp debating skills and strong organizational abilities, Satishan has steadily risen through the ranks over the last 3 decades.
The Honorable High Command has made a very vibrant choice in announcing the Chief Minister of Kerala. For the past 5 years, as the opposition leader of Kerala, Sri V.D. Satishan, have led the battle and attained a huge victory against a 10-year LDF rule. Whatever issues have been raised inside and outside the assembly was always commendable. And it was the emotion of the people of Kerala, it was the desire of the people of Kerala, it was the expectation of the people of Kerala that V.D. Satishan should become the Chief Minister. And the High Command has truly accepted that mandate of making him the Chief Minister.
He was born in a modest family in Nettur and entered active politics during his student days, where he made his name as a powerful orator. His consistent victories from the Paravur constituency showed his strong connect with the people.
Very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. I'm here with my co-host, my co-anchor.
Hi, very good morning. My name is Nayan.
And the top focus story today, Nayan, is the fuel price hike across the country. Diesel and petrol prices have been increased, Nayan.
That's right. They've increased by 3 rupees per litre in all the metro cities. In fact, the CNG prices have also gone up by 2 rupees per kilogram.
We'll get you all the latest updates on that. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. Fuel prices hiked across India. Diesel and petrol prices increased by rupees 3 per litre in metro cities. CNG prices go up by rupees 2 per kilogram.
PM Modi embarks on high-stakes 5-nation tour. Energy, defence and technology are in focus.
High-scale corruption uncovered. Funds meant for athletes routed to bureaucrats, schools, clubs and colonies.
Now, CBI intensifies probe over the NEET leak case. 2 more accused arrested.
Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan chairs high-level meet over NEET paper leak. Retest decision likely today.
Delhi High Court Justice Swarnakanta Sharma issued notice of criminal contempt of court against Arvind Kejriwal. Now, the story that's taking over the nation by storm is the rise in petrol and diesel prices. Now, we're going to give you a city-wise data, a breakdown of what is the price rise, which is approximately 3 rupees, which has become more costlier in most of the cities across the nation. Delhi, which was 94.77, is now 97.77 per litre.
Yeah, so this is an increase in Delhi. Now let's come to Mumbai. And Mumbai, earlier it was 103.54, and 3 rupees increase now means 106.54 rupees. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a steep rise, big rise. But comparatively to other nations, we are still better placed. Now coming to Bangalore, 3 rupees rise in Bangalore also. Now the fuel is going to cost you 105.96 rupees. Earlier, it was 102.96 rupees in Bangalore. Now that is the price rise in Bangalore. Now coming to Chennai.
Chennai was earlier 100.84 rupees per litre, and again a 3 rupee hike, and now it's 103.84. But let's also understand that the highest price hike that has been witnessed in any state of the nation is Hyderabad, where earlier it was 107.50 and now it's become 110.50 per litre. Now, Kolkata has also seen a similar trend. 3 rupees again has increased, which is the constant factor throughout the nation. Kolkata, which was earlier 105.41, is now 108.41.
All right, so this is a big increase, and as Nayan explained, the highest rise in Hyderabad, the big numbers, and this is going to be very expensive. Kolkata also, it's very increased, a lot expensive. And now Brent crude surge also, very important. Before the war, it was just 64.04 per barrel, and now it is 106.9 per barrel. And the economist who joined earlier, Akash Jindal, also said that this might increase even further. And after the war, it will come back to around $70 per barrel.
Shivam, it's interesting.
Right now, it's very expensive.
Yeah, in fact, it reached 120 also per dollar per barrel in between. Now the Brent prices, they keep fluctuating. So as of today, it's 106.7 per barrel. But let's speak about the fuel price hike that's happening in New Delhi. Yeah. In New Delhi, the price, which was
diesel prices,
these are diesel prices, which was 87.67 rupees. Now it's about 90.67 rupees. Again, a 3 rupee approximate hike. Now Mumbai diesel prices have also increased.
Yeah, it was earlier 90.03 and now it's 93.03. Mumbai, expensive now for you also. And for Bangalore earlier it was 90.99 and now it's 93.99. This is the diesel price. And Chennai, let's come to Chennai, 92.39 and now more increase, 95.99 rupees. And now coming to Hyderabad, better placed in diesel, 95.70 and now it is 98.70. This is the diesel price in Hyderabad. Coming to Kolkata, 92.02 and now it's become 95.02. These are the diesel prices for Kolkata.
Yes, diesel prices have also taken a rise. There again, 3 rupees is an average price that has been increased across the nation for both petrol and diesel. But joining us shortly is our colleague.
Yeah, he has joined. We have Mr. P.K. Basu, a senior economist, joining live with us to speak on this issue. Mr. Basu, thanks a lot for your time, and it is high time that there were speculations that there will be a price hike. The governor also spoke about it. Prime Minister already had made an appeal that we should cut our dependence on oil, switch to electric vehicles, reduce our foreign travel. And there were lots of instructions and requests, as you can say. But now, finally, the prices have been increased. Your first reaction to the price increase, sir?
Well, these are fairly modest price increases, just 3 rupees a litre for petrol and diesel. Given the increase in Brent crude prices that we've seen, nearly 70–80% increase, this is a very modest price hike. Some of the burden can be borne by the government because the government can reduce excise duties to reduce the burden on consumers. That's clearly a possibility. That would effectively amount to a small fiscal stimulus at a time like this when the global economy has been hit by a supply shock. So the actual price hike is modest. Unless there are reductions in excise duties, I think we could see more hikes in fuel prices going forward.
You're hinting towards more hikes, sir? Mr. Basu, you're saying that there will be more price hikes in the coming future?
Well, if prices stay as high as they are now, then, Brent crude prices have gone up a lot more. So when Brent goes up, and India is a massive importer of crude oil, there is no option but to hike retail prices of fuel. It's now been nearly 3 months since 2.5 months since the conflict began in West Asia, and the impact of that is being felt globally, and we are no exception. I mean, we cannot pretend that we are unique and won't see any pass-through of the big hikes in world oil prices that have occurred over the past 2.5
Mr. Basu,
months.
also, do you think there are going to be some incentives that are going to be offered when we shift towards EVs, which is electronic vehicles?
Yes, of course, those who have EVs will not feel the pinch at all. I drive an EV in Kolkata, and I'm happy for that. But
you're a
in
responsible
Delhi,
citizen, Mr. Basu.
Well, in Delhi, we have a hybrid. So, anyway, the point is that I think it is prudent for citizens to move towards more sustainable fuel solutions, because we are very dependent on imports for oil. And
Mr. Basu, but that's not
makes a lot of
practical
sense.
also. We cannot have the entire population to be dependent on electric vehicles. Can we do that? No.
If you look at EVs, the proportion of EV sales last year was just about 4.5% of total car sales. So we're at a very early stage of the transition. For India, it makes absolute sense to encourage EVs over time. But of course, we need to ramp up our own production. Tatas and Mahindras have done very well, but we have a long way to go to complete the transition from fuel to EVs. And of course, EVs are a little more expensive to buy, but of course, the maintenance costs are much lower. So, I would urge my fellow citizens to move in the direction of EVs. I mean, it makes
But that's
sense.
a temporary request, sir, that you are making, because even for generating clean energy, it's not as clean as it seems. For generating electricity, you have to run your turbines, your power generation plants, and they need some sort of fuel to generate there. And they also lead to pollution. The pollution was earlier the scenario. Now it's the lack of fuel. How do you think we can switch to sustainable energy, green energy, and that's the way forward for the future? Because it's just because of the Strait of Hormuz being choked, Mr. Basu.
Yes. Now, you're addressing two different issues.
Yeah.
Right now, we are trying to address the issue of the fuel price hike and supply shock that has occurred globally. On the environmental question as well, EVs are much cleaner than using petrol and diesel. Simple. Now, with regard to the environmental issue, since that's a completely different issue, we are, as a nation, moving away from fossil fuels over time. But we have 700 years worth of coal reserves. So we cannot, we cannot shoot ourselves in the foot completely by only using renewables. But yes, if you look at new power plants in India, the vast majority over the last few years have been renewable. So we are doing what we can to make the transition, but it cannot be an abrupt transition. All the developed countries have used coal during their years of rapid economic growth. China does the same. India is also doing the same because we, as a nation, have an abundance of coal. So it would be, for a coal-rich country to move away entirely from coal doesn't make sense. So, those are larger questions. But when you look at the issue of the current global situation, then it makes a lot of sense for consumers
Mr. Basu,
to consider EVs much more.
Yeah, speaking of the global situation, the Brent prices have nearly doubled up. It was about $64 per barrel. Now it's about $106 per barrel after the war situation in West Asia. How do you view that?
Yes, I mean, we're not going to see any rapid moderation in oil price globally, given that the war is not yet over. The blockade in the Straits of Hormuz continues. On the one hand, there's a blockade. On the other, there's a threat by Iran of arbitrarily hitting ships that are passing through the Straits. And so there is a supply shock as a result. The supply of crude oil and gas through a very important waterway, the Straits of Hormuz, has essentially been blocked or severely constrained. So under those circumstances, oil prices are going to stay high for the near term, at least the next few months. There have been releases of strategic oil reserves. For instance, the U.S. has released about 53 million barrels per day from its strategic petroleum reserves. But that really accounts for just over 1 or 2 days worth of global crude oil exports.
Right.
So you cannot, the magnitude of the supply disruption is very difficult to counter, and therefore prices are likely to stay high for the near term.
Right. Thank you so much, Mr. Basu. Thank you for joining us and giving us your point of view. And really appreciate the fact that you're urging the citizens of the country to move in the direction of clean energy and electric vehicles.
Electric vehicle, and Mr. Basu is already driving an electric vehicle. Thanks a lot, Mr. Basu, for your comment on what's happening and the price increase, but it's severely impacting the public. So Mr. Basu was with us for a comment on the rise in the price, the fuel price hike. We also would like to go to our correspondents who are on the ground right now. I'm being told we have Saurav who is joining us from Noida, and now we have Sharda who will be joining from Chennai, Shambhavi joining from Sikar, Rajasthan, and Gursimran who is joining from Jammu.
Right. In fact, my questions are going to be as simple. Yes, there has been a significant price rise, and let's go to Shambhavi. I want to understand from you.
What's the situation?
What is the situation there? And 3 rupees is costlier, the price of a diesel and petrol earlier to what it was just before 6 a.m. today.
See, definitely, because it's a little early in the morning, so there isn't a lot of crowd here at the petrol pump. But one thing we know is that this is definitely going to take a hit at the consumers, the local consumers who use petrol and diesel, because it is around 3.25 hike in petrol and 3.02 rupees a hike in diesel. Although, as you were discussing, that it is going to be easy on the EV riders as well. We are here at one of the petrol pump stations. There you can see there's still a little bit of incoming and outgoing of people here, and although 3 rupees might sound a little meager for a lot of people, but overall when taken as a cumulative price, it definitely will impact a lot. And this is done by oil companies. If you remember, just a few days earlier, there was a cut in the excise tax for the ease of the oil companies, because the price of the crude oil increased. It almost doubled. It was around 100 rupees per barrel, and it has increased even more right now. Until then, there was no increase in the prices. But now, given that this has happened, the prices has increased even more. The price of the crude oil per barrel has increased even more. You can see there is an increase in the price. We are also going to try talking to one of these people and maybe understand how are they feeling about it.
If you can show us the numbers of the pump, if you can show the numbers on the machine, that would help. If you can show the numbers, because there's an increase and how it was earlier and now the price increased, Shambhavi.
Definitely, we will definitely show you the numbers here. I will request my VJ to show you towards the screen of the. As you can see here. Now, this is the prices that has increased, the increased prices of petrol and diesel. And we'll also try to talk to a few people here, although there aren't a lot of people who are very camera friendly here who could talk to us. But definitely they will feel eventually as we move into the door.
Yeah, you can ask the staff when was the declaration given to them. Yeah.
Well, Shivam, the staff is not authorized to speak to us. We tried speaking to them off the camera before we started, but they were not authorized to speak to us, so we cannot ask them to speak to us. But definitely,
stay with us, Shambhavi. Let's go to Gursimran also, who's joining us from Jammu. Gursimran, what's the latest update? And then we'll also have Sharda with us and Saurav with us. We'll go to them also. But Gursimran, coming to you, how do you think it's impacting the citizens of Jammu? And the price increase has been declared early morning, and now commodities are going to be expensive. Now, government has already taken the hit earlier when there was an excise duty cut. Over to you, Gursimran, for the latest.
Shivam, the situation is likewise the same as it is in the rest of the country, and as you have also mentioned that the government has already taken a hit by bringing down the excise duty, and now it is the shocks are being actually transferred to the general public also. Though the price rise that has taken place is not what the people have actually thought. People were actually thinking 5 rupees to 10 rupees. It has been 3 rupees. Now coming to this price rise, this is the price of the premium petrol that was somewhere around 105. That too has risen by 3 rupees and has gone to 108 rupees and 79 paisa. While if you speak of the diesel prices, I'll request Ashu to come here. Here you will see that diesel prices are in display. They are 88 rupees and 31 paisa. Earlier it was 85 rupees and 31 paisa. That is the change that has taken place. Now coming to the price of the petrol, I request Ashu to come this way so that we can also show you that what is the price of the non-premium petrol that in general we people use. It is 99.63. Earlier it was 96.49. So this is the change that has taken place since early this morning at around 6. The people here, they were notified that the change is going to take place, and then this change has taken place. We'll try to speak to the people here. हाँ, मुझे बताइए ये प्राइस जो है ये कब से बढ़े हैं, कितने बजे यहाँ पे ये नोटिफाई हुए थे, ये जो चेंज प्राइसेस सुबह 6 बजे से 12 बजे रात के 12 बजे से ये खुद ब खुद चेंज हो गया था. So it was at around 12 midnight. These are the people who have been here since last midnight. They said that at 12, the exact change of price has taken place. And now the people are coming to get themselves refilled, and they are getting to know that the price change has taken place. Though the hit is not that massive, but also the people are prepared somewhat mentally also with the Prime Minister's appeal that the situation is not going to be very smooth in days to come.
Then we also have Sharda joining with us from Chennai. Sharda, what's the latest there? Because this has been a sudden fuel increase there, and it will be severely impacting the public there. And because there already has been a cut on the excise duty, and now this price increase. However, I would like to highlight the very fact, as spoken by the economists also, Nayan, that we are still better placed comparatively to our neighboring countries and also the countries across the globe who are severely impacted because of the ongoing West Asia conflict. Over to you, Sharda.
Well, Shivam, after the conflict, the prices of the LPG gas, the conventional gas, including the cooking gas cylinder has been increased today. We saw a price hike in both petrol and diesel. I can see the petrol bunk here. It's seemingly to be empty because the people are not yet hit by the numbers, to say frankly. They know that there's a price increase, but they're not very sure if this 3 rupees will bring a huge impact. As we speak, it's for one person, 1 litre, 3 rupees. Might not seem huge, but on the whole, if the price hikes continues every day like how it did like the last 5 years, there's a possibility that the petrol and diesel price might reach rupees 30 per litre more. In that case, we can feel the people might feel the difficulties in the price hike in the petrol and diesel. As you can see the screens, it said from 100 to 103 in the day's time. So meanwhile, the Tamil Nadu government has also made sure that in the last 5 years, whenever there was a price hike, the DMK government, which in the past, made sure to reduce the price and pay it for the people to the central government. So now, what is the TVK government going to do? Because otherwise, our price, which was generally at 105 with an increase, should be at 108 right now. So the 5 rupees hike was taken over by the previous DMK government. So we have to wait and watch if the newly formed TVK government under Chief Minister Vijay will be taking over the burden of the people on paying this extra hike, or is it going to be on the people's head to take over this hike? Because as we speak, the hike is going to be increasing in the coming days as well, because there's a lot of issues going on in the international waters, including the Strait of Hormuz being closed for easy access of the petrol and gas to be transferred from the Middle East to India. In that case, Chennai will face a lot of trouble. One of the main metropolitan cities, Chennai, uses the amount of vehicles and the amount of petrol used in a month is very high. In that case, if the price hike continues, continues, will the government take an action? Will the state government be supporting the people to make sure that the price hike does not hurt them directly, Shubham?
Let's go for a quick reaction to Saurabh also.
Saurabh, right. Our correspondent Saurabh has joined us from Noida. Saurabh, 6 o'clock or 12 o'clock in the night, we're still unsure what time did the price really change, but how is it impacting the lives of common people, and 3 rupees costlier? What is the current situation in Noida as we speak?
Yes, the current situation in Noida is worse, as the people are even not sure that how much this will impact their lives, their daily budget. As a 3 rupees hike do not seem much, but if we calculate that in a whole month, if a person uses 1 litre petrol daily, it can cost up to 1,000 rupees a month. This is a massive increase for a common man. And now the petrol, we also spoke to the manager of the petrol pump, which is situated in Noida Sector 18. He told us that the price hike was notified by the companies in the morning itself at around 5:55 a.m. when there is an automated system of the prices, that how much daily prices of the petrol should be. And in that system, when they checked in the morning, the prices automatically showed that the 3 rupees has risen, and now the petrol prices in the national capital stands at 97.77 paisa. And the diesel prices now stands at 90 rupees 0.77 paisa. These prices were automatically generated on the system, and now they are showing on the screens of every machine which is situated at the petrol pump.
Saurabh, thank you so much for joining and giving us all of those updates. But I think it's time to slip into a short
Short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. We'll keep continuing our coverage on the fuel price hike, which has been reported across the country, a 3 rupees hike, and also a hike in the CNG prices. Coming up after a short commercial break.
Price rise in diesel prices and
also our top focus, Prime Minister Narendra Modi on a 5-nation tour.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के भोपोई तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी, because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation.
All right, viewers, these are the visuals of Prime Minister Narendra Modi on the 5-nation tour, and these are the latest visual coming in on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, Prime Minister Narendra Modi embarking on a 6-day 5-nation tour, and PM Modi leaving for UAE shortly. And on your screens, ladies and gentlemen,
this is convoy.
He is coming, is near the tarmac, and he is going to his aircraft, and now he is on a tour.
And first he will be reaching UAE. That's his first country destination. That's his convoy reaching the tarmac, and he's expected to shortly board for a flight to UAE.
Yeah, these are the live visuals coming in from New Delhi of Prime Minister Narendra Modi boarding his plane. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi is set to undertake a 6-day visit to UAE, then the Netherlands, Sweden, Norway and Italy to further deepen India's bilateral ties amidst the ongoing geopolitical upheavals now. And this is the first destination is, as Nayan spoke, it will be UAE, where he will be meeting President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan. And the aim is to advance the bilateral comprehensive strategic partnership and exchange views on the West Asian conflict.
Right. Also to boost trade and to enhance cooperation in energy, in technology and in green growth amid the global uncertainties. Now, the key meeting, the tour is going to start with UAE. He's, of course, going to be meeting President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, and also to discuss, like Shivam rightly said, the bilateral comprehensive partnership. After that, he's going to be heading to Norway, and in his final leg, he'll head to Italy.
Yeah, definitely. And the key focus, especially coming from Mr. Modi's trip to UAE, will be to enhance India's energy security, as per the authoritative sources. Big development. The visit comes days after UAE announced quitting the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, or OPEC, a major grouping of world's top oil exporters. Live visuals coming in on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. And we'll get you all the latest updates on this too, but also a top focus story today. The fuel prices have been hiked for petrol, diesel and CNG. We'll bring you the latest and ground reports for this after a short commercial break.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी डिबेट यानी विवाद भारत विवाद नहीं संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन इसमें भरोसा लगता है
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा
A team. That team will create many things. It will change Kerala. It will be a new era. A new Kerala. That is our target.
In a major development in Kerala, Congress leader V.D. Satishan has been chosen as the new Chief Minister of the state. After days of intense speculation by the Congress High Command, V.D. Satishan has finally emerged as the face of the new government.
Accordingly, the Congress President has held extensive discussions with the chairperson of the Congress Parliamentary Party, leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, the AICC observers who had met with the newly elected MLAs on May 7th, 2026, and many other leaders from the state, including MPs, former PCC presidents, have also been consulted. Based on all these discussions, it has been decided that Shri V.D. Satishan be appointed as the leader of the CLP.
A veteran politician and a 5-time MLA of the Paravur Ernakulam district, V.D. Satishan is no stranger to Kerala's political scenes. Known for his sharp debating skills and strong organizational abilities, Satishan has steadily risen through the ranks over the last 3 decades.
The Honorable High Command has made a very vibrant choice in announcing the Chief Minister of Kerala. For the past 5 years, as the opposition leader of Kerala, Sri V.D. Satishan, have led the battle and attained a huge victory against a 10-year LDF rule. Whatever issues have been raised inside and outside the assembly was always commendable. And it was the emotion of the people of Kerala, it was the desire of the people of Kerala, it was the expectation of the people of Kerala that V.D. Satishan should become the Chief Minister. And the High Command has truly accepted that mandate of making him the Chief Minister.
He was born in a modern...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
morning. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. As global energy prices surge due to Iran war, we see that the petrol and diesel prices have been hiked by ₹3 per litre. We'll get to all those details, the analysis, the impact, everything you need to know. But the headlines first. Let's get started.
Brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
India feels the heat. Fuel prices hiked across India. Diesel and petrol prices increased by ₹3 per litre in metro cities. CNG prices goes up by ₹2. PM Modi embarks on a high-stakes 5-nation tour. Energy, defense and technology in focus. PM to land in the UAE. High-scale corruption uncovered. Funds meant for athletes routed to bureaucrats, pools, clubs and colonies. CBI intensifies probe over NEET leaks case. 2 more accused arrested. Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan chairs high-level meeting over NEET paper leak. Retest decision likely today. Delhi High Court Justice Swarna Kanta Sharma issues notice to criminal of contempt of court against Arvind Kejriwal. Viewers, after days of anticipation, the centre has now hiked the fuel and diesel prices. So the prices have gone up. We also have a city-wise data for you, which we'll put out on our screens in a short while from now. Now, in multiple cities, diesel has become ₹3 costlier. For example, in New Delhi, is now selling at 90.67 per litre. In Mumbai, diesel prices have risen by 3.11 to reach 93.14 per litre. In Kolkata, diesel prices have increased by 3.11 and the new rate stands at 95.13. Chennai, diesel has reached 95.47 per litre, marking an increase of 3.08. Noida, diesel prices have witnessed a significant jump, 3.50, bringing the cost to 91.31 per litre. In Bengaluru, diesel has become 3.11 rupees more expensive, standing at 94.10 per litre. Bhubaneswar, diesel has seen an increase of 3.56 with the new price now at 96.11 per litre. CNG prices have also risen by ₹2. So you will see on your screens different cities, what the fuel and diesel price was earlier and now what the fuel and diesel prices are now. So the earlier comparison, the comparisons are on your screens. City-wise, Hyderabad, Mumbai, Kolkata, all the top cities, the prices have now gone up and their revised petrol price rates and revised diesel price rates that you are seeing. Okay, so Brent crude has also surged, viewers. That is also one of the top updates we're getting for our viewers. Brent crude has surged. Brent crude prices have been at record high in the wake of the US, Israel and Iran war, which began on Feb 28 this year. The Brent oil prices have been hovering over $100 per barrel as the US and Iran are attempting to mediate for a long-term ceasefire in the region. Okay, let's go straight across to my colleagues. I'm being joined by Shankar, Shardha and Lalit. All three of our reporters are joining us live. Let's go across to them. Okay, Shankar is there, Lalit is there, and I can also see Shardha. Let's go first to my colleague Shankar. Shankar, what is the situation looking like there? Now, we understand that because of the new petrol and diesel prices, that will significantly impact the consumers directly. What is the ground situation right now?
Yes, the fuel prices have been increased across India and also in Kerala. So we have 3 different prices now in Kerala. In Trivandrum, the price of petrol for 1 litre is ₹110.75 rupees, but in Cochin it is 108.78. And whereas in Calicut, it is 10.9.7. At the same time, the diesel prices have also increased. It is 99.63 rupees is the price in Trivandrum, but in Kochi, it is 97.67 rupees, and in Calicut, it is 98.63. Apart from this, there have been an increase in the price of CNG and the premium petrol. So when I spoke to the consumers and even the petrol pump operators, I came to know that the hike in fuel came abruptly. You know, there was no announcement that there were rumors days ago, but without any announcement, the prices have been increased overnight, and that too abruptly, and it provided no room for the consumers to fill their tanks before the hike comes in. So there was a rush of customers very late at night. But by the time when the consumers reached the petrol pumps, the prices have already been increased. Now I'm standing in a petrol pump in the heart of the city in Thiruvananthapuram. They say after the hike, the rush of customers has come down due to unknown reasons. Usually, this petrol pump near Vikas Bhavan in Thiruvananthapuram city sees a rush of customers in the morning. But today, it is not visible. The reason for this is unknown. But they are perplexed by seeing the limited number of customers today morning. But yesterday, there were some issues at the petrol pump that some petrol pumps operators imposed some restrictions in selling the fuels. You know, they imposed one person can buy petrol worth rupees 5,000, and diesel can be sold up to 200 liters to one person. That was the restriction imposed yesterday by some petrol pump operators, and it led to some clashes in Kerala, and there were some social media posts which said you know, the Kerala is the only state in the country where some sort of restrictions have been imposed in advance, even before the prices have been hiked. And in some places, people, you know, some private parties started storing petrol in large numbers, huge quantities, and that was the reason why these petrol pump operators imposed such a restriction to avoid them storing
Absolutely. Yes.
petrol
Shankar,
in huge
hold on
quantity.
for a second there, Shankar. I really want you to hold on because we have our other colleagues too. So Shankar was in Thiruvananthapuram. Now I will go across to my colleague Lalit, who is in Chandigarh. Lalit, I have the prices here of Chandigarh. So right now, petrol price is at 97.77 and the diesel price is at 90.67. These are the prices for Chandigarh. These are revised rates, which I was reading out. Yes, Lalit.
Shivangi, if we talk about the hike in the petrol and diesel, now it has been increased by 3 rupees per litre. Right now, we are standing in Sector 3 petrol pump. It is close to the Secretariat, the Vidhan Sabha and the High Court. And you can itself see the rush here in the morning of the local customers who can be seen filling up the petrol in their vehicles. So these are the visuals of Sector 3 petrol pump. If you talk about the hike and the revised rates of petrol in Chandigarh now, it stands for 97.27. And if you talk about the rate of diesel, it is 85.28. So the revised rates have increased by ₹3 per litre. So when we had a word with the customers, they are saying that it is somehow impacting their pocket, as from the past couple of months, the way first the gold prices have risen. After that, there was a rise in the price of milk in Punjab. That is the Verka per packet per kg has been increased by ₹2. And after that now, the hike of petrol and diesel per litre by ₹3. So it is somehow impacting the pocket of the common public, and the whole price as per the center is because of the Middle East crisis which is going on from the past 4 months, and its impact is now clearly visible in India after the petrol and the diesel price has been hiked. So the common people are the main sufferers. They are saying that somehow the Middle East conflict has put a pressure in their pockets. Back to the studio.
That is right, Lalit. Let's go straight across to my colleague now. I think we'll go across to Sharda, who's joining us live from Chennai. Yes, Sharda, coming across to you. I'm looking at the numbers for Chennai. So right now, the petrol price has risen by 2.83. Diesel price risen by 2.86. That is not as much as the other cities. However, it is still a significant increase. Yes, Sharda.
Well, Shivangi, right now, as you said, after the rise, the petrol stand is 103 and the diesel at 96. But what we have to look here is the previous DMK government had taken the burden of paying certain amount of the petrol price increase to the central government directly. So the petrol and the diesel prices were very much low in the state of Tamil Nadu. Now, after today's increase, we have to wait and watch if the TVK government is going to take that burden and continue as well. Because the promise made by M.K. Stalin, the former chief minister, was that the petrol price would not increase more than 100 rupees, and he agreed to take the burden if the petrol price is increasing more than 100 rupees 100. Now, with the change in the state government, will the TVK government under Chief Minister Vijay will be taking that burden and would be paying whatever the extra hike that has been implemented by the central government. So now, today as we speak, right now the petrol price that the consumer is paying is 103. But if the DMK government had not stepped in the previous year, we would have stood at 108. So comparatively very high into the other states. But with the state government taking the burden, we have reduced. So now we have to see whether there's a change in this as well, whether is the state government going to take the burden, is going to continue what the DMK government had set right in, or whether it's going to be a complete whole new different pricing structure that's going to be bought in for the petrol, diesel and other fuel. We have to wait and watch if this hike is going to be a very crucial stage to look at for the newly formed state government as well.
That's right. Okay, let's go straight across to my colleague. Okay, we have with us Saurav as well. We have Shambhavi from Sikar. Let's go straight across to Shambhavi. Rajasthan, yes. What is happening there in Rajasthan? What are the prices looking like in Rajasthan?
Well, definitely, let me show you the prices. Let us start first with the diesel. Diesel was originally leveled at somewhere around 90 rupees, but we are going to show you at the screen. It is now at around 94 rupees, so there is a hike of around 3.21 rupees for that matter in the diesel. As you can see on the screen, it's showing 94.07 per litre. It was earlier 90 point some rupees. We'll also show you the increase in the petrol very quickly. And this has come after our Prime Minister has already appealed to use fuel judiciously, to make sure that they use they buy the gold judiciously. They do not involve in buying gold or go abroad to travel. Let me show you what is the situation of the petrol here. The petrol prices is risen to 108.90 from 104.71 rupees. So there is an increase of around 3 rupees, some paisa in both diesel and petrol. And you can see people trying to, again, this has caught people off guard because they were told that we have things under control. Even the government had cut down the excise duty on the crude oil, given that the price rose from 64 rupees, around 65 rupees to 100 rupees per barrel. And it has increased even more now, almost doubled in the original price. So that it could absorb some of the shock that the oil companies will be facing. But now this, you can see, is a direct repercussion of the increase in the crude oil in the international market that is going to hit as inflation to the normal consumers, to the normal people who consume or who use diesel and petrol. And this is the situation after the Prime Minister's appeal. Now, the people also here know somebody. You're talking to them off the camera. They were not all of them are very camera friendly. But this has caught them off guard. They did not expect that. They will be expecting such rises. So they are quickly filling up their tanks as much as possible so that if the price takes a further hit, that does not affect them as much. Back to you, Shivangi.
All right. Okay, let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. I think let's go to Saurabh. Saurabh, where are you right now? Okay, he's in Delhi NCR, and just talking about Delhi NCR, specifically Noida, diesel prices have witnessed a very big jump when we talk about Noida. And speaking about Delhi, of course, there has been a significant jump as well. New Delhi prices have become 3 rupees costlier, and Noida has also seen a huge jump. Yes, Saurabh, what is happening in the Delhi NCR region?
Yes, Shivangi, in Noida, currently we are present at Noida Sector 18 petrol pump, and as you can see that there is a massive petrol price hike here, and the petrol and diesel have been risen by ₹3, and now the total amount of the petrol which a person has to spend for a litre now stands at 97.77 rupees here in the Noida. And the same case is with the Delhi national capital also. There also, we have witnessed ₹3 price hike. And now this comes at a time when the government is maintaining that they are in a comfortable position. India is in a comfortable position, and India has a reserve of 60 days of the crude oil. And as far as the LPG is concerned, we have the reserve of 45 days of the LPG. And now we are witnessing a massive price hike on the rate of the petrol and diesel in Delhi NCR and Noida. And this comes at a time when there is a war going on, and there is a huge stress on the Strait of Hormuz. There is a currently blockage due to which the whole global energy infrastructure is under stress. And because of this, the oil companies have increased the prices in several cities and metro cities in India on the morning of May 15th. And currently, the people are trying to adjust with the new price hikes, which they are witnessing when they are reaching the petrol pumps from their homes to get their tanks filled so that they can move to their offices and to their respective locations. However, currently, the petrol pumps have increased the prices, and the oil companies were currently under a lot of stress even after the excise duty cut by the government on the crude oil. According to the sources, all the oil companies which are operating in India were reporting a loss of ₹1,000 crore every day. And to reduce the stress, now they have increased the prices of the petrol and diesel by
all right, Saurabh,
in every city.
Absolutely. I thank all our reporters. I thank Shankar, Sunanthapuram, Sikar, Shambhavi. I thank you, Saurabh, Delhi NCR, and thank you, Lalit, from Chandigarh, taking some reactions which are coming in. We're getting a lot of reactions. Let's take a look at some of the reactions from political leaders as the diesel and petrol prices have been hiked. We're getting some reactions. Let's play them out.
पिछले 3 साल से लगभग जो युद्ध चल रहा है दुनिया में, बहुत सारा संकट दूसरे देशों में आया है। माननीय मोदी जी ने हमारे ऊपर आँच आने नहीं दिए थे, केवल गैस का दाम बढ़ा था। लेकिन ये सब जानते थे कि कब बढ़ेगा, तो बढ़ना जितना कम से कम बढ़ाया है। ऑयल कंपनियां सारी नुकसान में चल रही है, हजारों लाखों करोड़ उनको नुकसान हो चुकी है, लेकिन उसका भी सीमा होता है। तो जितना मिनिमम बढ़ाना चाहिए सरकार उतना बढ़ाए। पिछले 3 साल से लगभग जो युद्ध चल रहा है दुनिया में, बहुत सारा संकट दूसरे देशों में आया है। माननीय मोदी जी ने हमारे ऊपर आँच आने नहीं दिए थे, केवल गैस का दाम बढ़ा था। लेकिन ये सब जानते थे कि कब बढ़ेगा, तो बढ़ना जितना कम से कम बढ़ाया है। ऑयल कंपनियां सारी नुकसान में चल रही है, हजारों लाखों करोड़ उनको नुकसान हो चुकी है, लेकिन उसका भी सीमा होता है। तो जितना मिनिमम बढ़ाना चाहिए सरकार उतना बढ़ाए।
And viewers are taking a short break. Do not go anywhere. PM Modi is embarking on a high-stakes 5-nation tour. Energy, defense and technology will be in focus. Prime Minister Modi will be landing in the UAE shortly. Stay tuned. We will continue to be live and breaking here on India's #1 news network, Republic.
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है।
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ। 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
Build a team. That team will create many things. It will change Kerala. It will be a new era, a new Kerala. That is our target.
In a major development in Kerala, Congress leader V.D. Satishan has been chosen as the new Chief Minister of the state. After days of intense speculation by the Congress High Command, V.D. Satishan has finally emerged as the face of the new government.
Accordingly, the Congress President has held extensive discussions with the chairperson of the Congress Parliamentary Party, leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, the AICC observers who had met with the newly elected MLAs on May 7th, 2026, and many other leaders from the state, including MPs, former PCC presidents, have also been consulted. Based on all these discussions, it has been decided that Shri V.D. Satishan be appointed as the leader of the CLP.
A veteran politician and a 5-time MLA of the Paravur Ernakulam district, V.D. Satishan is no stranger to Kerala's political scenes. Known for his sharp debating skills and strong organizational abilities, Satishan has steadily risen through the ranks over the last 3 decades.
The Honorable High Command has made a very vibrant choice in announcing the Chief Minister of Kerala. For the past 5 years, as the opposition leader of Kerala, Sri V.D. Satishan, have led the battle and attained a huge victory against a 10-year LDF rule. Whatever issues have been raised inside and outside the assembly was always commendable. And it was the emotion of the people of Kerala, it was the desire of the people of Kerala, it was the expectation of the people of Kerala that V.D. Satishan should become the Chief Minister. And the High Command has truly accepted that mandate of making him the Chief Minister.
He was born in a modest family in Netur and entered active politics during his student days, where he made his name as a powerful orator. His consistent victories from the Paravur constituency showed his strong connect with the people.
Vinos.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के भोपोई तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
Character, the taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Build a team. That team will create many things. It will change Kerala. It will be a new era. A new Kerala. That is our target.
In a major development in Kerala, Congress leader V.D. Satishan has been chosen as the new Chief Minister of the state. After days of intense speculation by the Congress High Command, V.D. Satishan has finally emerged as the face of the new government.
Accordingly, the Congress President has held extensive discussions with the chairperson of the Congress Parliamentary Party, leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, the AICC observers who had met with the newly elected MLAs on May 7th, 2026, and many other leaders from the state, including MPs, former PCC presidents, have also been consulted. Based on all these discussions, it has been decided that Shri V.D. Satishan be appointed as the leader of the CLP.
A veteran politician and a 5-time MLA of the Paravur Ernakulam district, V.D. Satishan is no stranger to Kerala's political scenes. Known for his sharp debating skills and strong organizational abilities, Satishan has steadily risen through the ranks over the last 3 decades.
The Honorable High Command has made a very vibrant
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
India feels the heat. Fuel prices hiked across India. Diesel and petrol prices increased by ₹3 per litre in metro cities. CNG prices go up by ₹2 per kilogram. PM Modi embarks on high-stakes 5-nation tour. Energy, defense and technology in focus. PM to land in UAE. High-scale corruption uncovered. Funds meant for athletes routed to bureaucrats, pools, clubs and colonies. Now, CBI intensifies probe over the NEET leak case. 2 more accused arrested. Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan chairs high-level meet over NEET paper leak. Reset decision likely today. Delhi High Court Justice Swarnakanta Sharma issued notice of criminal contempt of court against Arvind Kejriwal. It is the second day of President Donald Trump's visit to China, and Trump is in China meeting President Xi Jinping. Now, the second day has started, and of course, great talks have also emerged. Now, this is the final round of talks that are going to be taking place between the two presidents, and it is going to then wrap up his state visit to Beijing. Now, these are visuals on your television screen from the conversation. Now, what happened in yesterday's talks was there was, of course, a grand welcome for Trump as he arrived at the Great Hall of People. In his opening remarks, President Xi called the US to be partners, not rivals. And there were references that were made to overcoming the Thucydides trap. In fact, Trump told Xi that it was his honor to be his friend. We have with us Ravinder Sachdev, who is our guest, and he is a foreign affairs expert who's joining us on call right now. Ravinder, my question to you is this is a culmination. These two-day visits was a big event. It was looked at from all eyes across the world. These leaders sat down for discussions. There was, there was contentious. They spoke on a lot of issues, right from Iran to the conflict to the trade and technology. What do you think is the summary that one can take back from this event?
Thank you. A pleasure to be with you. I think the summary we can take back is firstly that Xi Jinping, in his opening remarks, laid out a pretty blunt statement for Trump, saying that we need to be cooperating, and the issue of Taiwan we have to handle very carefully. That was, I think, quite a blunt statement out there by Xi Jinping. So that's one. Other than that, yes, it has been nice optics, nice opto politics, let's say. Trump wants to primarily score on the issue of trade and economy. And he is focusing on apparently 5 Bs, which is Boeing, beef, and beans, the sales of these from America to China, as well as 2 more Bs. One is a board of trade to be set up, and also a board of investment to be set up. So what they're trying to do is, in a way, there are many contentious issues, as you said, between the two nations on matters of trade, technology denial, tariffs, etc., etc. All of those would be then, bundled up, or all of those would be put into the bucket of the board of trade, which would then be, addressing those issues. Then there's supposed to be a board of investment in which Trump is seeking or pushing for China to invest up to $1 trillion in America. So these are the 5 Bs.
This is interesting because right now the Prime Minister is on a 5-nation tour across across UAE all the way up till Sweden and Italy. It's interesting that this tour has come at a time when the two presidents are meeting. What does it mean for the energy security for us, and what do you think are the key takeaways for of this event that took place in China?
If talking about Prime Minister's visit, I think that's a separate one. But energy security right now, the Iran crisis remains, right? Trump says that he does not want China's help, but behind the doors when they're talking, they do want China to press down or pressurize Iran to come to a ceasefire, open up the Hormuz Strait. But apart from that, talking about the Prime Minister's visit, I think the Prime Minister's visit right now, when he's starting today, especially to the UAE, is extremely important for 2 reasons of energy security. One, the UAE has walked out of the OPEC. When UAE was a part of OPEC, its daily quota was 3.2 million barrels a day that it could export. UAE has production capability of up to about 4.8 million barrels a day, which it was not being able to harness. So one thing that we would be looking at, I think, in the long term, once the Strait of Hormuz opens up, because sure, that is one hurdle there, but UAE-India relations in terms of energy security will be ramped up, I think, that UAE has now extra capacity to sell when Hormuz opens up. We need to diversify our sources, or let's say we need to buy from sources which are more predictable, okay, and more friendly towards us.
Right.
The UAE has been emerging as a very strategic partner with India. So that would be one focus of Prime Minister Modi's visit. Secondly, I would say in this, you see,
Mr. Ravinder,
I mean,
I would want you to stay, stay with us and not go anywhere, because we're quickly going to delve into this wonderful report where the US President Donald Trump has met Chinese President Xi Jinping in a high-stakes summit centered on trade. So let's quickly delve into that, and please stay with us. Now, this trade is going to be centered around trade, around tariffs, around Taiwan, around rare earths and global supply chain. Now, with all of the big leaders and, meeting up in China, these are visuals where they went to the Temple of Heaven, and these are visuals from Beijing, live on your television screen right now. Now, meanwhile, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is embarking on a 5-nation visit. He is set to visit the UAE, Netherlands, Sweden, and Norway, and Italy from the 15th of May till the 20th of May 2026. Now, all of this is happening to enhance India's strategic partnership in trade, in technology, and energy innovation and green growth. Now, all of this is to bolster ties with Europe and the Gulf region. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will begin the tour with a visit to the UAE today, which is the 15th of May, and India and UAE will be holding delegation-level bilateral talks, followed by which PM Modi will be hosted by the UAE President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed. For lunch, later today, PM will leave from UAE and head to Netherlands for the next leg of his trip. Now, this agenda of the tour will have different countries will have different agendas, like Netherlands will focus on green hydrogen, strategic water partnership. Now, this is focusing only on Netherlands, but as we go to other countries like the UAE, then it's going to be centered around energy. Sweden, it's going to review the bilateral talks and the AI emerging technologies. But Ravinder, thank you so much, Mr. Sachdev, for staying with us. This is interesting. This whole visit has come at a crucial time where not just two big, one emerging superpower, one established superpower is meeting, and India is kind of navigating its way to secure its own energy supplies. Your take on that?
You're so right. I mean, keep aside one existing superpower, emerging superpower, China and India. At present, all nations are seeking out, their interests. The old world order is collapsing, crumbling. There is a new world matrix which is under construction. In this new world matrix, all countries are doing a recalculus of their core strategic needs. As far as Prime Minister Modi's visit is concerned to the Nordic countries, actually there's a Nordic forum which I think happens every 4 years, so he's going there for that forum. Europe is in a peculiar situation also. Europe is being, scorned by America. Europe does not want to go along with China. Europe is looking for partners. And for Europe, India is one potential very strong, very big partner, both in terms of the market, of course, in terms of market and trade.
Right.
So the Nordic countries are very good. And remember, these countries, they have some of the largest sovereign funds. The Norwegian sovereign fund is one of the world's largest sovereign fund. So investments also into India, that would be Prime Minister Modi's objective. Stepping back, however, I think one of the most critically viewed and eyed would be the stopover in the Emirates, at Dubai or Abu Dhabi, the meeting with the Arab Emirates, because Arab Emirates is right now, within the Gulf nations also, UAE is starting to chart its own course.
Right.
UAE is getting closer to Israel, much closer to Israel and America. And UAE has been very aggressive towards Iran also. In fact, in the Iran war, UAE aircraft also participated, right? At the same time, UAE has been unhappy with Saudi Arabia. They have their own rivalry also between the Saudis and the Emiratis, right? And Emirates has moved away from OPEC. Now it wants.
Mr. Ravindra,
Yeah.
let's keep the focus on PM Modi's whole intention, where the mission is for energy security. Let's really stick on that and how this whole. But hold up, we've got a big breaking news that's coming in. Mr. Ravindra, please stay with us. The NTA has now announced that NEET re-examination date is going to be given. It is now going to be held on the 21st of June. Now, as per the last conversation, it was said and announced that it's going to be the toughest ever NEET exam. And now the re-examination dates are out, which is the 21st of June 2026. It's going to happen on a Sunday, and this by far is going to be one of the toughest NEET exam papers that are going to take place. NEET re-exam is going to take place on the 21st of June. The NTA has finally announced the re-examination dates. It is going to happen on the 21st of June, and now after the much, how the CBI handled this situation, there's not going to be any fresh registration or fees that is going to be required for this new exam that's going to take place. Now, as we know that the May 3rd exam was cancelled, but now the new examination dates are out. They're going to be on the 21st of June. I have my colleague Shivam with us. Shivam, the CBI today, it was known that 2 more people were arrested in relation to this case. And now these fresh dates are finally out, and the NTA kind of declared that this is going to be the toughest exam that's now going to happen. Now, there's also something that I read, that no fresh registration fees will be required for this new exam. Your take?
Yeah, definitely no fresh payment of fees will be required in this case for re-examination, because the NTA made a very huge mistake, and this is not the first time that they are making a huge mistake. This is the second time they have made such a mistake. And now, because there was pressure on the NTA chief also, NTA director also, who spoke exclusively to Republic also, and he said that he takes the ownership or the responsibility that wrong has been done, and because it's the matter of more than millions of students who are involved in here, those who give this examination, and they were devastated, they were shocked, and now we have this very big breaking news development, because there were high-level meetings that were taking place at the Office of Education Minister, and now we have the latest update where 21st June is the date. Sunday it is, 21st June 2026 for the re-examination, for the re-exam of NEET UG 2026. Now, we must remember the very fact that it is the time when students go to counselling, and so there was pressure on the NTA also, on the government also, to declare the re-examination schedule very fast. Now, there were early talks, there were speculations that this will be declared in the next 7 to 10 days, but now it has been declared. So it is a very big development. This is an official post by the NTA, which is the National Testing Agency, which conducts the NEET examination, and 21st June is the day, because you cannot prolong it, you cannot delay it for a very long time, and students will have to appear. They are already prepared.
Also, this is also a time where the faith needs to be restored back in the institution, because, the trust of the students has kind of shaken over the years.
Yeah, definitely, the trust of the students have been broken, and we were the only channel which showed the chats, the live chats, there were many groups, and then if you look at the history that we have covered, our reporters on ground broke the news first. We were the first to cover the story, and we revealed the exclusive chats which were happening, and they were the groups that were there, and we also had the graphics. We'll play it in a short while, where they were openly chatting amongst each other, and they were claiming that those who don't buy this NEET examination paper from us, they are not going to pass this examination, because this is going to be very difficult. So the level of corruption, the level of the paper leak is humongous, huge, and the magnitude earlier some people bought the paper for 30 lakhs, some bought it for 25 lakhs, some bought it for 15 lakhs, and then they were trying to make profit with the number of sets that they had, the booklets that they had. They kept on selling, and it is a wide scale corruption case where the booklets they had the booklets in various sets also, and now it was a paper leak on a very massive scale, and hence the NTA, after knowing about the big revelation after we broke the story, now they have decided to go for the re-examination, and now the dates have been announced.
And thank you for all of those updates. But we also have Shambhavi, our colleague, joining us to give us more updates on this. Shambhavi, late last night, which is Thursday, the Union Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan chaired the first high-level strategy meeting with top education and testing officials to map out the way forward. And now the dates for 21st June have come out. What is your understanding? 22 lakh students are going to be reappearing. Your take and your understanding on the situation.
Well, definitely around lakhs and lakhs of students, they have received a very unfortunate news just days before that the NEET exam, which was conducted on 3rd of May, was cancelled, and now the date has been released of 21st June. These people, these students will be appearing for the NEET 2026 exam once again on 21st of June. We know that this case has drawn a lot of attention. Even the PMO was keeping an eye on this. There was several high-level meetings which was conducted with the NT officials, as well as the Government of India, as well as SOG and as the CBI. And we also know that the investigation has been officially handed over to CBI, where CBI is investigating more than 135 individuals. They're questioning. Several arrests have been made. These people have been presented before the court as well. Remand has been given. A lot has already happened in this case. And now the students will be sitting for exam for NEET 2026 on 21st of June. Back to you.
Right. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's time to slip into a short break, but please stay with us as we will come back for more information. But right now, it's a time for a short break. Don't go anywhere, because coming up, PM Modi embarks on a high-stakes 5-nation tour. Energy, defense and technology are in focus. PM Modi to land in UAE.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद। भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा लगता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा सिंह। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिंह।
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
Build a team. That team will create many things. It will change Kerala. It will be a new era, a new Kerala. That is our target.
In a major development in Kerala, Congress leader V.D. Satishan has been chosen as the new Chief Minister of the state. After days of intense speculation by the Congress High Command, V.D. Satishan has finally emerged as the face of the new government.
Accordingly, the Congress President has held extensive discussions with the chairperson of the Congress Parliamentary Party, leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, the AICC observers who had met with the newly elected MLAs, on May 7th, 2026, and many other leaders from the state, including MPs, former PCC presidents, have also been consulted. Based on all these discussions, it has been decided that Shri V.D. Satishan be appointed as the leader of the CLP.
A veteran politician and a 5-time MLA of the Paravur Ernakulam district, V.D. Satishan is no stranger to Kerala's political scenes. Known for his sharp debating skills and strong organizational abilities, Satishan has steadily risen through the ranks over the last 3 decades.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है।
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है, ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Build a team. That team will create many things. It will change Kerala. It will be a new era. A new Kerala. That is our target.
In a major development in Kerala, Congress leader V.D. Satishan has been chosen as the new Chief Minister of the state. After days of intense speculation by the Congress High Command, V.D. Satishan has finally emerged as the face of the new government.
Accordingly, the Congress President has held extensive discussions with the chairperson of the Congress Parliamentary Party, leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, the AICC observers who had met with the newly elected MLAs on May 7th, 2026, and many other leaders from the state, including MPs, former PCC presidents, have also been consulted. Based on all these discussions, it has been decided that Shri V.D. Satishan be appointed as the leader of the CLP.
A veteran politician and a 5-time MLA of the Paravur Ernakulam district, V.D. Satishan is no stranger to Kerala's political scenes. Known for his sharp debating skills and strong organizational abilities, Satishan has steadily risen through the ranks over the last 3 decades.
The Honorable High Command has made a very vibrant choice in announcing the Chief Minister of Kerala. For the past 5 years, as the opposition leader of Kerala, Sri V.D. Satishan, have led the battle and attained a huge victory against a 10-year LDF rule. Whatever issues have been raised inside and outside the assembly was always commendable. And it was the emotion of the people of Kerala, it was the desire of the people of Kerala, it was the expectation of the people of Kerala that V.D. Satishan should become the Chief Minister. And the High Command has truly accepted that mandate of making him the Chief Minister.
He was born in a modest family in Netur and entered active politics during his student days, where he made his name as a powerful orator. His consistent victories from the Paravur constituency showed his strong connect with the people.
अरे मेरे राजा।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने RSS को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप RSS के भोपोई तो हैं। RSS का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Build a team. That team will create many things. It will change Kerala. It will be a new era. A new Kerala. That is our target.
In a major development in Kerala, Congress leader V.D. Satishan has been chosen as the new Chief Minister of the state. After days of intense speculation by the Congress High Command, V.D. Satishan has finally emerged as the face of the new government.
Accordingly, the Congress President has held extensive discussions with the chairperson of the Congress Parliamentary Party, leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, the AICC observers who had met with the newly elected MLAs on May 7th, 2026, and many other leaders from the state, including MPs, former PCC presidents, have also been consulted. Based on all these discussions, it has been decided that Shri V.D. Satishan be appointed as the leader of the CLP.
A veteran politician and a 5-time MLA of the Paravur Ernakulam district, V.D. Satishan is no stranger to Kerala's political scenes. Known for his sharp debating skills and strong organizational abilities, Satishan has steadily risen through the ranks over the last 3 decades.
The Honorable High Command has made a very vibrant choice in announcing the Chief Minister of Kerala. For the past 5 years, as the opposition leader of Kerala, Sri V.D. Satishan, have led the battle and attained a huge victory against a 10-year LDF rule. Whatever issues have been raised inside and outside the assembly was always commendable. And it was the emotion of the people of Kerala. It was the...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, viewers, in a big relief for students, for NEET aspirants, the date for NEET UG re-exam is now out. In over a month from now, the exam will take place on June 21st. Getting you all the updates on this on the other side. But first up, a quick check at the top headlines. Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. India feels the heat. Fuel prices hiked across the country. Diesel and petrol prices increased by ₹3 per litre in metro cities. CNG price goes up by ₹2 per kilogram. NTA announces June 21st as the date for NEET UG re-examination after massive paper leak. CBI intensifies probe over the NEET leak case. 2 more accused are now arrested. Prime Minister Modi departs on high-stakes five-nation tour. Energy, defence and technology in focus. High-scale corruption uncovered, funds meant for athletes routed to bureaucrats, pools, clubs and colonies in Delhi. Delhi High Court Justice Swarnakanta Sharma issues notice of criminal contempt of court against former Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal. All right, viewers, our top focus at this hour now. In a big relief for students, for NEET aspirants, NTA has now announced a date for NEET UG re-examination. Now, the exam is all set to take place on June 21st. So, in over a month from now, the re-examination will take place, as it has now been announced by the National Testing Agency, the agency which conducts these examinations all across the country. Now, remember, this exam had taken place on May 3rd. It was cancelled due to the massive entire operation of leaking the paper, and now re-examination dates have been announced by the government of the day. The NEET UG re-exam will now be taking place on June 21st, in over a month from now. Now, Republic, in fact, has been going after these NEET cheats. We have been exposing this entire nexus that operated in leaking these guest papers to several aspirants, and now, given the pressure on the government of the day, also NTA has now come out with a date for the NEET UG re-exam that's now set to take place on June 21st. In fact, we're also expecting Education Ministry to brief the media at about 10:30. All right, my colleague Shambhavi and my colleague Harsh also join me on this. Shambhavi, first coming to you. Now, you have been going after these NEET sheets, exposing how the entire nexus has been operating to leak these papers. And in the light of that pressure coming in, now the re-examination dates have been announced.
Well, see, definitely this comes as a huge relief for the students who have been waiting for this because their exam, their hard work, all their hard work that they put on in the 3rd of May exam, that was wasted given this entire NEET cheat, this paper leak that was an organized network of multi-state network that was working in and is still working towards leaking the paper. There are still claims that they will have the re-NEET paper, leak paper as well. And given that the CBI is also investigating the case with full power, several arrests, more than 2,000 of arrests have been made. They've been presented before the court. Several of them are also in remand right now. They're being questioned. Around 80-85 students have been questioned. There's several angles of the story. The case which is still being investigated by CBI, be it the fact that how did the paper leak, what is the origin of this paper leak, that is one story which is still the angle which is still being investigated by CBI at the moment, because there are several reports claiming that the paper leaked from Nasik. There's some reports claiming the paper leaked from Pune. There's some reports claiming that the paper leaked from Kerala itself. So there are different stories. Leak from a printing press, leak from a person named Shubham, who has again denied being the mastermind of the case. Again, yesterday a video, Republic was showing its viewers a video of the people who were arrested, who were being taken by the police. One of them said that big people, big names are being shielded in this case. So is it that only the people who are easily accessible for the police, for the SOG, for the CBI, they're being investigated, they're being arrested, and the big names who are involved, because NEET, mind you, NEET is one of the toughest exams of India, one of the toughest exams to be conducted in India. That paper to be leaked and add to on such grand level where students are paying around 30 lakh rupees, 10 lakh, 15 lakh, 30,000, 50,000 rupees in installments to gain the access of those paper, that must involve a lot of people, a lot of names, more names than what is coming on the surface at the moment. So definitely a lot of pressure was added on the government and the NTA. So one relief on one side, we can say that this is a huge relief for the students, that the date for the re-exam has been announced, which is 21st of June 2026. Back to you.
Right, of course, Shambhi. Now, Harsh, coming back to you, it is a big relief for the students, for the NEET aspirants, and you've been tracking all the developments on this from the capital city. Now, any instruction for the students, for the aspirants, now that the re-examination date is out? And also, what are we expecting from the Education Ministry? It is set to brief media at about 10:30 a.m. today.
Right, Ishita. Now, this comes after a high-level meeting hosted by the Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan was called late last night, and now we are also expecting him to speak and in fact brief the nation and the students who will in fact appear for the June 21st exam that has now been announced. Now this is in fact the re-examination of the NEET paper that was first conducted on May 3rd. Now this is the information that we are fetching, that NEET examination will now be reconducted on June 21st. This is a big breaking news for all the students, in fact, who will be appearing for this exam. This comes after Dharmendra Pradhan, in fact, hosted a high-level meeting last night, and this meeting, in all likelihood, was attended by the NTA chief, the man in charge, Abhishek Singh, who is the senior IAS officer, the Director General of National Testing Agency. And this was the late-night meeting that was held in New Delhi by the Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan himself. This meeting was attended by key and important officials from the Education Ministry, including the NTA chief, the Director General of the National Testing Agency, Abhishek Singh. And now, just hours after this meeting, a date has been finalized, a date has been announced, and June 21st will be the day when this NEET re-examination will be conducted nationwide, and almost 23 lakh of the aspirants who are in fact affected by the paper leak, who are affected by this malicious leak of paper that for the examination that was conducted on May 3rd will reappear now. Earlier, NTA also told that there will be no additional fees that will be charged for this examination, and in fact, as a sign of gesture for all of these students who are affected, they'll in fact also refund the registration fees that was earlier charged to them for the exam that was conducted on May 3rd. And they have said that no fees will be charged for the examination that will now be conducted on June 21st. Ishita.
All right, so those are the do's and don'ts for the NEET aspirants at the moment. More information will come in when we, have the Education Ministry briefing the media at about 10:30 a.m. today. Now, Shambhavi, coming to you. It all comes down to this operation, because we had seen certain texts being circulated on Telegram where they said even the re-examination paper will be leaked. Now, what do we know about the crackdown that's taking place on these NEET cheats and the investigation so far?
Ishita, see, we have been showing our viewers the reality, the network, the Telegram group where this NEET leaked, question paper leak happened, and they still continue to very boldly claim that this is the only legit group, this is the only legit paper that they are selling, because they get it directly from some of the NTA officials. They're openly claiming that there is no hiding, and there are students who are buying that. The students who are buying papers for 50,000 installments, saying 25 before exam, 25 after exam. I was also going through the chats of the group and looking after what they're claiming for the re-NEET paper. They're saying we'll give you paper 1 day before the exam. For VIP access, you will get the paper for 4 days to 5 days before the exam. That is what they're claiming here in the re-NEET paper as well. So this nexus. There is no stopping this nexus, at least till now, even after there's such a huge crackdown of SOG. SOG has arrested various people. Now CBI is arresting various people, interrogating various people. So definitely there's a lot which needs to be unfolded, Ishita.
All right, so crackdown continues, and the re-examination dates are now announced. The re-exam will take place on June 21st. On that note, thank you, Shambhavi and Harsh, for joining me and giving me all the details on this. And now viewers are moving on to another big story we're covering for you at this hour. Now, India is feeling the heat given the pressures, the inflationary pressures that are coming in due to the tensions in West Asia. Now, as a result, petrol and diesel prices have been hiked across the country. Let me give it to you the city-wise breakdown of what are we looking at the prices right now. In Delhi, in fact, the diesel has become costlier by rupees 3 and it is selling currently at about 90.67 per litre. While in Mumbai, the diesel prices have risen by 3.11 paisa. It has come down to 93.14 per litre, while in Kolkata as well, diesel prices have increased. The current rate now stands at 95.13, while in Chennai, it has gone to 95.47 per litre. Now, this is an increase that's coming across the country. In fact, in Noida as well, diesel prices have witnessed a significant jump. Now, the price currently stands at 91.31 per litre, while in Bengaluru, the price comes at about 94.10 per litre. So you can see 3 rupees increase all across the metro cities as far as the diesel prices are concerned. And not just diesel, CNG prices have also gone up by rupees 2 per litre and petrol prices as well. So across the major and the metro cities, this is what the breakdown is looking at right now as far as the prices of petrol and diesel are concerned. Now remember, this comes even as tensions continue to persist in West Asia. Strait of Hormuz still remains blocked. The naval blockade imposed by the US is still in place. So India, which imports 80% of its energy requirement, is now feeling the heat after government took several steps to cushion the impact of economic shocks. Now, even despite the increase that we're looking at today, still one can say that India is placed better. Now, on this, I'm being joined by Sharad Kohli, economist, who's live with us. Thank you, Mr. Kohli, for joining us on this. Now, I want to ask you, India is certainly feeling the heat. We're looking at a fuel price hike across India. Petrol, diesel prices have gone up along with CNG. But if we compare this to what our neighbors are feeling currently, or even countries around the world, India is still better placed. So how do you look at this decision brought in by the government about the fuel price hike?
Well, good morning, Ishita, to you and the viewers. I think, yes, as you rightly said, from America to Australia, from Europe to Africa, most of the countries had already faced this, and long ago, weeks ago, I would say. So India is amongst those countries which have been holding on to it, which have been enduring, and hats off to our oil marketing companies. Despite bearing the loss of about 1,000 crores per day and 30,000 crores per month, they managed to stress this, and this is as much they could stretch. But even as we speak today, Ishita, very important to note, 3 rupees in the given situation that under recovery of petrol and diesel by these oil marketing companies ranges anything from 10 rupees to 30 rupees. 3 rupees is a very, very modest rise, because I hope this is not one of the many which might be in the offing. So a close watch to be kept on Strait of Hormuz and crude oil prices. As we talk now, the crude oil per barrel is $107 or so, which is again very high, because our crude basket, which comprises of shipping cost, refining cost, insurance cost, and transportation and so. So it had $140 to $150 at the given. So it's much more expensive than what our eyes can see, basically. So I think people need to be prepared. The prime ministerial request which was being made, prime ministerial appeal which was being made a few days ago, I think that needs to be kept in mind, that people need to conserve resources. People need to make sure that they are not overspending, they are not making unnecessary trips, trying to save petrol and diesel wherever they can. And of course, try and use electric vehicles, virtual meetings, work from home, online classes. Well, these are the things, because it is all about the forex, which has become suddenly very precious. In a more normal situation, $700 billion of our forex reserves were enough to serve us for 11 months. But now with the import bill going up, and 87% of our crude oil requirement is being imported, keeping that in mind, this period might shrink. We don't want to, as you rightly said, we don't want to sink into a situation which Sri Lanka, Pakistan, and Bangladesh into. They are completely running out of foreign exchange. They are moving around with a begging bowl, asking for countries for dollars. Even Middle East, which is known for petrodollars, Middle East countries have been asking dollars from the US. So I think it's a very difficult situation. People need to understand economics. That's where I think Republic TV comes, that you decipher this complicated economic situation globally into very easy terms so that people can relate to it, rather than, getting into a protest mode at all times, especially fueled by statements coming from the opposition, where they say, why was it not done earlier? Why were they being charged earlier? I think people need to understand economics. And I think one should also start conserving resources. Don't go over the board. I would suggest Republic TV viewers who are listening to me right now as an economist, I would say that if you've got a big purchase to make, let's say you're purchasing a house or a big car or something, if you can postpone, because the world is heading towards stagflation, which is a very, very dangerous situation. Thankfully, India, there is no imminent threat of stagflation, but globally, I analyze economies around the world. Many countries are facing stagflation. To ease it or break it down, this is a situation where your GDP barely grows, and this is a double whammy, and inflation grows as well, which means you're squeezed from both the sides. Very, very precarious scenario, I would say, in terms of economics. We definitely don't want to run into that situation. So people must start conserving resources. I was amongst the first people, Ishita, back in December to say that
because,
I think global recession seems to be knocking.
Right. Now, it looks like we are bracing for tough times ahead if the conflict in West Asia persists. So on that note, I want to ask you, we have seen several of the steps being taken in the last few days. Now, import duty on gold, silver has been hiked, milk prices have also been hiked, and you're looking at sugar exports being banned. Then Prime Minister, of course, issuing 7 war appeals. So are we also looking at some cascading effects due to the fuel price hike in the coming few days? And as citizens of the country, what should we be preparing for?
Absolutely, Ishita. I mean, diesel particularly, because it's used in mode of transport, whether it is railways or those trucks. Transport abundantly uses diesel. So what they tend to do is they pass it on to the consumers.
Right.
So you will find your groceries, your food grains, consumables, vegetable, white goods, practically price of every single thing is going to go up from here. We already saw, Ishita, the wholesale price index shooting up to 8.3 from 3.88, which is a phenomenal rise. So this wholesale price index converts to consumer price index inflation over the coming few months. So that's what I said. People need to be very prudent in using their resources from here on. Don't just take it as a hike. This is backed by a very complex global economic crisis, which the Prime Minister gave an alert about. I think people should not take it lightly. They should appreciate the fact that the world is going to crisis, and this is a commodity. Next time when you go to the petrol station and you get your tank refilled, please remember you are getting an imported fuel put into your car or bike. This is not an Indian-made commodity. Only 13% of the fuel is sourced in India. Rest is coming from outside.
Right.
So that is what people need to understand.
Essentially, Mr. Kohli, fiscal prudence is a word of the day. And of course, what Prime Minister also has been urging the citizens to spend wisely at the moment. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on Republic and sharing your analysis on this. All right, viewers, now moving on to another big story at the moment. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is embarking on a 5-nation tour. In fact, he's already started his tour. He's set to visit UAE, Netherlands, Sweden, Norway and Italy. Now, the tour will span from 15th, that's today, till about 28th of this month. And this will be to enhance India's strategic partnerships in trade, technology, energy, innovation and green growth, while boosting ties with Europe and Gulf region. Now, Prime Minister Modi will begin his tour with a visit to UAE. That will in fact start today, and India and UAE will also be holding delegation-level bilateral talks, which will be followed up by Prime Minister being hosted by the UAE President. Now, energy security is what is in focus as far as this 5-nation tour is concerned, and later today you'll also have Prime Minister leaving from UAE and heading to Netherlands for the next leg of his trip. So the trip here is crucial. It's a 5-nation tour, but comes at a time when countries around the world are facing economic challenges, energy challenges. So in terms of energy security, this is an important tour for Prime Minister and for country as well. All right, viewers, so those are the top stories that we have been covering for you on Republic TV. And don't go anywhere. Coming up after a short break, NTA now announces re-examination date as June 21st. NEET UG re-exam to now be held on June 21st. Getting you all the updates on that. On the other side, stay tuned.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy.
every day. अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोच है विकी. डिबेट यानी विवाद. भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन. इसमें भरोसा रखता है.
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है.
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक फेंकता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है.
ये जश्न है, जश्न का ये जश्न है.
राशि इलायची जश्न का जश्न.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट.
क्या बात है. स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान.
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट.
Build a team. That team will create many things. It will change Kerala. It will be a new era. A new Kerala. That is our target.
In a major development in Kerala, Congress leader V.D. Satishan has been chosen as the new Chief Minister of the state. After days of intense speculation by the Congress High Command, V.D. Satishan has finally emerged as the face of the new government.
Accordingly, the Congress President has held extensive discussions with the chairperson of the Congress Parliamentary Party, leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, the AICC observers who had met with the newly elected MLAs on May 7th, 2026, and many other leaders from the state, including MPs, former PCC presidents, have also been consulted. Based on all these discussions, it has been decided that Shri V.D. Satishan be appointed as the leader of the CLP.
A veteran politician and a 5-time MLA of the Paravur-Ernakulam district, V.D. Satishan is no stranger to Kerala's political scenes. Known for his sharp debating skills and strong organizational abilities, Satishan has steadily risen through the ranks over the last 3 decades.
The Honorable High Command has made a very vibrant choice in announcing the Chief Minister of Kerala. For the past 5 years, as the opposition leader of Kerala, Sri V.D. Satishan, have led the battle and attained a huge victory against a 10-year LDF rule. Whatever issues have been raised inside and outside the assembly was always commendable. And it was the emotion of the people of Kerala, it was the desire of the people of Kerala, it was the expectation of the people of Kerala that V.D. Satishan should become the Chief Minister. And the High Command has truly accepted that mandate of making him the Chief Minister.
He was born in a modest family in Netur and entered active politics during his student days, where he made his name as a powerful orator. His consistent victories from the Paravur constituency showed his strong connect with the people.
All right, viewers, coming after a very short break, fuel prices hiked across India. Diesel and petrol prices increased by ₹3 per litre in metro cities. CNG price also goes up by ₹2 per kilogram. Getting you all the updates on the fuel price hike on the other side. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार. क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला.
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन.
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है.
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Corrector, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
Build a team. That team will create many things. It will change Kerala. It will be a new era. A new Kerala. That is our target.
In a major development in Kerala, Congress leader V.D. Satishan has been chosen as the new Chief Minister of the state. After days of intense speculation by the Congress High Command, V.D. Satishan has finally emerged as the face of the new government.
Accordingly, the Congress President has held extensive discussions with the chairperson of the Congress Parliamentary Party, leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, the AICC observers who had met with the newly elected MLAs on May 7th, 2026, and many other leaders from the state, including MPs, former PCC presidents, have also been consulted. Based on all these discussions, it has been decided that Shri V.D. Satishan be appointed as the leader of the CLP.
A veteran politician and a 5-time MLA of the Paravur Ernakulam district, V.D. Satishan is no stranger to Kerala's political scenes. Known for his sharp debating skills and strong organizational abilities, Satishan has steadily risen through the ranks over the last 3 decades.
The Honorable High Command has made a very vibrant choice in announcing the Chief Minister of Kerala. For the past 5 years, as the opposition leader of Kerala, Sri V.D. Satishan, have led the battle and attained a huge victory against a 10-year LDF rule. Whatever issues have been raised inside and outside the assembly was always commendable. And it was the emotion of the people of Kerala, it was the desire of the people of Kerala, it was the expectation of the people of Kerala that V.D. Satishan should become the Chief Minister. And the High Command has truly accepted that mandate of making him the Chief Minister.
He was born in a modest family in Netur and entered active politics during his student days, where he made his name as a powerful orator. His consistent victories from the Paravur constituency showed his strong connect with the people.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus story today is the fuel price hike. for all fuels, for petrol, for diesel, for CNG. We'll get you all the latest updates on this, expert analysis and ground reports and a lot more. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
India feels the heat. Fuel prices hiked across India. Diesel and petrol prices increased by rupees 3 per litre in metro cities. CNG price goes up by rupees 2 per kilogram. NT announces June 21 as the date for the NEET UG 2026 re-examination after the massive paper leak controversy. CBI intensifies probe over the NEET leak case. 2 more accused arrested. PM Modi departs on high-stakes 5-nation tour. Energy, defence and technology in focus. PM to land in UAE shortly. And high-scale corruption uncovered. Funds meant for athletes routed to bureaucrats, pools, clubs and colonies. Delhi High Court Justice Swarnakanta Sharma issued notice of criminal contempt of court against Arvind Kejriwal. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with the big breaking news development on the top story of the day, which is the rise in diesel prices, petrol prices and CNG, that is the fuel prices, which have risen sharply. Now, on your screens, these are the latest figures. This is the price of petrol before and after in Delhi. Earlier it was 94.77 and now there is a 3 rupees increase, 97. Now in Mumbai, let's go to Mumbai also, and numbers of Bangalore also on your screens. You can see 102.96 earlier and now it is 105.96. Now coming to Chennai, the prices of petrol, which were earlier 100.84, it's now increased to 103.84. So increase in Chennai also. Will go to other cities also. Now coming to Hyderabad, one of the highest among others. Now this is 107.50 earlier and now it is 110.50. So severely impacted. And now coming to Kolkata also, big price hike, 3 rupees, but the total number now comes to 108.41. Earlier it was 105.41 rupees for 1 litre of petrol. Now coming to diesel hike also. Now in Delhi, earlier the price was 87.67 and now the price is 90.67. It is also an increase of 3 rupees. Coming to Mumbai, earlier the cost of 1 litre of diesel was 90.03 rupees and now it is 93.03 rupees. So 3 rupees hike in Mumbai also. And commodities will get expensive now. Coming to Bangalore now, earlier it was 90.99 and now it's 3 rupees increase there and 93.99. And coming to Chennai now, earlier it was 92.39 and now we have it as 95.99. And let's also now listen to economist Mr. P.K. Basu, who shared his views with Republic on the fuel prices hike.
We're not going to see any rapid moderation in oil price globally, given that the war is not yet over. The blockade in the Straits of Hormuz continues. On the one hand, there's a blockade. On the other, there's a threat by Iran of arbitrarily hitting ships that are passing through the Straits. And so there is a supply shock as a result. You know, the supply of crude oil and gas through a very important waterway, the Straits of Hormuz, has essentially been blocked or severely constrained. So under those circumstances, oil prices are going to stay high for the near term, at least the next few months. There have been releases of strategic oil reserves. For instance, the U.S. has released about 53 million barrels per day from its strategic petroleum reserves. You know, but that really accounts for just over 1 or 2 days worth of global crude oil exports. So you cannot, the magnitude of the supply disruption is very difficult to counter, and therefore prices are likely to stay high for the near term.
All right, so this is the reaction. This is the analysis by PK Basu. And now the rates which have increased. Delhi diesel increased by 3 rupees, and petrol coming to Bangalore. Petrol 102.96 earlier. Now it's 105.96. But still, India is better placed comparatively. Comparatively, we are better placed compared to other states. All right, now let's go to our reporters. We have Gursimran joining us from Jammu, and Saurav joining us from Noida. Also, Shankar joins from Thiruvananthapuram, and we all have our reporters on the ground for more information on what's happening. Now, let's go to Gursimran first in Jammu. The kind of question that was given earlier by the government in the excise duty cut, and now we have this price hike. Now, how is it going to impact the economy, especially when it comes to Jammu? Because there's a lot of dependence on the agricultural products, on food products, which is transported via truck. When diesel gets expensive, the transportation costs increase, and we already have a milk price rise that we had earlier. Now, do you expect there will be further rise in commodity prices, and what the kind of impact and the input that you're gathering from the ground, Gursimran?
See, Shubham, what we go by the general perception that whenever there is a fuel hike, it is going to have impact on the essential commodities, on the goods, and because it all depends upon the movement of the goods that take place. Right now, we are reporting from a petrol pump, that is the fuel station in Jammu, and here you will see that the price rise that has taken place. The diesel for now is at 88 rupees and 31 paisa. Earlier, it used to be somewhere around 85 rupees and 33 paisa. 2.98 is the effective price rise that has taken place. While for the petrol, the price rise has taken place is 3 rupees and 14 paisa. Earlier it was 96 rupees and 49 paisa. Now it is 99 rupees and 63 paisa. That is the change that has taken place. Also, apart from this, there has been a change in the CNG price as well, though it has not been reflected yet, because the CNG vehicle, if it's compared to the rest of India, there is only 100 vehicles registered in the Jammu city. So this is not a massive number that the CNG price rise is going to impact, but diesel and the petrol that are going to be the key game changers. Earlier also we have seen these kind of impacts that have taken place in the past also. We saw government taking the heat at first when we saw the excise duty cut off done by the union government, and now the situation is that after the government took the first shock, now it is up to the people that they have also to bear a 3 rupee price rise. But it is not that is going to impact much, but the effect of this on other fields as well. As you mentioned, the industry, the agriculture field, that are going to be impacted, and that is going to be one of the key things that has to be seen. Also, the warehouse industry, which is one of the biggest industry from where the essential commodities travel, how they are going to respond, how the price rise for the goods travel going to take place. That is going to be the key game changer if this 3 rupee impact takes place and the inflation is going to rise.
All right, thanks a lot, Gursimran, on the details on this. Stay with us. We also have Shankar joining us live from Thiruvananthapuram. Shankar, coming to you, if you can tell the details, share the details of the fuel stock in the state and the kind of situation, because primarily we don't see any sort of panic among the consumers, because they very well understand the kind of situation which is unfolding in the Strait of Hormuz, the West Asia conflict. But give us the details, the present scenario in the state, Shankar.
Yes, the hike in fuel prices is being anticipated for the last couple of days, and there was a panic buying by a good number of customers, and they started storing fuel illegally in several parts to avoid these kinds of practices. Several petrol pump owners started imposing restrictions across Kerala. You know, yesterday and day before yesterday, several petrol pump owners limited the sale of these petrol and diesel that one person can
buy. Stay with us. We have a big breaking news development that we are receiving right now. Big breaking news development. This is coming in from Kiran Rijiju. Union Minister Kiran Rijiju has said that India has limited the price hike. He says that world saw the hike, a big hike from 20% to around 100%. And now India limited it just to 3%. And that's the reality. That's why I always say that we are better placed comparatively to other nations across the globe. Now, government says that public sector companies absorbed huge losses for weeks. And that indeed is a reality where they gave a cushion to the consumers, where they bear the brunt of the impact of the fuel price rise, because the Brent crude prices that surged, there was a price hike globally, and in many countries you will see a drastic increase in price of oil, of petrol, of diesel, of CNG, of LPG. And now India comparatively is better placed. We just have a 3 rupees hike where we have absorbed the most of it. The government earlier had done an oil excise duty cut on oil, on petrol, on diesel. So now this is the reaction which is coming in from Union Minister Kiran Rijiju, who says that India has limited the price hike. He says that the world saw hike from 20% to 100%, and India limited it to 3%, and huge losses absorbed for weeks to protect citizens from inflation. Now let's go to Saurav for the latest on ground. Saurav joins us from Delhi. Saurav, what is the latest that you're fetching on ground? No panic among consumers? Is there any chaos or such sort of situation which you're observing? Send us the latest details on that.
Yes, currently on the ground, Shivam, what we are fetching is that there are several things which are going to get costlier due to this 3 rupees fuel price hike which we have witnessed today on the Friday morning. And as I should tell you that there are several markets in the national capital which are the wholesale markets for the fruits and vegetables, and huge amount of trucks and loads of vehicles enter the national capital every day to give the vegetables and fruits which was then supplied to the small markets placed in the national capital. These markets include the Azadpur wholesale market, Gazipur wholesale market, and the Okla wholesale market. They told us that the fruits and the vegetables are said to get costlier after this logistic cost will rise, and it will create a direct impact on the consumers in the national capital. And apart from this, gig workers' economy will also take a huge hit, as there are scores of gig workers working in the national capital, and now the fuel prices have been hiked. However, their salaries still remain the same. Now they will also do a protest. They can also do a protest regarding this, that the fuel prices have been increased rapidly in the national capital on Friday morning, and it is just a 3% hike, and which is very less if we can compare it to the other countries. And this is the major breaking news which we are fetching from the ground. Back to studio.
All right, and we are also getting to know sort of the various kind of measures which have been adopted by even the Delhi government. We're getting to know that they are switching to 2 days per week work from home advisory which has been given, and colleges also have been asked to go for online. All right, let's go to other big breaking news developments that we are receiving right now. An education minister is about to brief the media next. Now, this comes after the NTA announced that the NEET 2026 UG re-examination will be held on the 21st of June. Big breaking news development, ladies and gentlemen. This is Education Minister to brief media next. Now, this comes after the NTA has announced that the NEET 2026 UG re-examination will be held on the 21st of June. So the re-examination dates have been announced, and this is Education Minister, Union Minister Dharmendra Pradhan will be briefing the press. Education Minister to brief the media in a short while. So 10:30 was the time, and he'll start the briefing in a very short while. And this comes after the NTA announced that the NEET 2026 UG re-examination will be held on the 21st of June. So big development here after the re-examination dates have been finally announced. Earlier, the examinations were cancelled because of the paper leak which happened across the nation. And also, we shared the exclusive chats. There were various groups also that were formed where openly they were selling the leaked NEET UG 2026 paper, and they were selling the paper. And now the rates, which were from 30 lakh to 25 lakh to 15 lakh and even to 20,000, and till the answer key for 10,000 to 1,000. Now this is the development now where NTA has announced the re-examination date, which will be on the Sunday 21st June. And now there will be a press briefing by Dharmendra Pradhan, Education Minister's press briefing after NEET re-examination dates are out. Now this is the latest because the NTA had earlier cancelled the NEET examination because of the paper leak. There were protests across the nation in various top cities of India and by various political organizations, student wings. As you can see the visuals on your screen, the previous protests which happened by NSUI and ABVP. All right, viewers, now it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. We'll come back with the Education Minister's briefing media coming up next. Now, this after the NTA announced that the NEET 2026 UG re-examination will be held on the 21st of June.
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के भोपोई तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Build a team. That team will create many things. It will change Kerala. It will be a new era, a new Kerala. That is our target.
In a major development in Kerala, Congress leader V.D. Satheeshan has been chosen as the new Chief Minister of the state. After days of intense speculation by the Congress High Command, V.D. Satheeshan has finally emerged as the face of the new government.
Accordingly, the Congress President has held extensive discussions with the chairperson of the Congress Parliamentary Party, leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, the AICC observers who had met with the newly elected MLAs on May 7th, 2026, and many other leaders from the state, including MPs, former PCC presidents, have also been consulted. Based on all these discussions, it has been decided that Shri V.D. Satheeshan be appointed as the leader of the CLP.
A veteran politician and a 5-time MLA of the Paravur Ernakulam district, V.D. Satheeshan is no stranger to Kerala's political scenes. Known for his sharp debating skills and strong organizational abilities, Satheeshan has steadily risen through the ranks over the last 3 decades.
The Honorable High Command has made a very vibrant choice in announcing the Chief Minister of Kerala. For the past 5 years, as the opposition leader of Kerala, Sri V.D. Satheeshan, have led the battle and attained a huge victory against a 10-year LDF rule. Whatever issues have been raised inside and outside the assembly was always commendable. And it was the emotion of the people of Kerala, it was the desire of the people of Kerala, it was the expectation of the people of Kerala that V.D. Satheeshan should become the Chief Minister. And the High Command has truly accepted that mandate of making him the Chief Minister.
He was born in a modest family in Netur and entered active politics during his student days, where he made his name as a powerful orator. His consistent victories from the Paravur constituency showed his strong connect with the people.
आचल में क्या इधर से आ गया वो इधर है ना ये आज है ना रेडी करा गया इसके लिए आ गया केरला से आ गया बीडीसन करते केरला बीडीसन
Over the years, he has served as the leader of opposition in the Kerala Assembly, where he earned a reputation for being an articulate opposition voice against the Left Democratic Front government.
I express my gratitude. I am very grateful to the AICC leadership because our CLP adopted a resolution entrusting the Congress President to take a decision. Congress President having discussion with Congress President and Rahul ji, Priyanka ji and all other leaders, in charge General Secretary, they discussed with all the leaders. That was the procedure. Former President's Working Committee members, the cross section of the people, they discussed, they have taken a decision. Now, I dedicate this Chief Ministership to the people of Kerala. There should be a new Kerala. For the youngsters, those who are coming up, the next generation, for the next generation also, we will be very careful. We will dedicate. We are going to change the definition of political work. I hope that political work should be a dedication to the people to change their living standard and for the work for the sideline people. We will change the definition of political work and we promise good governance. Good governance. Both are my leaders and my seniors. I am junior to them. They have helped a lot for this wonderful victory. As a General Secretary organization, he helped a lot in the elections. It is his state. He is an MP from
अभी एनटीए ने नीट यूजी का नई परीक्षा की तिथि घोषणा किया है। 21 जून को री एग्जामिनेशन की डेट घोषणा की है। मित्रों, मैं 2-3 विषय आपके सामने, आपके माध्यम से देशवासियों के सामने, स्पेसिफिक स्टूडेंट्स और उनके अभिभावकों के सामने रखना चाहता हूं। हमारी सर्वोपरि प्राथमिकता है छात्रों की भविष्य, उनकी परिश्रम के प्रति संवेदनशीलता सरकार की सदैव है। 3 मई को एग्जामिनेशन हुई। 7 मई तक एनटीए की ग्रीवेंस रिड्यूसल सिस्टम पे कहीं से आपत्ति आई। गेस्ट पेपर में ऐसे कुछ प्रश्न आए हैं जो इस बार की क्वेश्चन सेट्स में था। तुरंत ही हम लोगों की वहाँ चर्चा हुई। एनटीए ने और सरकार ने, एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट, हायर एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट ने तुरंत उसको प्रारंभिक थोड़ा इंक्वायरी किया, एजेंसियों को दे दिया, भारत सरकार की एजेंसियों को दे दिया। भारत सरकार एजेंसी संबंधित 2-3 राज्यों के साथ जुड़ा हुआ विषय था। प्रथम दृष्टया में राज्यों की एजेंसियों से संपर्क किया और 12 तारीख तक, यानी 8 को सुबह प्रक्रिया एक प्रकार से 7 रात को शुरू हुई, 8 को ही शुरू हुई। 8, 9, 10, 11 3-4 दिन में जब हमको स्पष्टता हुई, हम कंफर्म हुए हैं कि इस बार गेस्ट पेपर की आड़ पे क्वेश्चंस बाहर गया है। हम 12 तारीख को छात्रों के हितों में, हम नहीं चाहते थे कोई गलत कैंडिडेट एजुकेशन माफियाओं के षड्यंत्र से कोई भी सही छात्र की अधिकार वंचित हो जाए। इसीलिए हम बड़ी जिम्मेवारी के साथ हमने कहा था हम जीरो टॉलरेंस की अप्रोच में चलते हैं। हमने पिछले बार जो विसंगति आई उसमें जो हमने राधा कृष्णन कमेटी गठन हुई थी, पिछले 25 और 26 दोनों साल हमने राधा कृष्णन कमेटी को शब्दशः इम्प्लीमेंट किया। उसके बावजूद भी ये दुर्घटना हुई। इसलिए हमने पहला हमारे निर्णय हुआ कि हम परीक्षा को इस बार रद्द करते हैं। हमने 12 तारीख को परीक्षा को रद्द किया। स्वाभाविक देश में और विशेष करके स्टूडेंट्स में उसको लेके दो प्रकार की मत आए। हम दोनों प्रकार की मतों को स्वीकार करते हैं। हम अपना दायित्व उसको मानते हैं, उसको कैसे समाधान की रास्ता निकाले। और आज हमने 15 हमने आज नई तिथि के साथ आ रहे हैं। लगभग आज से 1 महीने से थोड़ा 1-2 दिन के बाद नई परीक्षा होगी। हमारी अप्रोच वही रहेगा, हम जीरो टॉलरेंस टू माल प्रैक्टिसेस। ये एक लंबी लड़ाई है परीक्षा माफियाओं के साथ जो एंटी सोशल एलिमेंट अभी मित्रों टेक्नोलॉजी के समय में एक नई चुनौती बढ़ रहा है। विभिन्न प्रकार की सोशल मीडिया हैंडल से भ्रमात्मक तथ्यों को रखा जाता है, गुमराह करने की फिर कोशिश किया जाता है। फिर नीट की हम लोग एग्जामिनेशन तोड़ सकते हैं, इस प्रकार की व्यवस्था को खुली चुनौती दिया जा रहा है। ये सारे को ध्यान रखते सरकार ने तुरंत सीबीआई को काम सौंपी है। सीबीआई ने त्वरित कार्रवाई शुरू किया है। इस बार सीबीआई तह तक जाएगी, कहाँ वो कमांड चेन पे ब्रीच हुई है। राधाकृष्णन कमेटी को पूरा पालन करने के उपरांत भी कहाँ वो ब्रीच हुई है, उस ब्रीच को मेरा पूरा विश्वास है सीबीआई के ऊपर। और जो संबंधित एजेंसी उनके साथ काम करे, सरकार की पूरी माइटी, सरकार की पूरा नेतृत्व, सभी विभाग उसमें से गंभीरता से इसको लेते हुए शीर्ष तो नेतृत्व उसके लेके खूब दायित्व लिया है, चिंता कर रहा है। हम इस बार माल प्रैक्टिस होने नहीं देंगे। जो भी दहशतगर्द घूम रहे हैं उनको मैं आपके माध्यम से विषय रखना चाहता हूं। आने वाले एग्जामिनेशन पे उससे निवृत्त रहे, नहीं तो उनको दंड भुगतना पड़ेगा। और मैं समाज को अपील करना चाहता हूं, विशेष करके सभी विद्यार्थियों का, कोई निर्भय होकर परीक्षा में, सरकार आप ही के साथ है। आप ही के हितों में मेरिटियस स्टूडेंट्स की, मेधावी छात्रों की पक्ष में निर्णय लिया गया है। मैं फिर कहूँ, हम नहीं चाहते थे कोई माफिया की षड्यंत्र से कोई मनी बैग आपकी सीट को छीन ले, हम नहीं होना देना चाहते थे। इसीलिए हमने एक कठोर, हमको बहुत एक अभिभावक के नाते, एक दायित्व में रहने वाले अधिकारियों के नाते और मैं मंत्री के नाते, हम सब उसमें से बहुत, जो घटना हो रही है उसमें से बहुत दुखी और चिंतित हैं। लेकिन हमें बड़े लक्ष्य को लेकर, देश के हितों में हमें कठोर निर्णय लेना पड़ा है। हमको छात्रों को भरोसा सर्वोपरि है। मैं फिर 2-3 जो सुधार अभी इस बीच में एनटीए की पास और मिनिस्ट्री के पास और मेरे जैसे व्यवस्था तक अनेक सुझाव आए हैं, अनेक सुधार की सुझाव है। और सुधार मैं मानता हूँ एक कंटिन्यूअस विषय है। सुधार कोई अल्टीमेट नहीं होती है। सुधार जो हम ओपन माइंड में, एनटीए उस विषय में अभी तो एनटीए बहुत योग्य व्यक्ति के हाथ में है। हमारे सचिव की बहुत अनुभव भी उस विषय में है। मैं मानता हूँ हमें एनटीए को सुप्रीम कोर्ट की आदेश कारण एनटीए बनी है। एनटीए हर एक साल 1 करोड़ बच्चों की एग्जामिनेशन कराती है अमूमन। एनटीए और निर्भुल हो, एनटीए में जीरो एरर हो, जीरो यानी जीरो एरर हो, ये हमारी दायित्व है और भारत की व्यवस्था उसको करके रहेगी। इसलिए हम ओपन माइंड पे इस परीक्षा को भी जा रहे हैं। मैंने जैसे 2-3 पहला ही नोटिफिकेशन, जिस दिन परीक्षा कैंसिल हुई, परीक्षा कैंसिल के दिन एनटीए ने एक निर्णय तुरंत कहा था कि हम जो एग्जामिनेशन हो गई उस एग्जामिनेशन की फीस को हम स्टूडेंट को रिटर्न करेंगे। हम उसमें एनटीए वचनबद्ध है और जो आगे वाला परीक्षा होगा उसकी 0 फीस होगा। हम विद्यार्थियों के ऊपर कोई आर्थिक बोझ ना आए, हम उसकी दायित्व ले रहे हैं। हमने एक बहुत जो शहर में विद्यार्थी परीक्षा देता है, एक बार एनटीए एक विस्तार से एनटीए एनेक्सर आपको देगा, कोरिनियम आपको आगे देगा डिटेल, शाम तक आपको फिर एनटीए के पब्लिक बने प्रेस नोट के माध्यम से। लेकिन प्रथम दृष्टया जो एनटीए ने तय किया है कि हम एक सप्ताह विद्यार्थियों को अपने पसंद का शहर, क्योंकि कोई विद्यार्थी कहीं परीक्षा दिया होगा पिछले बार, वो परीक्षा देने के बाद उस शहर शायद छोड़ा भी होगा, फिर हम एक बार विद्यार्थियों को अवसर देंगे वो किस शहर में परीक्षा देना चाहते हैं, ये विंडो खुला रहेगा। और एक विषय आई थी कि परीक्षा में थोड़ा हमको जो उनकी फॉर्मेलिटीज है, ओएमआर शीट को दस्तखत करना, आरंभ में एक बार करना, अंत में भी एक बार करना, उसमें हमारे विद्यार्थियों कोर टाइम में कटौती हुई थी। जो 2 से 5 एग्जामिनेशन टाइम था उसको ध्यान में रखते एनटीए ने तुरंत एक निष्पत्ति किया है कि उसको और 15 मिनट बढ़ाएं। 2 से शुरू होगा, 5:15 तक ये परीक्षा की समय बढ़ाया जाएगा। एडमिट कार्ड, इस बार के एडमिट कार्ड 14 जून तक सभी को पहुंच जाएगा। पिछले बार भी जो परीक्षा हुई, अनेक राज्यों ने अपने राज्य के विद्यार्थियों को परिवहन की व्यवस्था किया था, अनेक राज्यों ने किया था, अनेक राज्य नहीं किए थे, अनेक राज्य किए थे। हम भारत सरकार की ओर से हम बात करेंगे और मैं भी खुद बात करूंगा माननीय मुख्यमंत्रियों से। इस बार नीट की परीक्षा के समय में विद्यार्थियों को आवागमन में और कितना कम बोझिला करना पड़े उसकी दायित्व हम लेंगे। और उस समय में जून में बहुत देश की बहुत सारे राज्यों में थोड़ा मौसम का भी परिवर्तन हो चुका होगा, बारिश भी आ चुका होगा, इसको भी एनटीए फैक्टर इन कर रहा है अपने योजना में। इसको कैसे हम लोग क्या ऑल्टरनेटिव व्यवस्था किया जाए, मैंने परीक्षा तो होगा लेकिन मौसम खराब रहने से क्या करना है उसका भी हम पहले से इन एडवांस प्लानिंग हम कर रहे हैं। मित्रों, मैं फिर आपको आश्वस्त करता हूँ, विशेष करके विद्यार्थियों को मैं फिर एक बार अपील करना चाहता हूँ, कोई भी अफवाह में ना जाए, कोई भी, आखिर ये सामाजिक चुनौती है। राधाकृष्ण कमेटी को पूरा पालन करने के उपरांत भी उस कमांड चेन में कहीं ना कहीं ब्रीच हुई है, इसको हम स्वीकार करते हैं, इसकी सुधारने की जिम्मेवारी हम लेते हैं, बिल्कुल सुधारने का हम जिम्मेवारी लेते हैं। और मैं समाज की सभी वर्गों को अपील करना चाहता हूं, ऐसा नहीं कि हम आस पड़ोस में जो माफिया घूमते हैं हमें पता नहीं है, ये एक सामाजिक व्याधि है, ये एक सामाजिक व्याधि में सब सोशल इविल है। इस व्याधि से हमको समाज को मुक्त करना पड़ेगा। हमें मालूम है कि हमारे आस पड़ोस में क्या क्या हलचल हो रही है, आपको भी मालूम है। आफ्टर ऑल कई सारे विषय तो मीडिया से पता चलता है, सही पता चलता है। मैं आप सभी के सहयोग चाहता हूं, देशवासियों का सहयोग चाहता हूं, नीति निर्धारकों का सहयोग चाहता हूं, राज्य सरकारों का सहयोग चाहता हूं। देश की बच्चों के भविष्य के लिए हमें एक निर्भुल परीक्षा, परिष्कार परीक्षा, स्वच्छ परीक्षा के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है। मेरे ओर से इतना उल्लेख करना था।
सर, जो पैसे
एक सबका मैं लूंगा, एक एक करके इनसे। अंचल थोड़ा आप इधर, अंचल इधर आ जाओ, आप ही को अंचल जिसको कहेंगे हम उसका लेंगे।
सर, क्या चूक कभी पता चली है, गड़बड़ी कहाँ पर थी? क्योंकि गड़बड़ी पता होगी तभी तो आप उसको ठीक करेंगे।
सीबीआई गहरा तक जाएगी, किसी को इस बार बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। पिछले बार भी बख्शा नहीं गया था, लेकिन इस बार भी ये मैंने कहा ना, इसकी राधाकृष्ण कमेटी को पूरा लागू करने के बावजूद भी ये घटना हुई है। सीबीआई, आपने देखा होगा, आप लोग ही छपाते हो, सीबीआई ने तुरंत कार्रवाई किया है, सीबीआई इसको तह तक जाएगी। मैं और एक विषय जो मेन विषय में कहना था, अगले साल से परीक्षा, इसकी जो मूल जड़ है OMR, अगले साल से नीट की परीक्षा कंप्यूटर बेस्ड टेस्ट से होगी।
सर एक प्रश्न ऐसा है कि विपक्ष ने इसमें राजनीतिक आरोप किए है कि भाजपा से जुड़े हुए लोगों ने ये पेपर से धांधली की है।
मैं उसके उत्तर विनम्रता से नहीं देना चाहता हूँ। ये विषय राजनीतिक है ही नहीं। मैंने कहा एक सामाजिक व्याधि है। इस सामाजिक व्याधि से समाज को मुक्त रखना पड़ेगा। सभी की दायित्व है, मेरा भी दायित्व है, सभी राजनीतिक पार्टियों की दायित्व है। रुको 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 अंचल
सर एक सवाल मेरा है सर, क्योंकि 2024 में भी इसी तरीके की खबरें आई थी, क्या एनटीए के मैकेनिज्म में सुधार की गुंजाइश है, सुधारने की जरूरत है अभी?
हाँ, निश्चित रूप में एनटीए को और सुधारने की आवश्यकता है। उसको हमने गंभीरता से लिया। 24 की जो लूफल्स आई थी, 24 की लूफल्स को इस बार हमने पूरा पैक किया था, पूरा ठीक किया था, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी ये फिर घटना हुई है। इसलिए एनटीए में निश्चित रूप में और सुधार की आवश्यकता है। इसको सुधार किया ही जाएगा।
सर सीबीआई के रिमांड नोट में बहुत स्पेसिफिकली मेंशन किया गया कि एनटीए से जुड़े हुए लोगों के लिंक्स को भी प्रूव किया जाएगा इस बार। पिछली बार ये कहा गया था कि जो मतलब ग्राउंड लेवल का जो छोटा स्ट्रक्चर था, सीबीआई ने जांच वहीं तक करके छोड़ दी थी। इस बार क्या आपका रिएक्शन है जो रिमांड नोट में सीबीआई ने बात कही है उस परिप्रेक्ष्य?
सीबीआई ने सही कहा है, किसी को छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा, किसी को छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा। वो एनटीए के अंदर हो, बाहर हो, कोई भी हो, किसी को स्पेयर नहीं किया जाएगा।
सर मेरा सवाल है कि जो ऑनलाइन अगर परीक्षा होती तो आपको लगता है कि इसमें एरर नहीं होगा? ये एकदम आप
तुलनात्मक OMR से सीबीटी थोड़ा प्रूफ है, थोड़ा प्रोटेक्टेड है, थोड़ा उसको ठीक किया जाए। टेक्नोलॉजी देखो, साइबर क्राइम तो एक बड़ा दुनिया बन चुकी है ना, इसको हम लोग सब नई दुनिया में रह रहे हैं। वो भी वहाँ भी चुनौती है, लेकिन हमारे देश की सिस्टम पे हमें भरोसा करना पड़ेगा। और तुलना, ये तो इम्प्रूवमेंट की चीज़ है।
सर 4 बार अभी तक देखा गया कि पेपर लीक हुआ है। हर बार आपने ये बात कही है कि 0 टॉलरेंस रखा जाएगा, लेकिन बार बार ये चूक हो जाती है। आखिर में कहाँ थी?
नहीं, हर एक बार की नेचर बदल जाती है ना। देखो, ये हम सब एक सिस्टम चलाते हैं। सरकार बहुत जिम्मेवारी के साथ कह रहे हैं हम चीज़ों को सुधारेंगे, फिर भी एक्सीडेंट होता है, उसको ठीक करना पड़ेगा।
सर एनटीए के स्ट्रक्चर में किस तरह का रिफॉर्म आप सजेस्ट कर रहे हैं? और जैसे परमानेंट एम्प्लॉयज नहीं है एनटीए में, कॉन्ट्रैक्चुअल बेस एम्प्लॉयज हैं, उनके लिए क्या करना चाह रहे हैं कि उससे लीक का चांसेस बढ़ जाते हैं?
मैंने कहा कि पहले सीबीआई को अपने काम को पूरा करने दो। इसके अलावा एनटीए को और मजबूत किया जाएगा।
सर जिस तरीके से आपका एनटीए को मजबूत किया जाएगा, लेकिन साल दर साल पेपर लीक होता है, तो क्या एनटीए जिम्मेदारी लेगा किस तरीके से गलती ना हो?
तो एनटीए ने दायित्व लिया है। ये सूचना एनटीए को ही आया है, 7 को एनटीए की ग्रीवेंस पोर्टल में आया है। एनटीए ने उसको छुपाया नहीं, एनटीए ने उसको संवेदनशीलता के साथ सरकार के सामने रखी, हमने हमारे नेतृत्व के सामने रखा, बाकी सिस्टम के सामने रखा। एजेंसियां तुरंत काम पे 8 तारीख सुबह से 7 तारीख रात को एजेंसियां काम शुरू कर दी है। 12 को हमने निर्णय कर लिया कैंसिल करने का, 15 को हमने निर्णय कर लिया परीक्षा करने का। सब एनटीए ने ही किया। एनटीए अकाउंटेबल है। एनटीए में जो कमियां उसको सुधारना पड़ेगा, जो भी गुनहगार है उसको परिधि में लाना पड़ेगा, और एनटीए ही अकाउंटेबल होगा।
पेपर लीक के आरोपियों ने कहा है कि पिछले साल भी पेपर आउट था।
मैं कम से कम मैं इस विषय कम से कम अफवाह में हम ना जाए। कोई विषय में हम अफवाह में ना जाए। हम सब जिम्मेदार हैं। आप सब राष्ट्रीय मीडिया हो, आप सबकी दायित्व है। समाज में जो है हम कुछ भी चीज़ हम छुपा नहीं रहे, कुछ भी चीज़ हम मुंह फेर नहीं रहे। लेकिन जो विषय है असम्पशन, 20-25 लाख बच्चों की भविष्य की सवाल है। आपकी एक एक वाणी अनेकों के मन में उद्वेग खड़ा करता है। जो तथ्य है वो छुपना नहीं चाहिए। आपके सहयोग से हम यहाँ आए हैं। ये मीडिया ने यहाँ तक इसको लाया है, हम उसको आदर करते हैं। लेकिन हम ऐसा भी कुछ विषय ना करें जो अनावश्यक फिर एक बार तनाव खड़ा करे। प्रमाण है तो उसको चिंता करें। जो मैं कोऑपरेशन चाहूंगा। जो मित्र पूछ चुके हैं वो छोड़ दीजिए, जो नहीं पूछे वो पूछे।
राज्यों के साथ एनटीए के आउटसोर्सिंग को लेकर सवाल होता है कि एनटीए खुद अपना काम नहीं करती, सारा काम आउटसोर्स करती है।
सुधारा जाएगा। नहीं, कई चीज ध्यान में आया है, कई चीज। आई अश्योर यू विल गो टू द लास्ट पॉइंट।
राज्यों के साथ समन्वय किस तरह से बिठाया जाएगा? जैसे माफिया हैं, सब जानते हैं कि हर अलग अलग राज्य में सुनते हैं हम कि माफिया वहां पर मौजूद हैं, वो कैसे समन्वय बिठाया जाएगा? क्योंकि वो थर्ड पार्टी वाला भी सवाल उठा कि एनटीए का ग्राउंड कहीं ना कहीं शायद क्या कमजोर हो रहा है, किस तरह से राज्यों को साथ में लाया जाएगा?
देखो, राज्य इस बार भी, मैं आभार पकड़ इस बार जो हमने कहा ना, मैंने राधाकृष्ण कमेटी को कोट किया। राधाकृष्ण कमेटी ने कुछ मौलिक सुझाव दिया था कैसे इसको इलेक्शन मैंने कैसे कंडक्ट किया जाए। उन्होंने शब्द लगाया था इलेक्शन टाइप के अरेंजमेंट करो, जनरल इलेक्शन जैसे होती है ऐसे इस बार अरेंजमेंट करो। आप राज्य देश की किसी भी जिला कलेक्टर और एसपी को आप इस बार पूछिए फोन करके, उन्होंने क्या किया। मैंने कम से कम उस दिन 3 तारीख को कम से कम 15 देश की सभी कोनों में, जम्मू का श्रीनगर से लेके केरला तक, नॉर्थ ईस्ट से लेके सेंट्रल इंडिया तक, मैं अनेक कलेक्टर एसपी को हिमाचल से भी रैंडम फोन किया है। उसी समय में कहाँ हो, सब एग्जामिनेशन सेंटर में थे, सब एग्जामिनेशन सेंटर, सब एसपी कलेक्टर सब एग्जामिनेशन सेंटर में थे। अलग कोई गेट के सामने है, कोई कैंपस के अंदर है। राज्य सरकारों ने सभी जगह पे बहुत ही मदद किया। फिर उनके हम मदद लेंगे। राज्य सरकारों ने की मदद के कारण ये हो पाई है। 5400 सेंटर में इस बार तो ये निगरानी की व्यवस्था की गई थी। हर एक विद्यार्थियों को हम एआई टूल यूज करके उनको, आप भी देख पा रहे थे, आप लोग उस दिन जो कोई गए होंगे मॉनिटरिंग सेंटर में, आप भी देख पा रहे थे, लेकिन फिर भी चूक हुई है। आप कुछ बच्ची आपकी मदद चाहिए, हम मिलकर अश्योर करें कि नहीं होगी।
सर, राहुल गांधी आरोप लगाते हैं कि सरकार पर जो छात्र हैं और जो अभिभावक हैं उनका भरोसा टूट गया है। उस भरोसों को कैसे लाया जाएगा, कैसे विश्वास दिलाया जाएगा कि आगे से ऐसी चीजें ना हो?
ठीक है, मैं फिर विनम्रता से, मैं उसके कोई राजनीतिक आरोप का उत्तर आज नहीं दूंगा, ये मंच नहीं है। मेरे दायित्व मेरे 22-25 लाख बच्चों की भविष्य, उनके अभिभावक, उनके मन की आवेग और संवेदना, मैं भी आपको थोड़ा भी निवेदन करता हूँ। आप भी आज के दिन बच्चों को हम फिर एक पुनः व्यवस्था कर रहे हैं। बच्चों को कोई भी हम कंफ्यूजन में ना रखे, मैं कोई राजनीतिक उत्तर नहीं दूंगा। आपका पूछ चुके हो, आप पूछ चुके हो।
कमेटी से रिलेटेड एक सवाल ये है कि उन्होंने हाइब्रिड मॉडल सजेस्ट किया था जिसमें आप ईमेल कर दो, सेंटर पे प्रिंट आउट हो जाए, बट वो इम्प्लीमेंट क्यों नहीं हो पाया? और क्या क्या मल्टी मॉडल शिफ्ट मॉडल रिकमेंड हुए थे, वो कब इम्प्लीमेंट होंगे या वो हो चुके थे?
मैंने फिर कहूँ, राधाकृष्ण कमेटी की लगभग सारे रिकमेंडेशन हमने पालन किया है। जो 5400 सेंटर की इस बार की परीक्षा के अरेंजमेंट, देखिए, इसको आज कोई एक अखबार ने, शायद इंडियन एक्सप्रेस ने, उसकी पूरा चेन को समझाया है। क्वेश्चन सेटिंग से लेके प्रिंटिंग, ट्रांसपोर्टेशन, बैंकों में स्टोर रहना, परीक्षा सेंटर पे जाना, परीक्षा सेंटर से फिर पोस्ट के माध्यम से एनटीए को लौटना, ये पूरा कमांड चेन है। राधाकृष्ण कमेटी ने जो रिकमेंड किया उसमें से लगभग हमारी दृष्टि में 100% पालन किए हैं। उसमें शॉर्ट टर्म लॉन्ग टर्म दोनों विषय कहा था, जिससे मैंने भी कहा, मैंने पूरा सो मोटो भी कहा कि हमने अगले बार से सीबीटी में काम करेंगे। ये भी राधाकृष्ण कमेटी की रिपोर्ट था, हमने लागू नहीं कर पाया था, करेंगे अगले बार।
सर, आपने एग्जाम से पहले 80 टेलीग्राम चैनल को ब्लॉक किया था, लेकिन ये जो अभी जो जांच निकली है उसमें ये पता लगा है कि टेलीग्राम, व्हाट्सएप पे, हर जगह पे, यूट्यूब पे ये चल रहा था कि अति महत्वपूर्ण प्रश्न है। तो आपकी डार्कनेट की टीम क्या कर रही थी, जो कि होम मिनिस्ट्री की वो टीम का यही काम था कि परीक्षा में ये सब चीज़ों की नज़र रखे, तो क्या ये बड़ी चूक नहीं है?
देखिए, मैंने आप आए नहीं थे, मैंने एक विषय कहा कि साइबर चैलेंज बढ़ रहा है। 120 आपके पास 80 नहीं, 120 टेलीग्राम चैनल काम कर रहे थे, हमने सबको निरस्त किया था। ये व्हाट्सएप में भी आया। हमें नई समय की चुनौतियों को आगे जाना पड़ेगा। साइबर क्राइम हमारी एक चुनौती बन चुकी है, हम उसको फिर कोशिश करेंगे इसमें से कैसे उसको रिंग फेंसिंग करें।
सर, एनटीए से ही पेपर लीक हो गया, ऐसी कुछ खबरें चल रही है।
सीबीआई को करने दो। मैं उसको, सीबीआई हमारा बहुत विश्वसनीय एजेंसी, उसमें वो लगा है, निश्चित रूप में उसको तह तक जाएगा।
कुछ छात्रों ने सुसाइड जैसे कदम उठाए, उनको कुछ मदद किया, क्या आप राय दें?
देखिए, मैं इसके लिए, मेरे पास कोई शब्द नहीं है। एक अभिभावक के नाते, एक नागरिक के नाते, इस बच्चे की दुर्मूल्य और अमूल्य जिंदगी के लिए जो नुकसान हुई है, मेरे पास कोई शब्द ही नहीं। हम सबकी दायित्व बनती है, मेरे भी दायित्व बनती है ये विषय कैसे पुनरावृत्ति न हो इसकी चिंता करनी चाहिए।
सर ऐसा नहीं लगता सर 21 जून को जो नई एग्जामिनेशन डेट अनाउंस की गई उस दिन योगा डे भी है, भारत सरकार
वो सुबह होगी, योगा डे सुबह होगी, हमने सोच के तय किया है।
सर ऐसा देखा जा रहा है सिक्योरिटी प्रोटोकॉल जो है वो छात्रों पर ही लागू होता है, मंगलसूत्र उतरवा दिया जाता है, कई जेब वाली पैंट उतरवा दी जाती है, लेकिन प्रिंटिंग प्रेस से ही पेपर लीक हो जाता है। तो ये जो सिक्योरिटी प्रोटोकॉल है वो सिस्टम पे लागू होना चाहिए छात्रों से ज्यादा, क्योंकि हर बार परीक्षा केंद्र पे विवाद आता है कि मंगलसूत्र उतरवा दिया गया है, अंगूठी उतरवा दी गई है, लेकिन पेपर प्रिंटिंग प्रेस से लीक हो रहा है।
देखिए, हमने इस दो अलग अलग विषय है, छात्र कैसे सहज बिना तनाव की परीक्षा दे, मैंने कहा कि इसकी कंटिन्यूस इम्प्रूवमेंट की विषय है। जो छात्रों की सिक्योरिटी के दृष्टि से जो मिनिमम करना चाहिए वो करना पड़ेगा शायद, लेकिन वो हारास ना हो उसकी चिंता करना पड़ेगा। बाकी रहा इसकी जो कमांड चेन को तोड़ने वाले को कोई बर्दाश्त नहीं किया जाएगा, उसकी दायित्व हमने लिया है, उसको स्वीकार किया है। सीबीआई काम पे लगी, थोड़ा उसको पूरा करने दीजिए।
सर देयर आर इंफॉर्मेशन, इन फैक्ट वी हैव इनपुट्स कमिंग इन, लोगों ने एक महीने पहले तक लोगों एनटीए को ईमेल्स लिखे हैं एंड वी हैव प्रूफ्स, देयर आर मल्टीपल पीपल। अगर नॉर्मल लोगों को ये पता चल चुका है कि पेपर लीक हो सकता है एंड दे हैव रिटन दीस ईमेल्स टू एनटीए, तो एनटीए के लिए हाउ डिफिकल्ट वाज इट?
नहीं, एनटीए के पास जब ही खबर है एनटीए ने कार्रवाई किया।
सर एक महीने पहले भी लोगों ने
अभी देखो इसका मैं कोई तथ्य के ऊपर आज काम बात करना पड़ेगा। जब तक मैं तो अस्वीकार नहीं कर रहा हूँ, 7 को एनटीए को खबर आया, हम 7 रात को हम तीनों के बीच में बातचीत हुई, हमने काम किया है, तथ्य के साथ बात करेंगे।
Sir, there are structural issues within NTA which was red flagged by the Parliamentary Standing Committee in December 2025 itself. 6 months later, we are standing in the same situation. NTA के 14 में से 5 पेपर्स में irregularities या गड़बड़ियों की बात पार्लियामेंट कमेटी ने खुद कहा था।
देखिए, मैं पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी के मत पे नहीं जाऊंगा, मैं राधाकृष्णन कमेटी के मत पे जाऊंगा, आपकी मत पे जाऊंगा, फैक्ट पे जाऊंगा। असम्पशन पे नहीं बात करेंगे, पॉलिटिकल टोन पे कम से कम आज तो मैं करूंगा, सारे का उत्तर मैं पार्लियामेंट भी दूंगा। भी सब एक्शन टेकन रिपोर्ट भी हमने दिया है। हमने और पार्लियामेंट स्टैंडिंग कमेटी की विशेष करके जब प्रतिपक्ष के व्यक्ति बैठ जाते हैं कैसे लिखते हैं, फिर आप मेरे से आप भी ज़्यादा जानते हो। मैं आज कोई पॉलिटिकल उत्तर, आज वो माहौल नहीं है, मैं उसको नहीं देना चाहूँगा।
बड़ी संख्या में जो छात्र हैं उनका ये डिमांड है कि एनटीए को बदला जाए, एनटीए की जगह किसी और एजेंसी को जो है वो लाया जाए, क्योंकि बार बार एनटीए जो है वो मिसकंडक्ट कर देती है।
देखो, कोई ना कोई एजेंसी, मैंने कल दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी की वाइस चांसलर साहब की एक इंटरव्यू देख रहा था, कोई ना कोई एजेंसी तो करेगा ना। देश में अनेक जगह पे स्टेटों में भी ब्रीच हो रहा है, कोई एजेंसी वहाँ भी काम कर रहा है। पिछले दिनों में भारत सरकार ने एक पब्लिक एग्जामिनेशन की कंडक्ट एक्ट लाया, व्यवस्था को सुधारनी पड़ेगी, व्हीकल नहीं, व्यवस्था को सुधारनी पड़ेगी। एनटीए कोई सरकार के निर्णय नहीं था, कुछ विसंगति को ध्यान में रखते हुए सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा था एक सेंट्रलाइज एजेंसी बनो, उसमें से बनी है। एनटीए हर एक साल एक करोड़ का काम कर रहा है, अच्छा कर रहा है, फिर भी गड़बड़ी हो रही है, उसके दायित्व हम लेते हैं। व्हीकल का इशू नहीं है, इशू है प्रोसेस की, चैलेंज की, सोचा। मैंने कहा ना, ये जो अभी मैंने आज होम सेक्रेटरी, सामान्य गृह मंत्री जी ने होम सेक्रेटरी साहब को निर्देश दिया है कि हर एक जिले में इस सर्विलांस व्यवस्था को, हमको पता है कौन सी जिले में कौन सी दलाल घूम रहे हैं, ये सामाजिक व्याधि है। लाखों करोड़ रुपया खर्चा करके व्यवस्था को तोड़ने की, ये कोई व्हीकल की इशू नहीं है, ये व्यवस्था की, ये कोई एक व्याधि है। आपकी मदद में चाहता हूँ उस व्याधि को रोकने की।
सर, एनटीए को कह रहा था कि ऑनलाइन परीक्षा के लिए 22 लाख बच्चों की परीक्षा के लिए वो कैपेबल अभी नहीं है, आपको लगता है नेक्स्ट टर्म तक हो जाएंगे?
चलो, अभी तो मैंने कहा पाऊँ साल भर।
एक सवाल ये है कि क्या सर, एक सवाल ये है, क्या नीट 2025 भी संदेह के घेरे में था कि
नहीं
सर, इसलिए सवाल ये पूछा मैंने।
अरे देखो, मैं असम्पशन पे कोई उत्तर नहीं दूंगा, एजेंसियां काम कर रही है, उनको करने दो।
सर एक सवाल, क्योंकि एजुकेशन से जुड़ा हुआ मामला है और लाखों बच्चों के भविष्य से, क्या आपको लगता है कि कानून व्यवस्था और भी सख्त करने की जरूरत है, जैसे कि जो भी अपराधी हों इसमें संलिप्त हो उनके खिलाफ कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई की जाए, चाहे वो सरकार के अंदर हो, सिस्टम के अंदर हो या बाहर के लोग?
कोई भी हो, उसके ऊपर सख्त कार्रवाई करना ही पड़ेगा, नहीं तो सामाजिक व्याधि एक भयंकर कैंसरस रूप ले लिया।
सर अब कंप्यूटर बेस्ड हो गई है तो क्या
हुआ
कुछ
नहीं,
ऐसा था
हुआ
कि-
नहीं।
मतलब अगले साल से होगी तो क्या यही देख सकते हैं कि शायद ऑफलाइन में कुछ ना कुछ दिक्कतें आ रही थी ग्राउंड पे या किस तरीके से, क्योंकि
देखिए इस सारे विषय को मैंने आज के परिप्रेक्ष्य में आपकी मदद मांगा, आप उसमें मदद करिए। धन्यवाद।
All right, Education Minister speaking there, a very long press conference and press briefing that he just addressed right now. And what we will tell you is that the big update, the big takeaway is that the Education Minister is saying that improvement is needed in the NTA, making it very, very obvious that the improvement is needed in the NTA. And the second big takeaway is no OMR test from next year. No OMR test from next year. I'm reading out all the big points that have been made by the Education Minister. And he's also mentioned that the education mafia poses a big challenge, saying the government has taken responsibility for the overhaul of the system, and adding that what is important are the students. The future of the students is of utmost importance. Very, very big points being made by the Education Minister there. And he has assured all the students that the re-examination which will be taking place, remember the re-examination is on June 21st, will be free of any malpractice. Big updates coming in here on Republic TV, viewers. Education Minister saying the CBI cracking down on the NEET cheats. All right, viewers, we're taking a short break. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back. We'll keep getting our viewers all the top updates coming in. We'll put our focus on some of the other stories that we are tracking. It's the fuel price hike across India. Diesel and petrol prices have been increased by ₹3 per litre in multiple cities. We'll get to all those details. Stay tuned. We are live and breaking.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा सिम MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिम
जीरा सिम असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Build a team. That team will create many things. It will change Kerala. It will be a new era. A new Kerala. That is our target.
In a major development in Kerala, Congress leader V.D. Satishan has been chosen as the new Chief Minister of the state. After days of intense speculation by the Congress High Command, V.D. Satishan has finally emerged as the face of the new government.
Accordingly, the Congress President has held extensive discussions with the chairperson of the Congress Parliamentary Party, leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, the AICC observers who had met with the newly elected MLAs on May 7th, 2026, and many other leaders from the state, including MPs, former PCC presidents, have also been consulted. Based on all these discussions, it has been decided that Shri V.D. Satishan be appointed as the leader of the CLP.
A veteran politician and a 5-time MLA of the Paravur Ernakulam district, V.D. Satishan is no stranger to Kerala's political scenes. Known for his sharp debating skills and strong organizational abilities, Satishan has steadily risen through the ranks over the last 3 decades.
The Honorable High Command has made a very vibrant choice in announcing the Chief Minister of Kerala. For the past 5 years, as the opposition leader of Kerala, Sri V.D. Satishan, have led the battle and attained a huge victory against a 10-year LDF rule. whatever issues have been raised inside and outside the assembly was always commendable. And it was the emotion of the people of Kerala. It was the desire of the people of Kerala. It was the expectation of the people of Kerala that V.D. Satishan should become the Chief Minister. And the High Command has truly accepted that mandate of making him the Chief Minister.
He was born in a modest family in Netur and entered active politics during his student days, where he made his name as a powerful orator. His consistent victories from the Paravur constituency showed his strong connect with the people.
This honesty and argument to cover up for incompetence? How is this happening year after year after year after year after year? National Testing Agency under you has absolutely failed to perform its basic duty towards itself and 2.3 million students. Instead of guarding yourself, why don't you resign? Why should you be given a second chance?
Two brothers who bought the paper for around 30 lakh rupees and then proceeded to hand it over to his son. We've also gotten to know that around 4 to 5 children from his family have qualified and cleared NEET before. So there seems to be a pattern here.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोच है विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद। भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा रखता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
A team. That team will create many things. It will change Kerala. It will be a new era. A new Kerala. That is our target.
In a major development in Kerala, Congress leader V.D. Satishan has been chosen as the new Chief Minister of the state. After days of intense speculation by the Congress High Command, V.D. Satishan has finally emerged as the face of the new government.
Accordingly, the Congress President has held extensive discussions with the chairperson of the Congress Parliamentary Party, leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, the AICC observers who had met with the newly elected MLAs on May 7th, 2026, and many other leaders from the state, including MPs, former PCC presidents, have also been consulted. Based on all these discussions, it has been decided that Shri V.D. Satishan be appointed as the leader of the CLP.
A veteran politician and a 5-time MLA of the Paravur Ernakulam district, V.D. Satishan is no stranger to Kerala's political scenes. Known for his sharp debating skills and strong organizational abilities, Satishan has steadily risen through the ranks over the last 3 decades.
The Honorable High Command has made a very vibrant choice in announcing the Chief Minister of Kerala. For the past 5 years, as the opposition leader of Kerala, Sri V.D. Satishan, have led the battle.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. India feels the heat. Fuel prices hiked across the country. Diesel and petrol prices increased by ₹3 per litre in metro cities. CNG price also goes up by ₹2 per kilogram. NTA announces June 21st as the date for NEET UG re-examination after the massive paper leak.
जो एग्जामिनेशन हो गई उस एग्जामिनेशन की फीस को हम स्टूडेंट को रिटर्न करेंगे। हम उसमें एनटीए वचनबद्ध है और जो आगे वाला परीक्षा होगा उसकी 0 फीस होगा।
Government brings in countermeasures to prevent malpractices. NEET exam now to be computer based. No OMR sheets from next year. Prime Minister Modi departs on high-stakes 5-nation tour. Energy, defence and technology in focus. High-scale corruption uncovered. Funds meant for athletes routed to bureaucrats, schools, clubs and colonies in New Delhi. Delhi High Court Justice Swarna Kanta Sharma issues a notice of criminal contempt of court against former Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal. Welcome viewers, you're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra, and our top focus at this are the fuel price hike that has now come in today. Now petrol and diesel prices have been hiked by ₹3 per litre, while the CNG price have also gone up by ₹2 per kilogram. So let me break it down for you what exactly the current price rate looks like across metro cities. Now in New Delhi, diesel has become ₹3 costlier, currently stands at about 90.67 per litre, while in Mumbai, diesel prices have gone up by 3.11 rupees, coming to about 93.14 rupees per litre. In Kolkata, in fact, prices have also gone up by ₹3, coming down at about 95.1 per litre. Now in Chennai, also diesel prices have gone up. It stands at 95.47 per litre. So this is the overall picture, what it looks like right now after the price hike was issued by the government of the day today. Now it is on an average ₹3 per litre increase on petrol and diesel prices, while CNG prices have also gone up by ₹2 per kilogram. So we are looking at a price fuel hike coming in across metro cities in India. This is essentially due to the tensions which persist in West Asia as well. Now, despite the price hike that has come in today, India still stands in a very comfortable position. If you look at the countries around the world, India, in fact, has been releasing its reserves strategically. India has diversified its energy basket and is placed in a much better position. In fact, if you look at the entire rate of global supply disruption, it stands at about 20%, while India's price hike is just nearly about 3%. So if you compare it to what's happening around the world, India stands in a much better position today, despite the price fuel hike that is coming in. All right, my colleague Gursimran now joins me with more details on this. Gursimran, now a price hike in fact has come in as far as petrol and diesel prices are concerned. Now you have been around in the petrol pumps. Give us what's the situation on the ground. Are you looking at a rush or the flow has been steady at these petrol pumps?
See, if we speak of the impact that we have seen since morning, that the people, they are impacted with what has happened, and also what the industry experts have to say. I'm joined by Mr. Rajesh Gupta, who is the president of Jammu Tourism Federation. गुप्ता साहब, आप किस तरह से देखते हैं, क्योंकि 3 रुपए बढ़े, इससे पहले क्या रवैया ये थी कि जिस तरह से पेट्रोल के दाम या प्रति बैरल जो है $64 से $106 पहुंचे, उससे इम्पैक्ट ज़्यादा भी हो सकता है. अब जो इम्पैक्ट हुआ, टूरिज्म इंडस्ट्री को आप हेड करते हैं जम्मू टूरिस्ट फेडरेशन को, क्या इम्पैक्ट आप देखते हैं आने वाले दिनों में?
देखिए, अभी तो पेट्रोल डीजल के दाम 3 रुपया बढ़े हैं, तो मुझे लगता है कि 3 रुपया का जो इंक्रीज़ है वो एब्जॉर्बेबल इंक्रीज़ है, और हमें अभी पैनिक होने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. और ये पिछले कल या परसों ही ऐसा ये बढ़ा है, और इस तरह से कोई जैसे हमारे पास इनफ्लो है वैष्णो देवी के तीर्थयात्रियों का या बाकी टूरिस्ट प्लेसेस पे जो लोग जा रहे हैं, तो सीधे तौर पर ऐसा कुछ अभी महसूस नहीं हुआ है. लेकिन जिस ढंग से इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में प्राइसेस बढ़ रहे हैं और गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया उसके लिए कोई ना कोई स्टेप्स ले रही होगी और यहाँ पर उसको कंट्रोल करने की कोशिश कर रही है, तो अगर वो कंट्रोल नहीं होता तो फिर उसका इम्पैक्ट जो है अनप्लेजेंट भी आ सकता है.
मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहूँगा कि इंडस्ट्री क्योंकि अपने आप को साइकोलॉजिकली हर एक चीज़ के लिए प्रिपेयर करती है, क्या आप लोग, क्योंकि आप कह रहे हैं 3 रुपए जो है एब्जॉर्ब हो सकते हैं, तो क्या इंडस्ट्री एक बड़े शॉक वेव एक्सपेक्ट कर रही थी जो लिमिटेड आया है गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से?
ऐसा आप कह सकते हैं कि गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने कहीं ना कहीं उसको कंट्रोल करने की कोशिश की होगी, क्योंकि इंटरनेशनल तो प्राइसेस बड़े हैं और बड़े शॉक वेव को उन्होंने एब्जॉर्ब करने में की कोशिश की है और एक लिमिटेड इम्पैक्ट हमें दिया है. और अभी मैं ये 3 रुपये वाला जो है, इसको या 3% के आसपास कहूँ, एब्जॉर्बेबल कहूँगा. वी नीड टू बी प्रैक्टिकल, लेकिन ज़्यादा होता है तो उसका इम्पैक्ट आएगा.
क्योंकि जम्मू कश्मीर की इंडस्ट्री जो है ये दोनों चीज़ों पे डिपेंड करती है, ग्राउंड ट्रांसपोर्ट पे और एयर ट्रांसपोर्ट पे, क्योंकि वाटर ट्रांसपोर्ट यहाँ है नहीं. तो एयर वाला जो एस्पेक्ट है उसमें आप मुझे बता रहे थे कि जो सब्सिडी आई वो सिर्फ क्योंकि हवाई जहाज़ों के लिए आई, तो हेलीकॉप्टर इंडस्ट्री हिट हुई है वहाँ पे.
जी बिल्कुल ठीक है. ये कोई ऐसे लगता है कि मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ सिविल एविएशन की तरफ से कोई जैसे होता है कि इग्नोरेंस में कोई चीज़ रह गई है, क्योंकि ATF के ऊपर जो प्राइस कैप और सब्सिडी उन्होंने दी है वो उन्होंने ये जो फिक्स विंग एयरक्राफ्ट्स हैं उनको दी है. जो हेलीकॉप्टर सर्विसेज हैं, जैसे वैष्णो देवी में हेलीकॉप्टर चल रहे हैं, जैसे उत्तराखंड में 4 धाम केदारनाथ में हेलीकॉप्टर चल रहे हैं, तो उन हेलीकॉप्टर्स का जो फ्यूल है मार्च में वो 96-97 रुपीज़ पर लीटर था, ATF जिसको बोलते हैं, लेकिन अभी वो 215, 20-25 रुपये इस तरह से उसका प्राइस हो गया है. उसके ऊपर इन्होंने ना तो कोई प्राइस कैपिंग की है और ना ही कोई उनको रिलीफ दिया है हेलीकॉप्टर इंडस्ट्री को. उससे हेलीकॉप्टर इंडस्ट्री बहुत ज़्यादा प्रभावित.
उससे इम्पैक्ट जो है डायरेक्ट आपकी इंडस्ट्री पे भी आता है.
देखिए, अभी तक क्या है, दोनों जगह पे, चाहे वो वैष्णो देवी है चाहे वो उत्तराखंड है 4 धाम, ये जो शटल सर्विसेज चलती हैं इनकी प्राइसेस यहाँ वैष्णो देवी में वैष्णो देवी श्राइन बोर्ड कंट्रोल करता है. वैष्णो देवी श्राइन बोर्ड ने अभी तक हेलीकॉप्टर सर्विसेज के कोई प्राइस नहीं बढ़ाए हैं, इस करके कंज्यूमर के लिए उसका कोई इम्पैक्ट नहीं आया. लेकिन जो हेलीकॉप्टर ऑपरेटर्स हैं वो बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम में आ सकते हैं, क्योंकि उनकी फ्यूल कॉस्ट जो है डबल से भी ज़्यादा, नियरली 2.25 टाइम्स हो गई है, और उनका जो सस्टेनेबिलिटी फैक्टर है वो कहीं ना कहीं मुश्किल में.
आपको लगता है कि आप एक एंटिसिपेट कर रहे हैं कि ये इम्पैक्ट आप पे भी आ सकता है अगर ये चीज़ें सब
एंटिसिपेट कर रहे हैं? क्योंकि एक लिमिट होती है किसी भी बिजनेसमैन की या किसी भी ऑपरेटर की, वो कितना इम्पैक्ट झेल सकता है. 2, 4, 5, 10% का तो वो झेल सकता है, लेकिन अगर वो फ्यूल की कॉस्ट डबल से भी ज़्यादा होगी तो फिर हेलीकॉप्टर ऑपरेटर्स के लिए भी प्राइस को झेलना जो है उसका एक लिमिट के बाद मुश्किल हो जाएगा. अभी तो पिछले 1-1.5 महीने से वो उस डबल या मोर देन डबल प्राइस पे ऑपरेट कर रहे हैं, यहाँ भी उत्तराखंड में भी, और जहाँ जहाँ हेलीकॉप्टर सर्विसेज चल रही हैं।
बहुत शुक्रिया सर बात करने के. So this was Mr. Rajesh Gupta, the president of Jammu Tourism Federation, who was saying that so far this is something they can observe, but when it comes to if there is a more price hike or the situation that is prevailing in the West Asia, if that leads to more price hike, then it is going to have a visible impact on their industry, that is tourism in Jammu and Kashmir as well. Yes.
Right, of course, Gursimran, we are seeing an impact being felt right from different sectors, from agriculture to retail, from manufacturing to other sectors as well. In fact, the most impact is being felt by people who are operating vehicles, taxis, cargo movers, logistics. These are the people who will be impacted by this move. Now, Republic, in fact, spoke to Mr. Davendra Chaudhary, the president of Jammu Taxi Union. He raised concerns over how price hike would also increase overall operational cost for the industry. Take a listen.
इससे टूरिज़्म में एक बहुत बड़ा हमें इफ़ेक्ट पड़ेगा, क्योंकि जो रेट्स जैसे ही पेट्रोल के बढ़ते हैं तो नेचुरली कास्ट ऑफ ऑपरेशन बढ़ता है. जब कास्ट ऑफ ऑपरेशन बढ़ता है तो ये बर्डन जो है ये लोगों पे पड़ता है. तो इसमें पहले ही हम जो टूरिस्ट के साथ जो रिलेटेड हमारा जो सेक्टर है ये पहले ही बहुत अफेक्टेड है ड्यू टू जो वार चल रही है. लोग बहुत कम आ रहे हैं और इस समय जैसे ही प्रधानमंत्री जी बोलते हैं कि पेट्रोल कम खर्च करो या और कई बातें बोलते हैं ना, तो लोगों को लगता है कि कहीं दूसरा कोई लॉकडाउन ना आ जाए, तो लोग घर से निकलते नहीं हैं. तो 2-3 इफेक्ट पड़ेंगे. एक तो ये इसका ये मैसेज जो चला गया है रेट बढ़ने से, तो लोगों पर फ़र्क पड़ेगा और हमारे कामकाज में फ़र्क पड़ेगा. टूरिज़्म का सेक्टर है हमारा और इसमें पहले भी बहुत सी बातों का असर पड़ रहा है कि जब से ये पहलगाम का जो हादसा हुआ था उसके बाद टूरिज़्म हमारा यहाँ पर थ्रू हुआ नहीं, बहुत कम गिनती में आ रहा है. और दूसरा ये ट्रेनें जो हैं ये पहले कटरा तक थी, फिर अब कश्मीर में चली जा रही हैं, तो अल्टीमेटली ट्रांसपोर्ट का सेक्टर जो है बहुत अफेक्टेड हुआ है.
और सर ये माना जाए कि आपको जो पहले से ही नुकसानात में थे वो और ज़्यादा बढ़ जाएंगे, जो आपका अपना मार्जिन जो प्रॉफिट रहता है वो और डिक्रीज होगा?
हाँ बिल्कुल, इसमें तो मार्जिन जब हमें ज़्यादा पैसे भर के पेट्रोल लेना है तो अभी तो रेट तो जो गवर्नमेंट दे रही है वही है, तो नेचुरली हमें फ़र्क पड़ेगा, बहुत ज़्यादा फ़र्क पड़ेगा.
सर क्या गवर्नमेंट से आप रिक्वेस्ट भी करेंगे कि प्राइस को जो है आपके एंड पे राइज किया जाए?
हाँ, हम इसमें कोशिश करेंगे, गवर्नमेंट को अप्रोच करेंगे कि जब जो जैसे ये फ्यूल हाइक हुई है तो आप उसी हिसाब से परसेंटेज बढ़ा दीजिए, जो हमारा रेट है उसमें परसेंटेज बढ़ा दीजिए ताकि हम गाड़ी चलाने के काबिल रहें. ऐसा ना हो कि कास्ट ऑफ ऑपरेशन बढ़ जाए और हमें इनकम ना हो तो हम मजबूर हो जाएं गाड़ियाँ बंद करने के लिए.
All right, viewers, so that's what we're looking at right after the government announced a price hike in terms of fuel prices, petrol and diesel, all prices increasing by ₹3 per litre. We are looking at a cascading impact being felt. In fact, on this, Republic also spoke to economist Gopal Krishnan, who shared his opinion on the ongoing fuel price hike. Take a listen.
We're not going to see any rapid moderation in oil price globally, given that the war is not yet over. The blockade in the Straits of Hormuz continues. On the one hand, there's a blockade. On the other, there's a threat by Iran of arbitrarily hitting ships that are passing through the straits. And so there is a supply shock as a result. You know, the supply of crude oil and gas through a very important waterway, the Straits of Hormuz, has essentially been blocked or severely constrained. So, under those circumstances, oil prices are going to stay high for the near term, at least the next few months. There have been releases of strategic oil reserves. For instance, the U.S. has released about 53 million barrels per day of 53 million barrels from its strategic petroleum reserves. You know, but that really accounts for just over 1 or 2 days worth of global crude oil exports. So you cannot, the magnitude of the supply disruption is very difficult to counter, and therefore prices are likely to stay high for the near term.
So today the fuel prices have been hiked all over the country. For Tamil Nadu, it's now at 103 and 96 for the petrol and diesel prices. Do you think this small increase might, over the day come up to a place where we get at least 30 rupees hike in the next few days?
There could be a definite hike. See, good and bad thing about the current scenario is that our country has been the government has been efficiently managing the fuel supplies. We've never had, despite challenges on Hormuz Strait and availability of fuel from various Gulf countries, including Iran, we've been maintaining a steady supply, which was not the case in the neighboring countries. Many of the countries like Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Pakistan are still facing acute shortage, and they are rationing the petrol availability. So that way we have managed the fuel availability very well. We have never had any fuel shortage all these months, ever since the war broke out and the Hormuz Strait got blocked. So that is a good thing. The bad thing is, yes, we need to pay a higher price because it was around $69 a barrel when the war started. Now it's 100 plus. So we need to pay a huge price because it is directly linked to the global economic tensions. And it was expected because we import about 85-90% of our requirements are import oriented. So whatever shocks we face in the international front in terms of the supply chain blockage, like what we see in Hormuz Strait, or non-availability of fuel, and even the discounted prices are now withering away. So we are no longer getting Russian crude at discounted prices. So all these factors are playing in a big way. So I do feel this is the first of the hikes, and we might have to face more hikes, though we don't know what is the extent of increase from the current scenario. But it's fair. I mean, we don't have another choice because it's felt globally. And this is not something which we created for ourselves. It is created by the global geopolitical tensions. I think we'll see enhanced hikes because oil marketing companies are almost facing 1,000 crore loss a day since the war broke out, and since there is no respite on restoring the Hormuz Strait supply chain, we'll continue to face these kind of headwinds quite considerably in the coming weeks.
पिछले 3 साल से लगभग जो युद्ध चल रहा है दुनिया में, बहुत सारा संकट दूसरे देशों में आया है। माननीय मोदी जी ने हमारे ऊपर आँच आने नहीं दिए थे, केवल गैस का दाम बढ़ा था। लेकिन ये सब जानते थे कि कब बढ़ेगा, तो बढ़ना जितना कम से कम बढ़ाया है। ऑयल कंपनियां सारी नुकसान में चल रही है, हजारों लाखों करोड़ उनको नुकसान हो चुकी है, लेकिन उसका भी सीमा होता है। तो जितना मिनिमम बढ़ाना चाहिए सरकार उतना बढ़ाए।
All right, viewers, from a fuel price hike to NEET UG re-examination, that's all we could pack in this edition of Live in Breaking. Thanks so much for watching, and don't go anywhere. Coming up on the other side, getting you all the details about how NTA has now announced the date for NEET UG re-examination as at 21st of June. Getting you all the updates on the other side.
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है।
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Build a team. That team will create many things. It will change Kerala. It will be a new era. A new Kerala. That is our target.
In a major development in Kerala, Congress leader VD Satishan has been chosen as the new Chief Minister of the state. After days of intense speculation by the Congress High Command, V.D. Satishan has finally emerged as the face of the new government.
Accordingly, the Congress President has held extensive discussions with the chairperson of the Congress Parliamentary Party, leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, the AICC observers who had met with the newly elected MLAs on May 7th, 2026, and many other leaders from the state, including MPs, former PCC presidents, have also been consulted. Based on all these discussions, it has been decided that Shri V.D. Satishan be appointed as the leader of the CLP.
A veteran politician and a 5-time MLA of the Paravur Ernakulam district, V.D. Satishan is no stranger to Kerala's political scenes. Known for his sharp debating skills and strong organizational abilities, Satishan has steadily risen through the ranks over the last 3 decades.
The Honorable High Command has made a very vibrant choice in announcing the chief.
10 weeks since the war began between Iran, Israel and America, the government's hold on the control of oil prices has ended after a milk hike, after an import duty spike. We've seen fuel prices being raised by about 3%. What is the cascading effect of that, and what are the different impacts it will have on the Indian economy? We are looking at that in detail at 12 p.m. on the live report.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद, भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा लगता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
A team. That team will create many things. It will change Kerala. It will be a new era. A new Kerala. That is our target.
In a major development in Kerala, Congress leader V.D. Satishan has been chosen as the new Chief Minister of the state. After days of intense speculation by the Congress High Command, V.D. Satishan has finally emerged as the face of the new government.
Accordingly, the Congress President has held extensive discussions with the chairperson of the Congress Parliamentary Party, leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, the AICC observers who had met with the newly elected MLAs on May 7th, 2026, and many other leaders from the state, including MPs, former PCC presidents, have also been consulted. Based on all these discussions, it has been decided that Shri V.D. Satishan be appointed as the leader of the CLP.
A veteran politician and a 5-time MLA of the Paravur Ernakulam district, V.D. Satishan is no stranger to Kerala's political scenes. Known for his sharp debating skills and strong organizational abilities, Satishan has steadily risen through the ranks over the last 3 decades.
The Honorable High Command has made a very vibrant choice in announcing the Chief Minister of Kerala. For the past 5 years, as the opposition leader of Kerala, Shri V.D. Satishan have led the battle and attained a huge victory against a 10-year LDF rule. Whatever issues have been raised inside and outside the assembly was always commendable. And it was the emotion of the people of Kerala. It was the desire of the people of Kerala. It was the expectation of the people of Kerala that V.D. Satishan should become the Chief Minister. And the High Command has truly accepted that mandate of making him the Chief Minister.
He was born in a modest family in Netur and entered active politics during his student days, where he made his name as a powerful orator. His consistent victories from the Paravur constituency showed his strong connect with the people.
Is honesty an argument to cover up for incompetence? How is this happening year after year after year after year after year? The National Testing Agency under you has absolutely failed to perform its basic duty towards itself and 2.3 million students. Instead of guarding yourself, why don't you resign? Why should you be given a second chance?
Two brothers who bought the paper for around 30 lakh rupees and then proceeded to hand it over to his son. We've also gotten to know that around 4 to 5 children from his family have qualified and cleared NEET before. So there seems to be a pattern here.
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है।
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है, ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Corrector, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Build a team. That team will create many things. It will change Kerala. It will be a new era. A new Kerala. That is our target.
In a major development in Kerala, Congress leader V.D. Satishan has been chosen as the new Chief Minister of the state. After days of intense speculation by the Congress High Command, V.D. Satishan has finally emerged as the face of the new government.
Accordingly, the Congress President has held extensive discussions with the chairperson of the Congress Parliamentary Party, leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, the AICC observers who had met with the newly elected MLAs on May 7th, 2026, and many other leaders from the state, including MPs, former PCC presidents, have also been consulted. Based on all these discussions, it has been decided that Shri V.D. Satishan be appointed as the leader of the CLP.
A veteran politician and a 5-time MLA of the Paravur Ernakulam district, V.D. Satishan is no stranger to Kerala's political scenes. Known for his sharp debating skills and strong organizational abilities, Satishan has steadily risen through the ranks over the last 3 decades.
The Honorable High Command has made a very vibrant choice in announcing the Chief Minister of Kerala. For the past 5 years, as the opposition leader of Kerala, Sri V.D. Satishan, have led the battle and attained a huge victory against a 10-year LDF rule. Whatever issues have been raised inside and outside the assembly was always commendable. And it was the emotion of the people of Kerala. It was the desire of the people of Kerala. It was the expectation of the people of Kerala that V.D. Satishan should become the Chief Minister. And the High Command has truly accepted.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us on the live report. It's 12 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had a fuel price hike. Inevitable given what's been happening in the last 10 weeks after the start of the war between Iran, America and Israel. For the last 10 weeks, the government has been absorbing some of the excise duty pinch. And the oil manufacturing companies or the OMCs have been absorbing some of the stress, avoiding passing it on to consumers. But that period has ended, with consumers now having to bear a part of the burden. 3 rupees hike in both petrol and diesel, which could have cascading effects in the next days and weeks to come. Here are the headlines on the live report.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
India begins to feel the heat of the Iran war as oil prices are increased by 3 rupees per litre for both petrol and diesel. Big impact of all the investigative reports that we've been putting out. There is a change in the way the NEET re-examination will be conducted starting next year. NEET re-exams on the 21st. Next year, the format changes altogether.
जो एग्जामिनेशन हो गई, उस एग्जामिनेशन की फीस को हम स्टूडेंट को रिटर्न करेंगे। हम उसमें एनटीए वचनबद्ध है और जो आगे वाला परीक्षा होगा उसकी 0 फीस होगा।
Okay, fees is one part, but he also speaks about the fact that it will be held online. OMR sheets will be replaced going forward from 2027. Prime Minister Modi embarks on a 5-nation tour. Energy, defense, technology in focus. He will be heading to UAE first, with an eye on energy security. And following the report of high-scale corruption of funds meant for athletes being routed to bureaucrats, pools, clubs and colonies, more details emerge on the story of sports corruption. Fuel prices have been increased by 3 rupees across all cities for both petrol and diesel. The price of CNG has also been increased as of this morning. So the government, which has for the last 10 weeks tried to hold on, not pass on the burden to the consumer, has decided that some part of the burden will have to be borne by people. And this is exactly what the Prime Minister was saying, what perhaps the Prime Minister was warning. These are the prices of petrol in the city where you are. In Delhi, it goes from 94 to 97. Okay, we're getting in pictures. As we get to the details of how the fuel prices have changed, we're getting in detail, visuals of the Prime Minister landing. We'll go across to that. In Mumbai, the price of petrol has gone from 103 to 106. And looking at the different cities, while we talk about fuel, the Prime Minister has landed. We'll go back to the pictures. Okay, we'll go back to the pictures of the Prime Minister in just a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go back to the story of the fuel price hike. In Bangalore, the fuel prices have gone up from 102 to 105. Hyderabad, 107 to 110. In fact, fuel prices in Hyderabad, that is petrol prices in Hyderabad now the highest with almost 110. In Chennai, from 100 to 103. Kolkata, 105 to 108. In Ahmedabad, 94 to 97. Pune, 94 to 97. Jaipur, 95 to 98. So the average increase in fuel prices has been anywhere between 3 rupees to 3.7 based on the different taxation in that particular state. In Delhi, of course, it continues to be the cheapest. Those are prices of diesel. Diesel has also increased by about 3 rupees. Now, a closer look at how India's hike compares to that of other countries. India has increased oil prices by about 3%, 3 to 3.5%, compared to the global average of about 35%. Now, that's how it looks. Let's just stay on this, please. The global fuel hike, when you look at the average fuel hike across the world, in the top 10 economies after the Iran war, this is how it looks. In US, oil prices have gone up by about 45%. In China, about 12%. Japan, about 8%. Germany, 12%. United Kingdom about 18%, France 11%, Italy 13%, Brazil 12%, Canada 30%, India insulated so far anywhere between 3 to 4%. In fact, the average should be 3 there, so we'll just correct that number. Roughly about 3%. That's the change. Extreme controls in India where the government has tried its best not to pass it on, but eventually they've had to. Let me go across to Ajay Bagga. Ajay Bagga is a renowned market expert joining us live on the broadcast. Ajay, inevitable has happened. Is this the start of a lot more to come? In your view, Ajay, what should we be ready for?
Overall, Niranjan, if you look at out of say 105 rupees petrol, what is, or say 100 rupee petrol, what is the cost breakup? About 40 rupees used to be the crude breakup. Now that has gone to 60 to 65. So the oil refining companies are losing about 20 to 24 rupees per liter of petrol or diesel. The government gave them some relief whereby it cut the duties by 10 rupees. So that 24 rupees came down to about 14 rupees, but still they are losing 14 rupees for every liter of petrol or diesel that they are selling. So, and that was coming to 1,000 crores on a consolidated basis, 1,000 crore loss per day for the oil marketing companies, which are government owned. So we need to make up 14 rupees in case the prices stay where they are. If the prices go up, of course, more. If the prices come down, it will come down. But 14 rupees is the shortfall. Today, about roughly 3 rupees has been made up. Now it's up to either the state governments, which make about 20 rupees tax, or the central government, which still makes about 9 rupee tax. They take up this remaining 11 rupees. So will the state governments cut, as you were showing, state to state? Some states are very cheap. Some states it's very high. It's the average is going, the range is going from 110 rupees to 94, 97 rupees. So it's showing that state governments are making a lot more because central government is fixed. So either the central government gives up its tax, whatever remaining is there, or state governments do it, or prices have to be raised once more. You can't have companies making losses because they'll go bankrupt. This is in addition to the cooking oil subsidy, Niranjan. Last year, it was at 35,000 crores. This year, we are estimating it will go to 50 to 55,000 crores. So that has to be made good by the government to the companies. They are minus 55,000 crores on cooking gas. And then if they lose money on petrol and diesel as well, then they will go bankrupt. So the government has to make a tough choice. Central government cuts tax, state government cuts tax, or you pass on to the consumer. One of these three things will have to be done. Right now, the easy thing is being done where the companies are being forced to pay the tax, to bear the losses, Niranjan.
Now, you're saying 14 rupees is how much they are losing. I mean, that's ideally how much it can go up to. Now, the way the government is handling it, when you compare our response and how much they have absorbed vis-a-vis, the other top 10 economies in the world, I just showed that graph. Can we put that graph once more, please? The graphic with the top 10 economies and how India is placed roughly about 3 to 4%. That's the average of what we have seen versus the global average, Ajay, is about 35%, right? Now, of course, we're only watching out for how much more the government can hold. Now, typically in a situation like this, will the government wait and watch, how crude oil goes up and down, or will they have to keep changing their strategy as per the evolving situation?
I would say, the government should consult with state governments. State governments are giving a lot of freebies. If those can be cut, and the tax that the state governments of about 20 rupees that they're collecting, can that be reduced? I don't think that will come through, but that's one option. Second is the government gives up whatever it has whatever it is still earning, about 9 rupees. They make up that, Niranjan. Otherwise, I would say every week we'll have to hike till we reach that 14 rupees number. So another 10 rupees from now will be needed for our companies to break even, not make profit. Again, it's a misnomer. People are saying these oil marketing companies make huge profits when oil went down. They did not. They were making, the best year was 2024, when the Russian crude was available to us at deep discounts. That time, Niranjan, they made 4 to 5% margin on the bottom line. And what was the consolidated earnings? 85,000 crores. Last year, the year before last, that came down to 60,000 crores. Last year, FY 2026, they are about estimated to have made about 45,000 crores. That's not very big. On an 8 lakh crore turnover, Indian Oil Corporation makes 12,000 crores profit, 1.5%. So they are not making huge profits. People on social media keep ranting that these big companies, they have to invest in refineries, they have to invest in infrastructure, they have to run petrol pumps where you get the fuel. They make 2 rupees on litre. The petrol dealer makes about 3.5 to 4 rupees per litre. The government tax is about 45 rupees per litre. State plus central government. Central government has already given up 10 rupees out of its kitty. It is a international calamity. We have one, the crude oil price has gone up. Second, the rupee has fallen. Every time the rupee falls, again, there is an impact because the landed cost of oil goes up. So that crude, out of the 100 rupees crude was costing 40, has now gone up to about 64, 65. And that every time your rupee falls, that also goes up, that 65 number. Who pays that 24, 25 rupees is the big question. Right now, government of India has paid 10 rupees. We have had this hike of about 3 rupees. Roughly 11 rupees is still underfunded. Somebody has to pay that. Again, you have shown Canada's example. Canada is a net exporter of oil. It has hiked prices by 30% because that will force people into conserving fuel. It will make renewables more attractive. So somebody who's a net exporter of oil, or US, which is the biggest exporter, they are allowing free markets to dictate the price. And they've seen 45% hike. US is doing that so that they don't subsidize bad behavior. India needs to learn from that. I would say, yes, economically, there is a very big price you pay because diesel, moment you touch, because of transportation, it transmits immediately into the economy in terms of higher prices, what we call inflation. And what gets hit the first? Food. Because food is bulk, it is in huge quantities that it is carried all around the country, and the poorest end up paying that. So it's difficult for the government to fully pass on in a poor country like India, but the faster we do it, we will start looking for solutions. We will not let an energy insecurity like we have seen now again become a national insecurity. So while we take the medium term, long term planning, I think it's good to pass on because that will put the whole nation on an emergency alert. And then we know this is what it is. Then as the international price changes every 15 days, you should change it. So if it falls, we should also pass on to the consumer. If it rises, that much more we do. But again, I'm saying, why should the state governments be earning 20 rupees? 7 lakh crores is what all the governments put together earn on our crude oil in a year. 7 lakh crores, Niranjan. It's the biggest, most reliable tax that is there. Atalji had brought in that 2 rupees cess for the Pradhan Mantri Sadak Yojana. It helped us build highways, everything. But maybe we look at that. We cut some slack to consumers by forcing the state governments to now cut down from that 20 rupees which they are earning. It's a 7 lakh rupee collection. Out of that, Government of India has given up 1.5 lakh rupees already by the cut that it did. Again, give 1.5 lakh to the consumer, and the rest, increase the price as soon as you can. Also make sure the oil marketing companies are just about breaking even. No need for them to make 60-70,000 crores over the year. This year, let them just about break even. They are minus 55,000 crores on cooking gas. We must remember that.
Yeah.
So already the bill is there. Government's fertilizer subsidy bill will go from 1.8 lakh crores to 3 lakh crores, Niranjan. So already there is trouble in the economy. At least this you pass on another 5-6 rupees, and 4-5 rupees the state government should be forced to cut the tax.
Okay. Ajay, thank you for joining us. In fact, for putting it so beautifully to our viewers. Going to be the big story. Great point on why states continue to make money while the center continues to perhaps bleed. Point for debate. Thank you, Ajay, for joining us on the live report. Okay, let's move on to the next story on the show this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We just had pictures come in of Donald Trump. Donald Trump. Departing from Beijing a short while back, he just took off back to the US, United States. But the highlight in the last few hours, the highlight in the headline has been a comment that was reportedly made by Xi Jinping behind closed doors while referring to America as a declining nation. Now, this is what has been reported. America, a declining nation, that reference was made, but Donald Trump amplified it. And he said, yes, it was made, but Xi Jinping was actually referring to the Biden rule. Very interesting. Yang Chengxi. Yang Chengxi is a CGTN reporter from the leading Chinese network. CGTN joining us live. He's live from Beijing. In what context was that comment made of the declining nation, Yang? It's very interesting. I mean, he's not way off the mark, maybe off, maybe on mark, but how was it taken?
Well, I've seen reports of on a similar line, but we've been following the sort of the bilateral meetings over the past 2 days. Well, President Xi Jinping never really phrased it like that. He never explicitly said the U.S. is in decline. That was all according to President Donald Trump. But during the bilateral meetings, he did say that the big question of our time is whether China and the United States can jointly overcome what's called the Thucydides trap. And to create a new paradigm for major country relations. Now, if you think about it, this is an interesting way of putting it. Because a Thucydides trap is a term that's often used by Chinese officials to describe like a possible pitfall in the China-US relationship. It is a term in international relations used to describe the structural stress that occurs when a rising power threatens an existing great power, and it suggests that the dynamic can make conflict sometimes inevitable, even if both parties wish to avoid it. So President Xi really took a grand historic point of view, saying that the big question of our time is to shoulder this responsibility for the two nations, the two leaders, to really engage in mutual respect and peaceful coexistence and win-win cooperation, and see if we can avoid that. But it did imply that there's a rising power, and that might be challenging an existing power.
It's an obvious reference, even though, of course, classic Xi Jinping said it in the way that he did while talking about the Thucydides trap. Now, what's your headline from this visit of Donald Trump? It appeared more, from an outside perspective that America really needed investments, really needed, China on board for the big bucks coming in, the big companies coming in. At the end of it, what was the big takeaway?
Well, I mean, the biggest takeaway is, according to Chinese official releases, the biggest takeaway is a consensus for both leaders to redefine what a China-US relationship would look like in the next 3 years and beyond. And it is termed as a constructive China-US relationship of strategic stability. Now, the key word here is really stability. We want risks and competition to be manageable, because we've seen over the past few years tariff wars and tech blockades. And there have been a lot of flashpoints between the world's two biggest economies, and it has huge global implications because China has been the world factory. So if there is a tariff war going on, it will have spillovers across global economies. So the two leaders have defined this new relationship that's based on a constructive strategic stability. So what does it mean? It has four aspects according to the official interpretation. First is a positive stability with cooperation as the mainstay. The second is a healthy stability with competition within proper limits, and a constant stability with manageable differences, and lasting stability with expectable peace. So there is a recognition that both countries have differences and heated competitions that both have their different ways of approaching things. The big question of our time is to prevent it from getting out of hand. Because if you think about it, a lot of the economic cooperation are what many people are focusing on, but the stability between the two countries really falls onto the biggest geopolitical issue between the two countries, and that is Taiwan. It is, according to President Xi, the most important issue. If it is handled properly, it will both sides will enjoy stability. Otherwise, both countries will have clashes and conflicts, and putting the whole relationship in jeopardy, to be frank. President Xi said that the so-called Taiwan independence and cross-strait peace are as irreconcilable as, quote, fire and water. So safeguarding peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait is, according to him, the biggest common denominator between the two countries.
With your inputs, he's left from Beijing as Donald Trump took off from Beijing after what many call is a breakthrough visit. Okay, let's move on, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Yang. And that's it on this edition of The Live Report. We're taking a break. Coming back with the details of the fuel price hike and the debate around the fuel price hike. We've had a 3% fuel price hike. Translates to about 3 rupees a rise in petrol prices, diesel prices. We'll tell you how the political parties are responding to it. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के भोपोई तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी, because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे, तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
कोशिश को कामयाबी, कामयाबी को शोहरत बनते देखा है। हाँ, पिछले 60 सालों में मैंने देश को बनते देखा है। कमला पसंद, 60 सालों से अनोखा स्वाद।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, मसाला।
Build a team. That team will create many things. It will change Kerala. It will be a new era, a new Kerala. That is our target.
In a major development in Kerala, Congress leader V.D. Satishan has been chosen as the new Chief Minister of the state. After days of intense speculation by the Congress High Command, V.D. Satishan has finally emerged as the face of the new government.
Accordingly, the Congress President has held extensive discussions with the chairperson of the Congress Parliamentary Party, leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, the AICC observers who had met with the newly elected MLAs on May 7th, 2026, and many other leaders from the state, including MPs, former PCC presidents, have also been consulted. Based on all these discussions, it has been decided that Shri V.D. Satishan be appointed as the leader of the CLP.
A veteran politician and a 5-time MLA of the Paravur Ernakulam district, V.D. Satishan is no stranger to Kerala's political scenes. Known for his sharp debating skills and strong organizational abilities, Satishan has steadily risen through the ranks over the last 3 decades.
The Honorable High Command has made a very vibrant choice in announcing the Chief Minister of Kerala. For the past 5 years, as the opposition leader of Kerala, Sri V.D. Satishan, have led the battle and attained a huge victory against a 10-year LDF rule. Whatever issues have been raised inside and outside the assembly was always commendable. And it was the emotion of the people of Kerala, it was the desire of the people of Kerala, it was the expectation of the people of Kerala that V.D. Satishan should become the Chief Minister. And the High Command has truly accepted that mandate of making him the Chief Minister.
He was born in a modest family in Netur and entered active politics during his student days, where he made his name as a powerful orator. His consistent victories from the Paravur constituency showed his strong connect with the people.
आचाल में।
All right, getting you top updates coming in here on Republic TV. I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest. So the big story we're tracking today is that petrol and diesel prices have been hiked by ₹3 due to the situation playing out in West Asia. However, there are reports and a lot of leaders saying that some countries are facing almost 100% hike. We will be getting our viewers more updates. We're getting some breaking news coming in. Let's go straight across to that. Some breaking news coming in right now. Supreme Court sets aside Delhi High Court order which had suspended the life sentence of former MLA Kuldeep Singh Sengar in the Unnao rape case. Earlier, Supreme Court had stayed the order on an appeal filed by the CBI in the matter. A bench of CGI, Suryakant and Justice Joymala Bakshi have directed the Delhi High Court to decide the matter afresh within 2 months' time and without being influenced by the Apex Court's decision to set aside the earlier order. Okay, so big Supreme Court setback coming in for Kuldeep Sengar in the Unnao rape case. Supreme Court sets aside Delhi High Court order in the Unnao case. So let's tell you exactly what is happening there. Supreme Court has set aside Delhi High Court's order suspending Kuldeep Singh Sengar's life sentence in the rape of a minor in Uttar Pradesh's Unnao in 2017. And Justice Joymala Bakshi said, we do not endorse the hyper-technical conclusion of the High Court that an MLA is not a public servant under the POCSO. The court did not express any opinion on the merits of the case and directed the High Court to decide the main appeal within 2 months. The Unnao rape case made national headlines last month after Sengar, then representing UP's assembly seat, had the rape case sentence suspended by another bench of the High Court and was granted bail pending an appeal against a trial court verdict. And that really made a lot of people very upset. Supreme Court has now gone ahead, set aside Delhi High Court order on Unnao rape case. Let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us, being joined by Sarthak. Sarthak, yes, go ahead. It's a big setback coming in for Kuldeep Sengar in the Unnao rape case.
You rightly said it, Shivangi. It's a big setback for Kuldeep Singh Sengar, where his appeal, where he was sentenced in 2019, in the 2017 Unnao rape case by a Delhi Sessions Court. He was convicted in that court by a Sessions Court in Delhi, against which he appealed in the Delhi High Court in the Delhi High Court against such conviction. The Delhi High Court, to the utter dismay and surprise of not only the victim but to the surprise of the entire country, that conviction was put a stay on that conviction. In fact, he was granted a bail by the Delhi High Court. CBI, without wasting any time, reached out to Supreme Court in December 2025 to put a stay on that bail order. Supreme Court had to intervene and put a stay on that bail order. And now it's the major development that has taken place in the Supreme Court today is that Supreme Court has set aside the sentence, the suspension of the suspense order that was passed by the Delhi High Court in December 2025. Just to remind the viewers, his trial was still pending. He was convicted by the Sessions Court, and the Delhi High Court was hearing the appeal in that matter. But now it seems like the Supreme Court has said that the life imprisonment order that was passed by the Sessions Court was correct, and the Delhi High Court order was incorrect, and that has Supreme Court has put a stay on that, and has also asked the Delhi High Court to wind up the matter within 2 months to get to a plausible conclusion in this matter. There were some crucial observations made by Justice Bakshi. The matter was listed in the court of Chief Justice of India Suryakant and Justice Bakshi. And Justice Bakshi said that it's surprising that such technical aspects are being taken into consideration, whether MLA comes within the ambit of the definition of public servant. and under the POCSO Act. So these are some crucial observations made by the Supreme Court. Now Delhi High Court will continue hearing the matter, and they are expected to wind up the matter and get to a conclusion within 2 months. Back to
All
the
right,
studio.
well, thank you for getting us all those details, Sarthak. I will be coming back to you, of course, as we get more updates on the story. Okay, let's move ahead, viewers, to the other story that we're tracking here. Fuel prices have been hiked across the country, including diesel, petrol and CNG. This move comes after the government effectively shielded the economy from the shock after the Iran war. Rise in diesel prices as well. City-wise data shows in New Delhi, diesel has become around 3 rupees costlier and is now selling at 90.67 per litre. So different cities have different price hikes overall. It's a hike after a 10-week hold. The direct fallout of the situation playing out in the Iran war. So petrol and diesel prices were raised after Prime Minister Modi urged people to cut fuel consumption, exercise restraint and work from home amid rising energy concerns. Latest increase ends a 4-year freeze on fuel price revisions by state-owned oil marketing companies. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. And let's go straight across to our guest who is joining us right now to get a better idea about what exactly is happening and what can we expect next. So Mr. Bibek Banerjee is joining us, General Secretary, Delhi Petrol Dealers Association. Thank you for joining us here, Mr. Banerjee on Republic TV. Now, we know that the petrol and diesel prices have gone further up. You are General Secretary, Delhi Petrol Dealers Association. Just give us a little perspective as to this price hike. How is it affecting those who are directly concerned and the impact the consumers are going to face?
You see, with the onset of the war, there was a huge spike in the barrel prices, which was not transferred on to the customer, the general public. So this has been absorbed for a very long time by the government and the OMCs. Now it was, more than due that it had to be passed on to the public. So I think a 3 rupee hike is a very conservative hike. And as such, there is not much of an impact on the customer. But I hope, I'm not hoping, it's hope against hope that prices will go up further. So if you see the prices of the barrel of in the Indian basket, it was trading at 108.36 yesterday, and dollar is trading at 95.89. So if you put 2 and 2 together, the prices of petrol at the ground level should be a lot higher, which is not the case currently. So I am guessing that it will rise further.
Yes. So we have the data. We will, of course, put that out. We have put out those numbers. Many countries have increased their fuel prices by a huge amount. So we're talking about 50% to 100%. In Pakistan, people are paying nearly 55% more than they were 3 months ago. In Malaysia, 56% more. In US, 45% more. We put out, okay, look at that number. Global fuel hike. 3%, lowest India, other countries paying a huge amount of money, and the price hike is significantly higher than what Indians will be paying. I'm coming back to our guest. What we see right now, that the numbers clearly are showing, of course, we said that we tried our best. India tried its best to make sure that the shock is not absorbed by the consumers or the citizens. So we have just a 3%. Numbers are much, much less than other countries. If you could just also put in perspective, how does that really work? How was the shock absorbed by the Indian government and the center and the oil companies? If you could just put that in perspective for us.
So you see, as I said earlier, the OMCs, the oil marketing companies, shielded the customer from this shock. So what happened is they were selling the product at a loss. So it basically reflects on their balance sheet. And in the times to come, you'll see those figures reflected on their balance sheet. So they have been absorbing that loss. Of course, the government of India, being a major stakeholder in the oil marketing companies, they will also absorb this shock.
Yes.
So that the customer is shielded.
Yes. Okay. So we have put out those numbers. We'll also talk a little bit more about diesel prices and petrol prices, because that doesn't just affect the price of diesel and petrol. It also affects. It has other effects, cascading effects as well. For example,
it has spiraling effects on the inflation all over, especially diesel. It will result in a spiraling effect all over. The inflation will rise. Every commodity in the market currently is linked to petrol and diesel prices, since they are the backbone of the industry and they help in transportation of the goods. So once transportation gets more expensive, everything will increase.
That's right. So we see that India is extremely dependent on imported oil. In fact, the impact of the price hike is felt the most by the people, operation vehicles, taxes, cargo, movers. We're talking about this logistics. Republic has spoken to Mr. Devendra Chaudhary, the president of the Jammu Taxi Union. He raised concerns over how the price hike would also increase the overall operational cost while driving down profits. Listen in.
इससे टूरिज्म में एक बहुत बड़ा हमें इफेक्ट पड़ेगा, क्योंकि जो रेट्स जैसे ही पेट्रोल के बढ़ते हैं तो नेचुरली कास्ट ऑफ ऑपरेशन बढ़ता है. जब कास्ट ऑफ ऑपरेशन बढ़ता है तो ये बर्डन जो है ये लोगों पे पड़ता है. तो इसमें पहले ही हम जो टूरिस्ट के साथ जो रिलेटेड हमारा जो सेक्टर है ये पहले ही बहुत अफेक्टेड है ड्यू टू जो वार चल रही है. लोग बहुत कम आ रहे हैं और इस समय जैसे ही प्रधानमंत्री जी बोलते हैं कि पेट्रोल कम खर्च करो या और कई बातें बोलते हैं ना, तो लोगों को लगता है कि कहीं दूसरा कोई लॉकडाउन ना आ जाए, तो लोग घर से निकलते नहीं हैं. तो 2-3 इफेक्ट पड़ेंगे. एक तो ये इसका ये मैसेज जो चला गया है रेट बढ़ने से, तो लोगों पर फ़र्क पड़ेगा और हमारे कामकाज में फ़र्क पड़ेगा. टूरिज़्म का सेक्टर है हमारा और इसमें पहले भी बहुत सी बातों का असर पड़ रहा है कि जब से ये पहलगाम का जो हादसा हुआ था उसके बाद टूरिज़्म हमारा यहाँ पर थ्रू हुआ नहीं, बहुत कम गिनती में आ रहा है. और दूसरा ये ट्रेनें जो हैं ये पहले कटरा तक थी, फिर अब कश्मीर में चली जा रही हैं, तो अल्टीमेटली ट्रांसपोर्ट का सेक्टर जो है बहुत अफेक्टेड हुआ है.
और सर ये माना जाए कि आपको जो पहले से ही नुकसानात में थे वो और ज़्यादा बढ़ जाएंगे, जो आपका अपना मार्जिन जो प्रॉफिट रहता है वो और डिक्रीज होगा?
हाँ बिल्कुल, इसमें तो मार्जिन जब हमें ज़्यादा पैसे भर के पेट्रोल लेना है तो अभी तो रेट तो जो गवर्नमेंट दे रही है वही है, तो नेचुरली हमें फ़र्क पड़ेगा, बहुत ज़्यादा फ़र्क पड़ेगा.
सर क्या गवर्नमेंट से आप रिक्वेस्ट भी करेंगे कि प्राइस को जो है आपके एंड पे राइज किया जाए?
हाँ, हम इसमें कोशिश करेंगे, गवर्नमेंट को अप्रोच करेंगे कि जब जो जैसे ये फ्यूल हाइक हुई है तो आप उसी हिसाब से परसेंटेज बढ़ा दीजिए, जो हमारा रेट है उसमें परसेंटेज बढ़ा दीजिए ताकि हम गाड़ी चलाने के काबिल रहें. ऐसा ना हो कि कास्ट ऑफ ऑपरेशन बढ़ जाए और हमें इनकम ना हो तो हम मजबूर हो जाएं गाड़ियाँ बंद करने के लिए.
Some updates coming in. 14 Naga civilians, including 2 from Nagaland, were released by Kuki groups. Still 6 Naga civilians left to be released. In short, 14 civilians out of 20 Naga civilians abducted by Lailon Wi-Fi Kuki from the Kangpokpi district. They were released very early this morning. Among these 14, 2 are Nagamis and 2 Nagamis were handed over at Sinapati police. Okay. So these hostages have been released. We'll try to go across to my colleague in a short while. Okay, we have Johnson joining us live. Johnson, take our viewers through the latest coming in. 14 Naga civilians, including 2 from Nagaland, were released by Kuki groups. Yes, Johnson.
The ongoing crisis, the development towards peace. Yes. Okay, this is one of the very big development and way towards peace. So on 13 days on Wednesday, after the ambush that has been carried on the 3 Thadok church leaders, so in response to that, unknown miscreants and also the Kuki groups, Kuki villagers from the Lailon Kuki villages, they have abducted 18 Naga civilians and also 2 Nagamis. So out of these 20, as of now, only 14, including these two Nagaland Nagamis, they are released and they are now in safe hands. So right now I am at Makhan village, Makhan Baptist Church, which is posted under Kangpopi district. So as of now, I am right now along with all those 12 civilians that has been released recently on the early morning at around 4 a.m. Like so, I will let one of those victims who were already in under the custody of those cookie groups who were hostess. So I will let her narrate the ground report on how they were arrested, how they were taken to their custody, and how they were kept. So let me show the lesson. Like, so, madam, your good name, please.
Andagi marakta aina nganga dauriba aigi mingse lungrailu.
So her name is Lugailung. Her name is Lugailung. Yes.
I visitiban yoli rukul lamkai the kumi.
And she's a vegetable seller.
Rukul lamkai the kumlaga bodo visitiban do yoma lore para pamatamda ay koi semi nupi sing purga driver amana purga kai kaba matamda laloy wakai. Adu mapamda kunjao adu da ay koi bufare.
Okay. Okay. So after her returning from Krukul, after selling vegetable, she along with driver and her team, they were captured, they were arrested by those cookie groups at Lailon Baifai. This is along this Lailon Baifai Kunjao. They were arrested by those cookie groups. So it's in a power matamda boy cookie singi kulai paiba ubra. So during the time of them arrest, they don't witness, they don't see any armed members of the cookie group, but they were arrested.
All right, visuals coming in. Prime Minister Modi, who is on his UAE visit. Prime Minister Modi, remember, is embarked on a visit to UAE and then later 4 European nations. India and UAE are expected to firm up 2 significant agreements to boost cooperation. All right, let's go straight across to Shravan Sen, my colleague who's joining us. Shravan, this is a very important visit. It's a short visit, but one of the most important visits on Prime Minister Modi's tour is coming amid soaring oil prices and India's first fuel price hike in 4 years. So it's a very important visit.
Well, in fact, Shivang, quite a significant visit to UAE on your screens right now. The images coming out of Prime Minister's first destination, which happens to be in UAE. He's also been accompanied by President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan. And remember, as far as the focus of this entire visit is concerned, it is in the backdrop of the ongoing crisis in West Asia, and particularly keeping in mind that UAE has been one country that has been affected the most in the war that actually broke out. And during that period, remember, the Prime Minister had essentially reached out to the UAE President, indicating the fact that innocents who have been killed in UAE should not have actually happened. And more importantly, he has largely spoken about the strategic partnership that both the countries enjoy. In fact, as far as the agenda is concerned, what we are given to understand, the focus largely would be to enhance India's energy security, as well as what we are being told that there would also be a likelihood of an announcement with regards to the organization of the petroleum exporting countries, OPEC, because there too, remember, a major decision that was actually taken by the UAE to basically step out of OPEC, which has come across as a big blow. Now, that is also going to be a key focus of this entire meeting that's going to take place. This is, after all, a major grouping of the world's top oil exporters. Now, this undoubtedly a significant visit. This comes in the backdrop of two major events that have taken place. One, the BRICS foreign ministers meeting that has taken place in India, with UAE also coming together and being on the same table along with Iran's foreign minister. Now, this visit that you see is the beginning of the five-nation tour of the Prime Minister. The next focus would certainly be on the Nordic countries, which the Prime Minister would be visiting.
Right. Yes. Okay, we're getting these pictures coming in live from Abu Dhabi. Prime Minister Modi has just landed in UAE. This is a very, very important visit of the Prime Minister. And we can expect a lot of key issues to be discussed. Energy, defense and technology would be in focus, Shravan. India and UAE would be deepening energy and strategic ties. And of course, in the backdrop of the global energy crisis, this would be important. Okay, we're getting some more pictures coming in. Left-hand side, these are pictures of a video released of Prime Minister Modi's plane being escorted by the UAE F-16s. These are the pictures of the latest pictures that we're getting for US Prime Minister Modi has just landed in UAE. Let's go straight back to my colleague, Deputy Executive Editor Shravan Sen, who's joining us. Shravan, you know, what would India be talking about and asking for? We can expect a lot of talks on maybe crude supplies, LNG, and much, much more.
Well, in fact, it's also important to highlight that Prime Minister Modi happens to be one of the few world leaders to be actually visiting UAE in the backdrop of the West Asia crisis. In fact, trips to the UAE by heads of governments have been quite rare since the war actually began, and Iran thereafter had launched multiple strikes on the country. Now, as far as UAE-India relations are concerned, why it becomes important and significant, keeping in mind where the Prime Minister has essentially spoken about what appears to be tough times ahead. In fact, UAE, which happens to be one of India's biggest suppliers of crude oil and natural gas, and in fact, in the month of January itself, India had signed a $3 billion deal to buy LNG from the Gulf nation. Now, in the current circumstances, when you've had the petroleum minister who's just spoken just about a few days ago saying that, well, we do have the reserves, but that is only for a limited period. And that's where this visit of the Prime Minister would become extremely crucial, because the Prime Minister who's going to be meeting the UAE President is likely to be discussing one of the major issues of energy cooperation, and that is exactly what has been indicated by the Ministry of External Affairs. And also with regards to UAE being the largest trade partner, there is also a likelihood of more deals that are likely to be signed between India and UAE. That confirmation is yet to really come in from the Ministry of External Affairs with regards to what kind of trade cooperation are we really expecting right now from the UAE.
Right, well, Shravan, also we'll put those pictures out first on Republic TV of the F-16s escorting Prime Minister's plane. The UAE is India's third largest trading partner, and a lot of talks are happening on bilateral trade. Also coming up, viewers, NTA announces June 21st as a date for the NEET UG re-examination after the massive paper leak controversy. Stay tuned. We are live and breaking.
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी डिबेट यानी विवाद भारत विवाद नहीं संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन इसमें भरोसा रखता है
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
Build a team. That team will create many things. It will change Kerala. It will be a new era. A new Kerala. That is our target.
In a major development in Kerala, Congress leader V.D. Satishan has been chosen as the new Chief Minister of the state. After days of intense speculation by the Congress High Command, V.D. Satishan has finally emerged as the face of the new government.
Accordingly, the Congress President has held extensive discussions with the chairperson of the Congress Parliamentary Party, leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, the AICC observers who had met with the newly elected MLAs on May 7th, 2026, and many other leaders from the state, including MPs, former PCC presidents, have also been consulted. Based on all these discussions, it has been decided that Shri V.D. Satishan be appointed as the leader of the CLP.
A veteran politician and a 5-time MLA of the Paravur Ernakulam district, V.D. Satishan is no stranger to Kerala's political scenes. Known for his sharp debating skills and strong organizational abilities, Satishan has steadily risen through the ranks over the last 3 decades.
The Honorable High Command has made a very vibrant choice in announcing the Chief Minister of Kerala. For the past 5 years, as the opposition leader of Kerala, Sri V.D. Satishan, have led the battle and attained a huge victory against a 10-year LDF rule. Whatever issues have been raised inside and outside the assembly was always commendable. And it was the emotion of the people of Kerala, it was the desire of the people of Kerala, it was the expectation of the people of Kerala that V.D. Satishan should become the Chief Minister. And the High Command has truly accepted that mandate of making him the Chief Minister.
He was born in a modest family in Netur and entered active politics during his student days, where he made his name as a powerful orator. His consistent victories from the Paravur constituency showed his strong connect with the people.
अच्छा आलमी है। क्या इधर से आ गया वो इधर है ना, ये आज है ना रेडी कर रखा है, इसके लिए आ गया। केरला से आ गया।
Over the years, he has served as the leader of opposition in the Kerala Assembly, where he earned a reputation for being an articulate opposition voice against the Left Democratic Front government.
I express my gratitude. I'm very grateful to the AICC leadership because our CLP adopted a resolution entrusting the Congress President to take a decision. Congress President having discussion with Congress President and Rahul ji, Priyanka ji and all other leaders, in charge General Secretary, they discuss with all the...
Can you speak on the mic? Mic is not on.
Just louder, a little bit louder. Energy cooperation between India and Russia has grown significantly. Are there discussions underway for long-term oil, LNG or nuclear energy agreements in local currencies?
Да, все это обсуждается.
Yes, all of this is being discussed, and our settlements with India, we're going away from dollar to using national currencies and the currencies of other countries that do not abuse their position in the global financial institutions. There are no restrictions that you've mentioned in any area for us. We are open for everything that our Indian partners are interested in, and we have not dealt with any problems in this regard, and I don't think that we will have any issues in this regard. Minister Lavrov is visiting media center. Donald Trump, before traveling to China, he was responding to journalist questions, and he said no when asked whether there was an understanding between him and Vladimir Putin regarding Donbass. What does this mean, given that it had previously been claimed that such an understanding exists? We always said that we have a clear understanding after the talks that took place in Anchorage, Alaska, on August 15th of the last year. And I can remind you, and President Putin mentioned this on several occasions, before that summit, Stephen Witkoff traveled to Moscow, special envoy of President Trump's, and he conveyed the American understanding of how a long-term settlement of the conflict in Ukraine can be ensured. And these ideas were based on the understanding, U.S. understanding of the root causes of this crisis, including, as it's been mentioned on a number of occasions by President Trump, Ukraine cannot become a part of NATO, and the realities on the ground must be recognized. The realities on the ground after the referendum that took place in this territory. So based on this understanding, Mr. Witkoff brought their suggestions to Moscow, so we started working on them, and a week later, during the summit in Anchorage, President Putin said that he can support the American initiative, all the offers, all the proposals by the American side. I don't think that I'm revealing a big secret when I'm saying that, well, President Putin listed all the components of the American proposal, one after another, item by item, and after every item that he mentioned, he asked Mr. Witkoff, who was attending the talks, am I saying that right? Am I explaining it right? And Mr. Witkoff said that yes,
आज भी जिस प्रकार से आपकी वायुसेना के जहाजों ने एस्कॉर्ट किया, ये भारत के लोगों का सम्मान है। आपने पिछले दिनों प्राकृतिक आपदा के कारण कुछ इलाकों में जो परेशानी आई, उन पीड़ित परिवारों के लिए संवेदना व्यक्त की। इसके लिए भी मैं आपका बहुत बहुत आभारी हूं। ब्रदर, पिछले कुछ समय से आपसे फोन पर तो बात होती रहती थी, परंतु मैं स्वयं आपसे मिलने के लिए बहुत ही बेताब था, आतुर था। पाने क्यों, लेकिन मुझे ऐसा लग रहा था कि मुझे जितना हो सके उतना जल्दी आपके पास आना चाहिए, आपको मिलना चाहिए। आज आपसे मिलकर के मुझे सचमुच बहुत खुशी हुई है। ब्रदर, जैसा मैंने आपको पहले भी कहा है, यूएई पर हुए हमलों की हम कठोर निंदा करते हैं। यूएई को जिस तरह निशाना बनाया गया है, ये किसी भी रूप में स्वीकार्य नहीं है। ब्रदर, इन कठिन परिस्थितियों में आपने जिस संयम, करेज और विजन का परिचय दिखाया है, यह बहुत ही सराहनीय है। राष्ट्रीय एकता, सुरक्षा और क्षेत्रीय अखंडता को बनाए रखने में आपके नेतृत्व में उठाए गए कदमों का हम अभिनंदन करते हैं। कठिन समय में यूएई में रहने वाले भारतीय समुदाय की चिंता करते और उनकी देखभाल की जाए। जिस प्रकार से आपने उनको अपने परिवार के सदस्यों पर संभाला है, मैं यूएई सरकार का, आपका, रॉयल फैमिली का हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। ब्रदर, पश्चिम एशिया क्षेत्र में युद्ध की परिस्थिति का प्रभाव आज पूरे विश्व पर दिखाई दे रहा है। भारत ने हमेशा समस्याओं के समाधान के लिए डायलॉग और डिप्लोमेसी को प्राथमिकता दी है। हॉर्मुज़ को फ्री, ओपन और सेफ बनाए रखना, ये हमारी सबसे बड़ी प्राथमिकता है। इस विषय में अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कानूनों का पालन आवश्यक है। ब्रदर, भारत हर परिस्थिति में यूएई के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर खड़ा है और आगे भी खड़ा रहेगा। जल्द से जल्द शांति और स्थिरता की बहाली के लिए भारत हर संभव सहयोग देने के लिए तैयार है। ब्रदर, हमारी कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप को निरंतर नई ऊंचाइयों तक पहुंचाने के लिए मैं आपका हृदय से बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं। जनवरी में आपकी भारत यात्रा के दौरान हमने आपसी सहयोग को क्वालिटेटिवली अपग्रेड करने पर सहमति जताई। इतने कम समय में भी हमने सभी विषयों में उल्लेखनीय प्रगति की। दोनों टीमों के बीच भी करीबी संपर्क रहा। आज जिस तरह की परिस्थिति है, इसमें भारत और यूएई की स्ट्रेटेजिक साझेदारी, इसका महत्व कई गुना बढ़ गया। हम आने वाले समय में हर क्षेत्र में साथ मिलकर के आगे बढ़ते रहेंगे। एक बार फिर आपके आत्मीयता भरे स्वागत और गहरी मित्रता के लिए मैं हृदय से आपका बहुत बहुत आभार।
That was Prime Minister Narendra Modi while engaging with the UAE President. There was a bilateral meet underway between the two leaders as he's now landed in the Gulf nation for a crucial but a very brief stop, just about 4 hours. He was accorded the Guard of Honor, and now in fact he was talking to UAE President about the ties that have been steady between the two nations, while also thanking the UAE President for taking care of the needs of Indian diaspora when there was a war unfolding in West Asia, while also hailing the ties between the two countries as they battle the economic challenges coming their way from the West Asia tensions. Now he in fact also also spoke about the Strait of Hormuz, saying that freedom of navigation must be restored in the economic corridor. It must be open and free. Now, those are the words of the Prime Minister as he engages with the UAE President on his first stop of his five-nation tour. Now, he's just kicked off the five-nation tour. In fact, he landed in UAE just a short while ago, and this was followed by a bilateral meet with the UAE President. Now, it is a crucial stopover for the Prime Minister at a time when world over countries are challenging and facing economic pressures coming in from West Asia tensions. And in terms of energy, this is a crucial stop for India, as Prime Minister Modi highlights that how UAE is one of India's biggest supplier of oil and natural gas. Now, if you look at the ranking, UAE, in fact, is India's third largest trade partner. So talking about the comprehensive strategic partnership that exists between the two countries, Prime Minister Modi hailed the steady ties with the Gulf nation as he undertook a bilateral meet with the UAE President. Now, these are live visuals on your screen from Abu Dhabi. This is the first stop of Prime Minister's five-nation tour. Energy is the big focus of this tour, and the first stopover at UAE, a crucial one, a short one, already has begun. A bilateral meet took place between Prime Minister Modi and the UAE President, and energy ties were, of course, the big focus of that conversation. Now, Prime Minister Modi, in fact, said he's grateful to the UAE leadership for taking care of the needs of Indian diaspora when there was a war unfolding in West Asia, while he also hailed the strategic ties between the two countries. He talked about cooperation in food security, in terms of energy supplies, oil supplies, as well as counter-terror operations. Now, those are the big focus areas.
नरेंद्र मोदी ने
In fact, these are the live visuals on your screen coming in from Abu Dhabi, where you can see both the leaders. In fact, Indian delegation also present there. You have the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri along with Prime Minister as he now undertakes a bilateral meet. There is an exchange of mementos also taking place between the two leaders, as there was a bilateral meet followed up by this exchange of, in fact, several mementos between the two delegations. Now, it is a crucial stopover for India. India-UAE energy ties are in big focus. Remember, it is the third largest partner for India, one of the crucial oil suppliers. And this is what Prime Minister Modi, in fact, also talked about. And right now, you can see they're exchanging the crucial memorandum of understanding. There are several pacts, in fact, being inked between the two leaders as far as energy ties are concerned. Now on your screen, we're getting you live visuals from Abu Dhabi. The first stop, the first crucial stopover for the Prime Minister as he kicked off his five-nation tour just a short while ago. He held a bilateral meet with the UAE President. The big focus was, of course, energy, and now several MOUs also being exchanged between the Indian delegation and the UAE representatives. Now, both the leaders talked about several points. Let me break it down for you. They talked about energy security, the oil supplies are being restored. They talked about food cooperation in the areas of anti-terror operations as well. Now, Prime Minister Modi hailed the steady ties, the strategic cooperation between the two countries, while also thanking the leadership for taking care of the needs of Indian diaspora when there was a war unfolding in West Asia. Now, remember, UAE is a crucial supplier of crude and oil for India. So it is a partnership that's important for India as well, and especially at a time when world over countries are facing economic challenges coming in from the West Asia tensions. All right, viewers, now getting you live visuals from Abu Dhabi right now, where Prime Minister Modi just held a bilateral meet with the UAE President, following which MOUs were exchanged between the Indian delegation and the UAE representatives. Now, it is a deepening of the ties between the two countries. We already share a comprehensive strategic partnership with the Gulf nation, but as energy becomes a big focus of this conversation. We are looking at deepening of ties, strengthening of energy cooperation essentially between the two nations. Now, it is the first stopover, the crucial one, as Prime Minister Modi kicks off his 5-nation tour. We saw that Prime Minister Modi, in fact, was accorded a guard of honor. It was the UAE's F-16 which escorted his plane. And then this was followed up by a bilateral meet with the UAE President, where they talked about cooperation in energy supplies, in anti-terror operations, and food security cooperation as well. Now, the big focus areas were discussed between the two leaders, and following which several MOUs were also exchanged. So these are live visuals of Prime Minister Modi's bilateral meet taking place with the UAE President, following which several MOUs have also been exchanged. Now, let me also tell you how important the India-UAE partnership is. When we talk about the energy supplies, both the nations have been cooperating in terms of energy ties, and UAE, in fact, is India's biggest supplier of oil and natural gas, and UAE is also India's third largest trade partner. So this is the scale, the magnitude of the economic ties between the two countries, and energy, of course, remains a big focus of the cooperation that's now unfolding between the Gulf nation and New Delhi. Now, on your screen, you can see the Indian delegation represented by Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri exchanging several MOUs with the representatives from UAE. And this, of course, comes after the bilateral meet which was held between the two leaders. Now, remember, Prime Minister Modi also shares a very personal relationship with the UAE Sheikh, the UAE President, whom he thanked personally for taking care of the needs of Indian diaspora when there was a war unfolding in West Asia. Now, we have seen over the past 1 decade, Prime Minister Modi, in fact, has increased his outreach to West Asia, strengthening ties with the Gulf nations. And as part of that outreach, we are looking at a stronger ties, a stronger bilateral relationship building up between the two nations, India and United Arab Emirates, following which, of course, we're looking at the first stopover of his 5-nation tour. Big bilateral already held, and now, of course, several MOUs also exchanged between the two nations on more supplies of LPG. Now, that's the big focus at this moment. India trying to secure more energy supplies when world over countries are facing inflationary pressures. In fact, my colleague Shivam also joins me with more details on this. Shivam, break down for us what exactly are the big takeaways. We're looking at several MOUs being signed between the two nations, and the big focus, of course, on securing more energy supplies.
Yeah, definitely the most important point that should be highlighted here is that after the OPEC exit, there are new avenues, there are new opportunities which are open for countries like India to cash upon, which were very important and very significant to deepen the role and the strategic partnership of strategically important for India and also UAE when it comes to energy security. This is very important because also a little while ago, this was also conveyed by the Indian envoy, which is Deepak Mittal, ahead of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit in this case. Now, we must understand, we must try to understand the very fact that OPEC, the UAEs had left OPEC because of this, because of the energy crisis, because of the ongoing war that is continuing as we speak, the West Asian conflict right now. We're getting the latest visuals of the exchange of memoranda of understandings also, and the kind of welcome that PM Modi received. It was a grand ceremonial welcome. We also played the shots of how the F-16s of UAE were welcoming the plane, the Air Force One plane of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So this also the statement by the Indian ambassador that this is the time, this is the opportune time to be in a very good relation with the UAE, and this will be the major investment push that we are looking forward towards the Prime Minister's visit. And also, if you look at the investments, there might be more than 5 billion, and major investment push is what we are looking at towards during this Prime Minister's visit. Now, this is very important, this visit very crucial, happening at the time when there is a global energy crisis across the globe, and the Brent crude prices has surged to more than $107 per barrel, and now he has landed in Dubai. He received a very grand welcome, and now the major focus will be on the investments, because he was welcomed by the UAE President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan. Grand guard of honor after the arrival, and the talks have already begun. There was a statement that also was released by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, where he has categorically condemned the strikes on UAE. So this also shows a solidarity of India towards UAE, and PM Modi has thanked UAE leadership for taking care of the Indian nationals, which is very important during the wartime. It is crucial. And also PM Modi had earlier highlighted that this time also is highlighted that the freedom of navigation must be restored on Hormuz, because it's an international issue. It impacts deeply not just India but many nations across the globe, especially India also, because our major exports, energy exports come from via the Strait of Hormuz. And PM Modi has strategically said that UAE-India strategic partnership is very crucial to deal with the economic challenges.
Right, of course, now we have another breaking news coming in. Russia, in fact, has batted for India as a mediator as far as conflict is concerned. Russia bats for India as mediator, as Pakistan has been failing as a mediator between Iran and the US. Now, it's a major statement coming in from Russia, which has batted for New Delhi to play the role of a mediator as Pakistan continue to, in fact, fail as far as talks go between Iran and the US. Now, this is a big statement coming in from the Russian side, which has batted for India's role to become a mediator in the ongoing conflict between Iran and the US. Now, we have seen, despite several attempts, there has been no breakthrough achieved between the two warring sides. And now, Russia coming in fact, the foreign minister has made a big statement, batting for India to be included in the negotiations as a mediator. All right, now joining us on the broadcast is a former diplomat, Robindra Sachdeva, joining us. Mr. Sachdeva, I want to ask you, we have seen several attempts being made by Pakistan, but despite that, no breakthrough has come in. And now Russia, in fact, is batting for India to be included in the negotiations and to play the role of a mediator.
Thank you. No, definitely. I mean, this is, I would say this is a positive, good statement by Russia. It kind of acknowledges and recognizes that India has the potential, but that does not mean that India will jump into the mediation. Right. I think we do realize where we are. We do realize the complexities of this conflict. And I don't think India would want to be an active mediator in this yet, so far, I would feel. But yes, Lavrov's stating that India could play or should play, and especially that he is, highlighting that Pakistan has not succeeded. So therefore, India should. I don't think we want to get into this trap that Pakistan was trying now Pakistan not succeeding. Now we jump into the arena. I don't think we should do that. Partially, this is also, this is diplomacy. This is ego massaging of India by Russia. Also, by the way, right? Fair enough. We welcome it. We look forward. Russia is a great friend. But I do not think we are or we would be looking to intervene in this conflict other than where necessary and let the US, because the US is the key protagonist, let the US bring some step forward. I think then India could look, but not right now.
All right. So, Ambassador, what you're saying essentially is that despite the world acknowledging the importance that India brings to the table, despite that, India will not likely engage as a mediator in this conflict. In fact, we also have other developments coming to light now. Now, in fact, India's Prime Minister is on a 5-nation tour. All right, my colleague Shivam, in fact, will take the conversation forward.
The latest visual that is coming in right now from UAE, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is on UAE. And also the big breaking news development that we are getting, Sergei Lavrov has made this comment. They are batting for India as a mediator as Pakistan has failed again. Now, this is not the first time that Pakistan has failed. Pakistan has failed more than twice, and always it was trying to act as a peace broker for America and Iran. But 2 times the talks took place in Islamabad, and both the time it failed because Pakistan is a failed state with a failed Field Marshal Asim Munir, and that is the reason why the talks are failing. And we also need to highlight the very important fact also that Donald Trump drew criticism in America also from the opposition on having Pakistan as a mediator in this crisis, in the West Asian conflict, in the war between America and Iran. Now, the world knows this very fact that India can act as a mediator because we are neutral. We do not align with any country of any sorts. We have good relations when it comes to America also, and also with Iran. And now this latest development where Russia is batting for India as a mediator. And also a big breaking news development coming in, because Russia is batting for India as a mediator as Pakistan fails. This is a very big statement. This is coming from our strategic partner, our old friend Russia, and Sergei Lavrov is once again claiming, and he's saying that India must mediate if Pakistan is failing. All right, Rabinder Sachdev continues to be with us in the broadcast. Rabinder, if you can put this into perspective, there can't be any other country better than India because we have good relations, good diplomatic relations, whether it be Iran or whether it be America. And also, in the earlier case also, everybody was looking towards India only when it came to the Russia-Ukraine war. But this time, can India mediate in the Iran and US war? Because Pakistan, like always, has failed, Rabinder.
Thank you, Shivam, a pleasure. Yeah. Sure, I mean, it feels good for us. It kind of, it feels good for us to hear our good friends saying that, India should be playing the logical role of a mediator. But with all due respect to Sergei Lavrov, I think he's just doing ego massaging of India. This is classic diplomacy. I think India has no locus standi, honestly, in being able to play the role of a mediator in this conflict which is going on. The issues are too complex between Iran and America and Israel. It's a matter of life and death for them. Mere goodwill and good wishes will get you nowhere, right? So I think India should stay out of it, or is staying out of it. Or if India has to mediate, let it be, the Americans who invite us to the high table and then say, okay, India, you come, we will listen to you. Then we go. Otherwise, it's their conflict. They're too... I mean, Israel has serious issues with Iran. Iran has serious issues with Israel.
Don't you think that will be against the ego of Donald Trump? That is why he doesn't want anybody else to take the credit of solving any war, of acting as a peacemaker. Earlier, because this is Donald Trump who wanted Nobel Prizes for solving wars, for making peace with the countries. However, he hasn't been successful in any war. But now, when it comes to India, we are better placed, Rabinder.
No, we are not. Honestly, I will absolutely disagree with you. So where are we placed? What is the skin we have in this game? What do we have? We say we have good relations with Iran. We've not done any sanctions from America for the last 7, 8 odd years. We have cultural relations, historic, civilizational with Iran. But beyond that, where is our depth of relations with Iran? We are withdrawing from the Chabar airport, the port project under American pressure, right? So I don't think, I may be very wrong, we do not have, I think, any chips to bring to the table because also the conflict is too intense. Will Iran give up its nuclear enriched uranium just because India asks and we are good friends of Iran? Will America and Israel stop bombing Iran because we have good relations with America? It needs something else for this conflict to be resolved. We can, yes, at a certain point of stage, see, there used to be a time when neutral powers, like let's say in the Palestinian conflict, the Oslo Accord, right? Norway was a neutral country. Oslo had good credibility, fine. Both the Arabs and Israelis went there, they had that accord, let's say, supposing, right? We could play that kind of an accord if the world of today was in that paradigm, where the world values a middle path, a common sense, and no vested interest in either of the parties. Yes, we do not have, or maybe we do have some, right? But the world of today is radically different, wherein it's only the players who are involved in the conflict can sort it out. And by the way, Pakistan is involved in the conflict.
But Rabinder, if I give you certain probabilities on who else can negotiate between both of them, Donald Trump won't want China to be acting as a negotiator in this case. None of the Middle Eastern countries will be better placed in negotiating with a Shia country because they already are in a conflict, the Shia-Sunni conflict that is ongoing. And then you have remaining countries, the European Union, who can't go against what Donald Trump is saying. And the rest of the world, what are we looking at? Who else? The West African countries or something else? Are we looking at? Definitely, you're right. Bang on the point that we have no locus standi, not important for us. It's just ego massaging from Sergei Lavrov. But can't we start the negotiations, help them out, because it will also help us, help our economy? Rabinder?
Oh, absolutely. We should do whatever can help us help ourselves and help the world help itself also. In terms of the negotiations of, or let's say the peace and resolution, in this case, China could play a role. Yes, China has leverage with Iran. China buys about 80% of Iranian oil. So China can tell Iran to some extent that, okay, I will reduce buying oil unless you do this. But China will only do that if America gives it something else. China will demand a favor on Taiwan. China is not going to do a favor for Donald Trump just because Donald Trump asks. Every nation wants to have its interest or a pound of flesh. So China could pressure to some extent Iran, but even not much, I think. But even if China pressures Iran...
I've been following up your analysis, and this is your analysis, and you said that on one side you'll have the US throwing Iran under the bus, and on the other side this will be China throwing Taiwan under the bus. Don't you think so? That is the analysis. And also, nobody would want China to be acting as a negotiator. China has always bullied many nations in the past also and continues to bully, and there can never be a cordial relations between US and China. When it comes to Iran, definitely China is dependent on Iran, but so are many other countries because they hold the Strait of Hormuz. They have the control over that. Rabinder.
No, thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, so that's a quid pro quo, right? Everyone wants a pound of flesh. You throw Iran under the bus, I will throw Taiwan under the bus. You give me that, give and take. But coming back to this conflict, sir, the point is Pakistan is not only a mediator. Pakistan is a party in this conflict. That's what I'm saying. And this conflict will be solved only by the parties who are in this conflict. Pakistan is party in the conflict because due to the Saudi military alliance, Pakistan has its own drone pilots in Saudi Arabia position who are operating the air defense, the drone defense systems. Pakistan has given drone defense systems also to Saudi Arabia. Pakistan has offered and is enabling American and Israeli agents to send in the
Rabinder,
money.
stay with us. Stay with us. We have another breaking news development, big development coming in on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. Rabinder, we'll need your comment on that too. India, UAE sign agreement on more supplies of LPG. Very crucial at this moment. When the Strait of Hormuz is blocked, there is a blockade by United States Army and the Navy, and now we have a strategic agreement with India and UAE. India-UAE sign agreement on more supplies of LPG. Definitely we need more supplies because there was restrictions on the movement of ships via the Strait of Hormuz, and this will be a very big relief for India. Now this comes just seconds after the visit, just seconds after the meeting that has just begun, and we have condemned the attacks on UAE, and this is what we get. We sign an agreement on more supplies of LPG. Rabinder, your comment on that. We needed this relief big time, and we are getting this one. Rabinder.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, we needed this, let's say, added to our supply side. It's a relief for us, but also let's keep in mind, it's a big relief for the UAE also. It has walked out of the OPEC because previously under OPEC, its quota is 3.2 million barrels a day that it can export. By walking out of OPEC, UAE looks to now produce 4.8 million barrels a day, for which it already has the production capacity. So now it can ship out additional 1.6 million barrels a day. And for that, it needs buyers. And by the way, due to this Iran war, the economy of UAE has taken a huge hit. They need all the money now to, recover and to reconstruct and multiple, and they need to spend a lot more on defense. In fact, in this deal, from whatever we're saying, or in this visit of Prime Minister Modi, I will not be surprised that if there are some developments which say that UAE will buy some defense items from India also.
Yeah, they can definitely do that. And also, they have moved out of OPEC, Rabinder, and this strategic alliance between India and UAE, these agreements are happening after that. Now, what is the future of the OPEC countries now? And because they held a monopoly when it comes to the oil reserves and oil supply across the globe. Now, your comment is very important on that too, Rabinder.
Thank you so much, Shivam. Yeah, I mean, the impact on OPEC, it will be this, that it will reduce its power as a cartel to set the price of crude oil in the world markets. The impact will also be that it will reduce the, let's say, the impact or the influence of Saudi Arabia on the world oil prices. Because if the OPEC is a big cartel with many countries, oil producers, they sit down and they decide a price, right? It's a cartel, price fixing. Okay, we will be selling crude oil at $80 a barrel. Now, when the OPEC is shrinking, there are less number of countries there. Okay, less total production of those countries, but Saudi Arabia is the captain of the OPEC ship. So, if the power of the OPEC cartel reduces to set the world oil prices, it also reduces the power and influence of Saudi Arabia in the world's oil markets. And this is, of course, one side effect of the growing, let's say, chasm, the growing gap between the UAE and Saudi Arabia, and that's to do with the politics within the Gulf and the Arab world.
Yeah. All right. Thanks a lot, Rabinder, for your comment and your analysis on what's unfolding, because we are getting we got the live visuals coming from UAE, and strategic MOUs have been signed between India and UAE, and especially when it comes to the supply of LPG, and we need it. We need this big relief. Now, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. We'll continue with the latest updates on Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to UAE. We'll get you the latest updates on that just after a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Build a team. That team will create many things. It will change Kerala. It will be a new era, a new Kerala. That is our target.
In a major development in Kerala, Congress leader V.D. Satishan has been chosen as the new Chief Minister of the state. After days of intense speculation by the Congress High Command, V.D. Satishan has finally emerged as the face of the new government.
Accordingly, the Congress President has held extensive discussions with the chairperson of the Congress Parliamentary Party, leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, the AICC observers who had met with the newly elected MLAs on May 7th, 2026, and many other leaders from the state, including MPs, former PCC presidents, have also been consulted. Based on all these discussions, it has been decided that Shri V.D. Satishan be appointed as the leader of the CLP.
A veteran politician and a 5-time MLA of the Paravur Ernakulam district, V.D. Satishan is no stranger to Kerala's political scenes. Known for his sharp debating skills and strong organizational abilities, Satishan has steadily risen through the ranks over the last 3 decades.
The Honorable High Command has made a very vibrant choice in announcing the Chief Minister of Kerala. For the past 5 years, as the opposition leader of Kerala, Sri V.D. Satishan, have led the battle and attained a huge victory against a 10-year LDF rule. Whatever issues have been raised inside and outside the assembly was always commendable. And it was the emotion of the people of Kerala, it was the desire of the people of Kerala, it was the expectation of the people of Kerala that V.D. Satishan should become the Chief Minister. And the High Command has truly accepted that mandate of making him the Chief Minister.
He was born in a modest family in Nettur and entered active politics during his student days, where he made his name as a powerful orator. His consistent victories from the Paravur constituency showed his strong connect with the people.
अच्छा आदमी है क्या इधर से आ गया वो इधर है ना ये आज है ना रेडी कर रखा है इसके लिए आ गया केरला से आ गया बीडीसन करते केरला बीडीसन है.
Over the years, he has served as the leader of opposition in the Kerala Assembly, where he earned a reputation for being an articulate opposition voice against the Left Democratic Front government.
I express my gratitude. I am very grateful to the AICC leadership because our CLP adopted a resolution entrusting the Congress President to take a decision. Congress President having discussion with Congress President and Rahul ji, Priyanka ji and all other leaders, in charge General Secretary, they discussed with all the leaders. That was the procedure. Former President's Working Committee members, the cross section of the people, they discussed, they have taken a decision. Now, I dedicate this Chief Ministership to the people of Kerala. There should be a new Kerala. For the youngsters, those who are coming up, the next generation, for the next generation also, we will be very careful. We will dedicate. We are going to change the definition of political work. I hope that political work should be a dedication to the people to change their living standard and for the work for the sideline people. We will change the definition of political work and we promise good governance. Good governance. Both are my leaders and my seniors.
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है।
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है, ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा मसाला।
Character, the taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Build a team. That team will create many things. It will change Kerala. It will be a new era. A new Kerala. That is our target.
In a major development in Kerala, Congress leader V.D. Satishan has been chosen as the new Chief Minister of the state. After days of intense speculation by the Congress High Command, V.D. Satishan has finally emerged as the face of the new government.
Accordingly, the Congress President has held extensive discussions with the chairperson of the Congress Parliamentary Party, leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, the AICC observers who had met with the newly elected MLAs on May 7th, 2026, and many other leaders from the state, including MPs, former PCC presidents, have also been consulted. Based on all these discussions, it has been decided that Shri V.D. Satishan be appointed as the leader of the CLP.
A veteran politician and a 5-time MLA of the Paravur Ernakulam district, V.D. Satishan is no stranger to Kerala's political scenes. Known for his sharp debating skills and strong organizational abilities, Satishan has steadily risen through the ranks over the last 3 decades.
The Honorable High Command has made a very vibrant choice in announcing the Chief Minister of Kerala. For the past 5 years, as the opposition leader of Kerala, Sri V.D. Satishan, have led the battle and attained a huge victory against a 10-year LDF rule. Whatever issues have been raised inside and outside the assembly was always commendable. And it was the emotion of the people of Kerala, it was the desire of the people of Kerala, it was the expectation of the people of Kerala that V.D. Satishan should become the Chief Minister. And the High Command has truly accepted that mandate of making him the Chief Minister.
He was born in a modest family in Netur and entered active politics during his student days, where he made his name as a powerful orator. His consistent victories from the Paravur constituency showed his strong connect with the people.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के भोपोई तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
Build a team. That team will create many things. It will change Kerala. It will be a new era, a new Kerala. That is our target.
In a major development in Kerala, Congress leader V.D. Satishan has been chosen as the new Chief Minister of the state. After days of intense speculation by the Congress High Command, V.D. Satishan has finally emerged as the face of the new government.
Accordingly, the Congress President has held extensive discussions with the chairperson of the Congress Parliamentary Party, leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, the AICC observers who had met with the newly elected MLAs on May 7th, 2026, and many other leaders from the state, including MPs, former PCC presidents, have also been consulted. Based on all these discussions, it has been decided that Shri V.D. Satishan be appointed as the leader of the CLP.
A veteran politician and a 5-time MLA of the Paravur Ernakulam district,
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद, भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा लगता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक फेंकता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Build a team. That team will create many things. It will change Kerala. It will be a new era, a new Kerala. That is our target.
In a major development in Kerala, Congress leader V.D. Satishan has been chosen as the new Chief Minister of the state. After days of intense speculation by the Congress High Command, V.D. Satishan has finally emerged as the face of the new government.
Accordingly, the Congress President has held extensive discussions with the chairperson of the Congress Parliamentary Party, leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, the AICC observers who had met with the newly elected MLAs on May 7th, 2026, and many other leaders from the state, including MPs, former PCC presidents, have also been consulted. Based on all these discussions, it has been decided that Shri V.D. Satishan be appointed as the leader of the CLP.
A veteran politician and a 5-time MLA of the Paravur Ernakulam district, V.D. Satishan is no stranger to Kerala's political scenes. Known for his sharp debating skills and strong organizational abilities, Satishan has steadily risen through the ranks over the last 3 decades.
The Honorable High Command has made a very vibrant choice in announcing the Chief Minister of Kerala. For the past 5 years, as the opposition leader of Kerala, Shri V.D. Satishan, have led the battle and attained a huge victory against a 10-year LDF rule.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है। Just say it!
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
Character, the taste of success.
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के भोपोई तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये इनजस्टिस, ये कॉन्स्पिरेसीज, ये मैनिपुलेशन, अगर आप इसको टेररिज्म नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल। This is my last question to you.
Build a team. That team will create many things. It will change Kerala. It will be a new era. A new Kerala. That is our target.
In a major development in Kerala, Congress leader V.D. Satishan has been chosen as the new Chief Minister of the state. After days of intense speculation by the Congress High Command, V.D. Satishan has finally emerged as the face of the new government.
Accordingly, the Congress President has held extensive discussions with the chairperson of the Congress Parliamentary Party, leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, the AICC observers who had met with the newly elected MLAs on May 7th, 2026, and many other leaders from the state, including MPs, former PCC presidents, have also been consulted. Based on all these discussions, it has been decided that Shri V.D. Satishan be appointed as the leader of the CLP.
A veteran politician and a 5-time MLA of the Paravur Ernakulam district, V.D. Satishan is no stranger to Kerala's political scenes. Known for his sharp debating skills and strong organizational abilities, Satishan has steadily risen through the ranks over the last 3 decades.
The Honorable High Command has
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
Build a team. That team will create many things. It will change Kerala. It will be a new era. A new Kerala. That is our target.
In a major development in Kerala, Congress leader V.D. Satishan has been chosen as the new Chief Minister of the state. After days of intense speculation by the Congress High Command, V.D. Satishan has finally emerged as the face of the new government.
Accordingly, the Congress President has held extensive discussions with the chairperson of the Congress Parliamentary Party, leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, the AICC observers who had met with the newly elected MLAs on May 7th, 2026, and many other leaders from the state, including MPs, former PCC presidents, have also been consulted. Based on all these discussions, it has been decided that Shri V.D. Satishan be appointed as the leader of the CLP.
A veteran politician and a 5-time MLA of the Paravur Ernakulam district, V.D. Satishan is no stranger to Kerala's political scenes. Known for his sharp debating skills and strong organizational abilities, Satishan has steadily risen through the ranks over the last 3 decades.
The Honorable High Command has made a very vibrant choice in announcing the Chief Minister of Kerala. For the past 5 years, as the opposition leader of Kerala, Sri V.D. Satishan, have led the battle and attained a huge victory against a 10-year LDF rule. Whatever issues have been raised inside and outside the assembly was always commendable. And it was the emotion of the people of Kerala. It was the...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
India and UAE sign agreements on increasing LPG supplies and strategic petroleum reserves.
If we speak long-term, mediator between Iran and its Arab friends, well, this role could be played by India, considering its vast diplomatic experience and authority and clout.
Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov bats for India as mediator in US-Iran war if Pakistan is failing. India feels the heat. Fuel prices hiked across the country. Diesel and petrol prices increased by 3 rupees per litre in metro cities. CNG price goes up by 2 rupees per kilogram. NTA announces 21st of June as the date for the NEET UG 2026 re-examination after the massive paper leak controversy.
जो एग्जामिनेशन हो गई उस एग्जामिनेशन की फीस को हम स्टूडेंट को रिटर्न करेंगे हम उसमें एनटीए वचनबद्ध है और जो आगे वाला परीक्षा होगा उसकी 0 फीस होगा
Government brings in measures to prevent malpractice. A NEET exam to be computer-based. No more OMR sheets from the next one. High-scale corruption uncovered. Funds meant for athletes routed to bureaucrats' pools, clubs and colonies. Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj and viewers starting first with a CBI link that has in fact given out more information about how the NEET paper leak 2026 must have happened. Now in fact in an explosive statement the Central Bureau of Investigation says that the National Testing Agency may have had an insider link to the paper leak of the NEET UG 2026 examination. Now CBI probe says that there was a possible NTA insider link. In fact, they've also said, they told a Delhi court that the NEET UG 2026 paper leak may have originated from an insider within the National Testing Agency. Now, investigators also informed the court that officials linked to the NTA and other departments are being examined for their possible role in the leak conspiracy. So a huge breaking development that comes forward in the NEET UG 2026 paper leak case, where the Central Bureau of Investigation, remember, was pressed in to take full control of the investigation, and now they've submitted their first statement to a Delhi court. They've put the scanner on the NTA, the National Testing Agency. They They say that it was an insider job of the NTA, possibly, that may have created the origins of the very leak. Now, joining me live on the broadcast is my colleague Harsh to get us more details on the matter. Harsh, I remember on the day of the leak, you were right outside the NTA office and you were not being allowed to ask pertinent questions. But now the CBI says that NTA may have had some insider links to the leak of the NEET UG 2026 examination. What more are you picking up, Harsh?
Right, Gesu, now this is a big development when the Central Bureau of Investigation itself says to the court, in fact, informs the court that there might be a possibility that the entire leak might have originated from NTA, and they are now, in fact, investigating the National Testing Agency's role in this entire malicious leak that has surfaced in the May 3rd NEET examination that we earlier brought, and in fact we are reporting on this for the past few days, and this is exactly what has happened when the Central Bureau of Investigation itself says that they are now probing into the origin of the leak, and it might be possible that there might be some NTA insiders who are in fact involved in the malicious leak that in fact affected the lives and careers of nearly 23 lakh aspirants who were appearing for the May 3rd examination. Now, earlier yesterday, there was a special hearing at Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court where Central Bureau of Investigation also presented 5 individuals who are in fact linked to the entire leak, and now it is coming to our notice. In fact, we have also reported that so far 7 individuals have been arrested by the Central Bureau of Investigation. We earlier also showed on Republic TV the live visuals of the teams of CBI in fact reaching the NTA headquartered in New Delhi. They in fact are saying that they are investigating all possible angles, and there is now also an angle that is being investigated. The possible the possible origin of this entire leak that has surfaced might have in fact originated from within the NTA, and that is what the Central Bureau of Investigation is investigating this entire leak from. And they have also informed this to the court yesterday that there might be a possibility that the leak might have surfaced from within the National Testing Agency. Gesu.
Harsh, in fact, also, speak to us about the fact that the Education Minister, Dharmendra Pradhan, now says that one should not jump to conclusions so soon over just one statement of the Central Bureau of Investigation. On the other hand, the CBI has already reached the NTA office. They are frisking through documents, records, and so on and so forth to get a hang of how this may have happened and whether or not the leak started from an NTA insider. So what are the details on the procedures that are being followed by the CBI after they released their statement that this could be an insider job from the National Testing Agency? Harsh.
Right, in fact, this is a big development because last night, in fact, late last night, Dharmendra Pradhan, the Education Minister, held a high-profile meeting with the top officials, not just from the Education Ministry, but also from the National Testing Agency. And Abhishek Singh, who is the man in charge, who is in fact the Director General of the National Testing Agency, was a part of this meeting. And earlier this morning, Dharmendra Pradhan also held a press briefing where he informed that the re-examination will be conducted on June 21st, and that is exactly when we also got a chance to speak to the minister himself, and when we tried to ask him regarding the CBI probing this entire leak from the angle that there might be a possible NTA link and this entire leak might have surfaced from within the National Testing Agency. He has said he is saying that no one should come to a conclusion and let the Central Bureau of Investigation complete their probe, and then it will be clear that where did this leak exactly surfaced from. However, the information we have fetched so far is that the Central Bureau of Investigation has so far arrested 7 individuals from different locations across India, and they're also investigating this leak from the angle that this entire malicious leak of paper that surfaced on the NEET examination on May 3rd might have originated from the National Testing Agency itself, and that is exactly what they have said in the court yesterday.
Definitely. Definitely, Harsh. Thanks for getting us a lowdown of the situation. The case is only getting more and more embroiled. But we will come back to the conversation. For now, shifting focus, viewers, and taking a look at what's happening in Manipur. The situation remains tense. It remains grim. And in fact, another bomb blast has been reported in Manipur. At least one person has been killed in the bomb blast. Now, remember, the police is yet to investigate the entire matter. They have launched a probe into the bomb blast. They also say that the person who was was killed in this bomb blast could particularly also be the one who was carrying the IED. In fact, the identity of the deceased, who was atop a motorcycle, is yet to be established by the police. That's the latest that we're learning in. One person has been killed in a late night bomb blast. This happened in the Singjame Bazaar area in Manipur. Remember, the state continues to remain tense with ethnic violence tearing apart the streets of this state every second day. Now, Linthoi joins me live from Imphal to get us more updates into the matter. Linthoi, you've been tracking everything that Manipur is going through. Talk to us about this particular incident that unfolded last night. Any updates on whether or not the police has been able to ascertain whether he was the one who was carrying the bomb with him?
Yes, Keshu, in a very unfortunate incident, a person was killed in a bomb explosion at the Singjamai Bazaar in Manipur's Imphal West during the intervening night of May 14 and May 15. The explosion occurred around midnight in the market area under Singjamai police station in Imphal West, which also triggered among the residents and shopkeepers in the locality. As you know, since Manipur has been embroiled in this ethnic conflict right now. So investigators suspect that the deceased may have been carrying the explosive device at the time of the blast, and also sources also said that he had reportedly, the deceased had reportedly arrived at the spot on a motorbike shortly before the explosion took place. So as of now, security forces and police personnel also immediately rushed to the area after the incident, and as of now they have cordoned off and detailed investigation has been launched. But the identity of the deceased is yet to be established, and the deceased body has already been deposited into this RIMS morgue to identify his details and all. But as of now, no militant groups or organization has claimed responsibility for the blast so far. Back to you, Geshu.
So in fact, also, Linthoi, speak to us about what the state has now finally plunged into. So, of course, 3 years to the ethnic violence, but just a few days ago, a tribal church was also targeted by extremists. And then the chief minister, Yumnam Khemchand, came forward. He said that all perpetrators will be brought to justice and no more incidents will take place in Manipur. He took personal accountability for that. But yet again, last night, there was a bomb that blasted off. Of course, one person has been killed and even his identity has not been ascertained yet. So what has changed in how the state government and the forces are handling the situation that's unfolding in Manipur? Linthoi.
Yeah, I guess so. 3 churches leaders were killed in an ambush on the way back to Kangpopi district from Churachandpur. So as of now, the government is launching an investigation, a thorough investigation. Meanwhile, the hostages that were kept by Kuki and Naga have been partially released. 14 from Kuki and 14 from Naga has been released, mainly the women. So after this, the government has assured the public for a very thorough investigation. However, the last night incident has even more triggered panic among the residents of Manipur. Back to you, Gesu.
Right, Linthoi, thanks for getting us those details. In fact, viewers, now quickly shifting focus to another story about the Dhar Bhojshala case. Now, from the latest that we're learning in, the Indore High Court is all set to pronounce its verdict in the Dhar Bhojshala case today. The High Court had reserved its judgment on the 12th of May. And in fact, the Hindu front has batted for justice. They also filed a petition in the High Court back in 2022 pertaining to the same case, in fact. And now, after nearly 4 long years, the Indore High Court will deliver its verdict in the matter. Now, regular hearings in the case had commenced following directions from the Supreme Court. But remember, it took about 4 long years for this case to even be brought to a talking point. Now, the Dhar Bhojshala case, let me remind you, viewers, involves a dispute over an ASI monument in Madhya Pradesh. Now joining me live is Satya Vijay to get us more updates into the matter. Satya Vijay, इस केस के बारे में आप हमें और क्या जानकारी दे सकते हैं? लगभग 4 साल लग गए और अब जाके सुनवाई शुरू होगी। किस सिरे से सुनवाई शुरू होगी और क्या नतीजा हो सकता है इस सुनवाई का? सत्य विजय।
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल। देखिए, मेरी मौजूदगी भोजशाला परिसर में ही है और आज एक ऐतिहासिक दिन है क्योंकि भोजशाला परिसर में मां बाग देवी का मंदिर है या मस्जिद है, इसको लेकर इंदौर हाईकोर्ट का फैसला आना है। कुछ देर बाद जो कयास लगाए जा रहे हैं कि 2:30 बजे के बाद ये फैसला आना है और चूंकि आज फ्राइडे यानी जुमा भी है और जुमे के दिन यहाँ पर नमाज होती है और इसीलिए यहाँ पर और ज्यादा चाक चौबंद व्यवस्था है। कैमरामैन तस्वीरें दिखाएं कि देखिए, पुलिस फोर्स यहाँ पर तैनात है, प्रोटेक्शन फोर्स की टीम यहाँ पर तैनात है, 9 लेयर की सुरक्षा व्यवस्था यहाँ पर की गई है और ये जो रास्ता जाता है ये अंदर जो विवादित परिसर है भोजशाला परिसर वहां के लिए जाता है। फिलहाल यहाँ पर अंदर नमाज चल रही है क्योंकि 1:30 से 3 का समय नमाज का होता है फ्राइडे के दिन और आज ही के दिन वो ऐतिहासिक फैसला भी आना है कोर्ट का। उसमें ये तय होगा क्योंकि हिंदू पक्षकार हो चाहे मुस्लिम पक्षकार हो, सबकी अपनी अपनी दलीलें हैं, अपने अपने तर्क हैं। ASI ने जो सर्वे किया 98 दिन, उसकी 2000 पन्नों से ज्यादा की रिपोर्ट भी कोर्ट में दी गई। उसके बाद कंटिन्यू सुनवाई हुई इंदौर हाईकोर्ट में और आज फैसला आना है। डबल जज की बेंच है जो ये फैसला सुनाएगी और इसको लेकर यहाँ भोजशाला में आप तैयारियां तमाम देख सकते हैं। जिस तरह का फोर्स यहाँ पर तैनात है, चाहे चारों तरफ देख लें आप, कैमरा पूरा 360 घुमाइए, दिखाइए, पूरी जो धार के संवेदनशील इलाके हैं वहां पर तो फोर्स तैनाती है, लेकिन चूंकि भोजशाला परिसर सबसे संवेदनशील है इसलिए यहाँ पर सबसे ज्यादा व्यवस्था की गई है। तो लंबे समय से हिंदू पक्षकार और मुस्लिम पक्ष जो है अपनी अपनी लड़ाई जो है कोर्ट के जरिए लड़ रहे थे। हालांकि यहाँ के सरकाजी से भी हमने बात की, उनका कहना है कि उनके पक्ष में अगर फैसला नहीं आया तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट का रास्ता उनके लिए खुला हुआ है। वहीं हिंदू पक्ष के जो लोग हैं उन्होंने यहाँ पर जो भोजशाला परिसर के से लगा हुआ मंदिर है जहाँ पर अखंड ज्योत जलती है वहाँ पर पूजा पाठ की और हिंदू पक्ष का ये कहना है कि वो काफी उत्साहित हैं। उन्हें भरोसा है ASI की सर्वे रिपोर्ट पर और कोर्ट की दलीलों में और जिस तरह के प्रमाण इस विवादित जमीन को, इस विवादित परिसर को लेकर रखे गए हैं, जैसा कि यहाँ पर जो स्तंभ है, जो यहाँ पर शिलाएं हैं, जो यहाँ पर कलाकृतियां हैं, जो यहाँ पर पत्थर है, जो यहाँ पर कार्बन डेटिंग के जरिए परीक्षण किए, उन सब के आधार पर हिंदू पक्ष को यह भरोसा है कि उनके पक्ष में फैसला आएगा।
जी जी सत्य विजय, अभी तक हिंदू और मुसलमान दोनों ही धर्मों के लोग वहाँ पे अपनी अपनी प्रथाएं चला रहे थे। अभी तक हिंदू मुसलमान मिलकर ये कर रहे थे जब से ASI सर्वे की डिटेल्स बाहर आई हैं। पर अब हिंदू फ्रंट ने इंदौर हाई कोर्ट में एक नई अपील जारी की है। उन्होंने कहा है कि ये पूरी साइट सिर्फ हिंदुओं के लिए होनी चाहिए। तो इस हियरिंग का नतीजा क्या हो सकता है? आसपास लोग क्या कह रहे हैं? आपको क्या लगता है कि इस हियरिंग के बाद क्या ऐसा नतीजा है जो बाहर आ सकता है?
जी हाँ, देखिए, दोनों पक्ष की बात कर रहे हैं। चूंकि अभी जो वर्तमान व्यवस्था है वहाँ उस व्यवस्था के मुताबिक फ्राइडे के दिन यानी कि जुमे के दिन यहाँ पर नमाज होती है और फिलहाल अंदर जो परिसर है वहाँ पर नमाज की जा रही है, जो मुस्लिम वर्ग के लोग नमाज पढ़ रहे हैं और मंगलवार के दिन यहाँ पर सूर्योदय से लेकर सूर्यास्त तक पूजा की जाती है। तो ये जो पूजा और नमाज है वो इस परिसर में अलग अलग दिन होती है। कई दलीलें जो हैं, कई पक्षकार जो हैं उन्होंने कोर्ट में अपने तर्क रखे। जैसे मुस्लिम पक्ष की तरफ से सलमान खुर्शीद जैसे वकील ने अपनी बात रखी, हिंदू पक्ष की तरफ से विष्णु शंकर जैन इस पूरे केस को फाइट कर रहे हैं और इन चीज़ों को लेकर लंबी सुनवाई हुई, कंटिन्यू सुनवाई हुई। और जो ASI की रिपोर्ट है, जो 98 दिन यहाँ पर सर्वे उन्होंने किया जिसमें उन्होंने 2000 से ज़्यादा पन्नों की रिपोर्ट सौंपी है, उन सब तथ्यों को देखकर जज ने 12 मई को अपना फैसला सुरक्षित रख लिया था। आज इसीलिए हम कह रहे हैं कि महाफैसला या ऐतिहासिक फैसला आज आ सकता है। 2:30 बजे के बाद ये कयास लगाए जा रहे हैं कि जज जो है अपना जजमेंट देंगे, फैसला देंगे और उसके बाद क्या प्रतिक्रिया यहाँ से दोनों पक्ष के लोगों की निकल कर आती है वो देखने वाली बात होगी।
जी सत्य विजय, धन्यवाद हम तक ये सारी इन्फॉर्मेशन पहुंचाने के लिए। इनफैक्ट व्यूअर्स, रिपब्लिक also spoke to the Superintendent of Police Sachin Sharma over the matter, over the security arrangements that have been put across the site, over the incoming High Court verdict. Listen into what he had to say.
धार जिले में हमारा जो संपर्क और समन्वय है वो सभी समूह, सभी संप्रदायों के साथ है और लगभग सभी एकमत हैं कि जो भी माननीय उच्च न्यायालय का निर्णय आता है उसका सर्वसम्मति से पालन करेंगे। तो चुनौती है पर हमारा जो समन्वय है वो व्यापक है और हम ये मान के चल रहे हैं कि आज बहुत ही शांति, सौहार्द और भाईचारे के साथ आज का दिन निकलेगा।
कितने लेयर की सुरक्षा व्यवस्था है, कितने जवान तैनात हैं, क्या बाहर से भी फोर्स बुलाया है?
9 लेयर की सिक्योरिटी है, जिसमें आंतरिक व्यवस्था, बाहरी व्यवस्था, पेट्रोलिंग व्यवस्था, हाई राइज व्यवस्था, मिश्रित आबादी के क्षेत्र, धार्मिक स्थल, वो चाहे किसी भी संप्रदाय के हों, उनकी सुरक्षा, और जो नाके होते हैं, कट ऑफ पॉइंट्स होते हैं जो शहर की सीमा में प्रवेश करते हैं, वो लगाए गए हैं। तो लगभग 1000 से ऊपर का बल है। इसके अलावा RAF, QRF, STF ये लगातार फ्लैग मार्चिंग, एरिया डोमिनेशन करेंगे। इसके अलावा CCTV, ड्रोन के माध्यम से लगातार नज़र और सर्विलांस बना के रखेंगे। पूर्व में जिनके खासकर रिकॉर्ड रहे हैं, चाहे हिस्ट्री शीटर हैं, गुंडा बदमाश हैं, इसके अलावा जेल रिहाई वाले हैं, धार्मिक सौहार्द जिन्होंने बिगाड़ने की कोशिश की है, उन पे हमने कार्रवाइयाँ पिछले 3 दिन में की है।
आज जुमे की नमाज होगी सर?
इसमें माननीय उच्च न्यायालय का जो भी निर्णय आता है उसके हिसाब से जो भी उसका इंटरप्रिटेशन हम लोग समझते हैं, तो जो भी विधि सम्मत होगा वो इसमें किया जाएगा।
मतलब आप आश्वस्त हैं कि कोई शांति व्यवस्था और भंग नहीं होगी?
मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि जो व्यापक समन्वय संपर्क हम लोगों ने पिछले कुछ समय में किया है, और पूर्व में भी यहाँ का जो अनुभव रहा है, खासकर वसंत पंचमी पे जिस प्रकार से यहाँ पे कराया गया, तो आज का दिन सकुशल जाएगा। धार जिले में हमारा जो संपर्क और समन्वय है वो सभी समूह, सभी संप्रदायों के साथ है, और लगभग सभी जो भी उसका सर्वसम्मति से पालन करेंगे। तो चुनौती है, पर हमारा जो समन्वय है वो व्यापक है, और हम ये मान के चल रहे हैं कि आज बहुत ही शांति, सौहार्द और भाईचारे के साथ आज का दिन निकलेगा।
कितने लेयर की सुरक्षा व्यवस्था, कितने जवान तैनात हैं? क्या बाहर से भी फोर्स बुलाया है?
9 लेयर की सिक्योरिटी है, जिसमें आंतरिक व्यवस्था, बाहरी व्यवस्था, पेट्रोलिंग व्यवस्था, हाई राइज व्यवस्था, मिश्रित आबादी के क्षेत्र, धार्मिक स्थल, वो चाहे किसी भी संप्रदाय के हों, उनकी सुरक्षा, और जो नाके होते हैं, कट ऑफ पॉइंट्स होते हैं जो शहर की सीमा में प्रवेश करते हैं, वो लगाए गए हैं। तो लगभग 1000 से ऊपर का बल है। इसके अलावा RAF, QRF, STF ये लगातार फ्लैग मार्चिंग, एरिया डोमिनेशन करेंगे। इसके अलावा CCTV, ड्रोन के माध्यम से लगातार नज़र और सर्विलांस बना के रखेंगे। पूर्व में जिनके खासकर रिकॉर्ड रहे हैं, चाहे हिस्ट्री शीटर हैं, गुंडा बदमाश हैं, इसके अलावा जेल रिहाई वाले हैं, धार्मिक सौहार्द जिन्होंने बिगाड़ने की कोशिश की है, उन पे हमने कार्रवाइयाँ पिछले 3 दिन में की है।
आज जुमे की नमाज होगी सर?
इसमें माननीय उच्च न्यायालय का जो भी निर्णय आता है उसके हिसाब से जो भी उसका इंटरप्रिटेशन हम लोग समझते हैं, तो जो भी विधि सम्मत होगा वो इसमें किया जाएगा।
मतलब आप आश्वस्त हैं कि कोई शांति व्यवस्था और भंग नहीं होगी?
मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि जो व्यापक समन्वय संपर्क हम लोगों ने पिछले कुछ समय में किया है, और पूर्व में भी यहाँ का जो अनुभव रहा है, खासकर वसंत पंचमी पे जिस प्रकार से यहाँ पे कराया गया, तो आज का दिन सकुशल जाएगा।
Viewers, quickly shifting focus to another breaking development that comes in from Pakistan. Now, a Pakistan army camp was struck by a suicide bomber in the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa region. At least 15 Pakistani soldiers have been reported to be killed in the attack. Now, it's also reported that a powerful explosion first occurred near the army camp, after which terrorists equipped with heavy weaponry stormed the camp and launched the attack. Now, Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, the TTP, has claimed responsibility for the suicide bombing. The organization has also claimed that the attack was carried out by its special Ishtihadi force, that is the SIF. This is the first time since October of 2025 that TTP has officially claimed responsibility for a suicide strike. Now, a major suicide attack that took place at a Pak army camp in Pakistan's Khyber Pakhtunkhwa region. Remember, Pakistan military has been handling various blows from both the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province and also other regions and rebel groups. Now, in fact, 15 soldiers have been reported to be killed in the case. Now, Gursimran, my colleague, joins me live to get us more updates into the matter. Gursimran, the situation for Pakistani military is only growing more grim, especially in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. 15 soldiers have been killed in a suicide attack that has been claimed by the TTP. What more can you get us, Gursimran?
See, with the growing support that Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan and also the Baluch rebels that are getting in the Baluchistan as well as in the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, the things are getting really difficult for the Pakistani armed forces. And yesterday, as part of Operation Khyber that has been launched early this March by the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, they have carried out their first suicide attack. This Fidain attack was aimed at the Pakistani checkpost in which 15 soldiers are said to have been killed. Important to mention that during Operation Al-Khandak 2.0 that was launched in January 2025, we have seen sniper attacks attacks taking place, but there was not a single Fidain attack that has happened. But now in the second month of the Operation Khyber that has been launched in the March month of 2026, Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan has shown that the level they are going to go for, and it is the Fidain attacks that they are going to carry out. Yesterday it was in Bajor. They have carried out the attacks. Apart from these, several other attacks, the low-scale attacks have also been carried out by Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, which clearly means that the ground cadre and the locals, they are supporting the TTP. And also, Pakistani army is losing its ground, and also the back-to-back attacks on the Pakistani army intel wing that has happened in the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, that has also given a major blow to the Pakistani establishment. Reason being that they are now getting zero ground inputs regarding the movement of the TTP rebels, which is making it really difficult. And this kind of an attack, that is where the suicide bomber came and blew himself very close to the Pakistani army post, that shows the intent and the magnitude of attacks the TTP is going to carry out in days to come, because during the launch of Operation Khyber against the Pakistani armed forces, they made it amply clear that this will not only include the Fidain attack, but also the sniper attack, ambush, and also several attacks targeting the high-profile leadership of the Pakistani army and the frontier corps in the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa.
Right, Gursin, thanks for getting us a detailed lowdown on the situation. Of course, trouble is mounting for Pakistan, not from just Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, but also the Balochistan region. For now, viewers, that's all that we could wrap for you in this edition of the News Bulletin. Thanks very much for staying with us. On the other side, we also speak about the fuel prices that have been hiked in India, as India, amongst other global players, continues to feel the heat. Diesel and petrol prices increased by ₹3 per litre in metro cities, and CNG price up by ₹2 per kilogram. This and a lot more on the other side.
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद, भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा लगता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है, तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
Build a team. That team will create many things. It will change Kerala. It will be a new era, a new Kerala. That is our target.
In a major development in Kerala, Congress leader V.D. Satishan has been chosen as the new Chief Minister of the state. After days of intense speculation by the Congress High Command, V.D. Satishan has finally emerged as the face of the new government.
Accordingly, the Congress President has held extensive discussions with the chairperson of the Congress Parliamentary Party, leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, the AICC observers who had met with the newly elected MLAs on May 7th, 2026, and many other leaders from the state, including MPs, former PCC presidents, have also been consulted. Based on all this discussion,
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है। Just say it!
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा मसाला।
Director, the taste of success.
Build a team. That team will create many things. It will change Kerala. It will be a new era. A new Kerala. That is our target.
In a major development in Kerala, Congress leader V.D. Satishan has been chosen as the new Chief Minister of the state. After days of intense speculation by the Congress High Command, V.D. Satishan has finally emerged as the face of the new government.
Accordingly, the Congress President has held extensive discussions with the chairperson of the Congress Parliamentary Party, leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, the AICC observers who had met with the newly elected MLAs on May 7th, 2026, and many other leaders from the state, including MPs, former PCC presidents, have also been consulted. Based on all these discussions, it has been decided that Shri V.D. Satishan be appointed as the leader of the CLP.
A veteran politician and a 5-time MLA of the Paravur Ernakulam district, V.D. Satishan is no stranger to Kerala's political scenes. Known for his sharp debating skills and strong organizational abilities, Satishan has steadily risen through the ranks over the last 3 decades.
The Honorable High Command has made a very vibrant choice in announcing the Chief Minister of Kerala. For the past 5 years, as the opposition leader of Kerala, Sri V.D. Satishan, have led the battle and attained a huge victory against a 10-year LDF rule. Whatever issues have been raised inside and outside the assembly was all.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. India and UAE signed agreements on increasing LPG supplies and strategic petroleum reserves.
If we speak long-term, mediator between Iran and its Arab friends, well, this role could be played by India, considering its vast diplomatic experience and authority and clout.
Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov bats for India as mediator in US-Iran war if Pakistan is failing. India feels the heat. Fuel prices hiked across the country. Diesel and petrol prices increased by ₹3 per litre in metro cities. CNG price also goes up by ₹2 per kilogram. NTA announces June 21st as the date for NEET UG 2026 re-examination after the massive paper leak controversy.
एग्जामिनेशन हो गई, उस एग्जामिनेशन की फीस को हम स्टूडेंट को रिटर्न करेंगे। हम उसमें एनटीए वचनबद्ध है और जो आगे वाला परीक्षा होगा उसकी 0 फीस होगा।
Government bring in measures to prevent malpractice. A NEET exam to now be computer-based. No more OMR sheets from next year. High-scale corruption uncovered. Funds meant for athletes given to bureaucrats, pools, clubs and colonies in New Delhi. Hello and welcome viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra, and our top focus, the fuel price hike that has come in across India. Now, petrol and diesel prices have been hiked by ₹3 per litre across the length and breadth of the country, while the price of gas has also gone up by ₹2 per kilogram. Let me break it down for you. What exactly is the city-wise breakdown of the fuel price hike across India? Now, when we talk about national capital, the price currently stands at about 97.77 per litre in Delhi, while in Kolkata it is about 108.74 per litre. It has gone up to 106.68 per litre in Mumbai, while in Chennai it stands at about 103.67 per litre. In fact, it's not just petrol. Diesel prices, which will be impacting the rural economy as well, have also gone up. Now, diesel prices currently in Delhi stand at about 90.67 per litre, while in Kolkata it stands at about 95.13 per litre. So this is how the breakdown goes as far as petrol and CNG prices are concerned. In fact, on the energy price hike in India, Ajay Baga exclusively spoke to Republic. Let's take a listen as to what experts are now saying on the fuel price hike.
If you look at out of say 105 rupees petrol, what is or say 100 rupee petrol, what is the cost breakup? About 40 rupees used to be the crude breakup. Now that has gone to 60 to 65. So the oil refining companies are losing about 20 to 24 rupees per liter of petrol or diesel. The government gave them some relief whereby it cut the duties by 10 rupees. So that 24 rupees came down to about 14 rupees, but still they are losing 14 rupees for every liter of petrol or diesel that they are selling. So, and that was coming to 1,000 crores on a consolidated basis, 1,000 crore loss per day for the oil marketing companies, which are government owned. So we need to make up 14 rupees in case the prices stay where they are. If the prices go up, of course, more. If the prices come down, it will come down. But 14 rupees is the shortfall. Today, about roughly 3 rupees has been made up. Now it's up to either the state governments, which make about 20 rupees tax, or the central government, which still makes about 9 rupee tax. They take up this remaining 11 rupees. So will the state governments cut, as you were showing, state to state? Some states are very cheap. Some states it's very high. It's the average is going, the range is going from 110 rupees to 94, 97 rupees. So it's showing that state governments are making a lot more because central government is fixed. So either the central government gives up its tax, whatever remaining is there, or state governments do it, or prices have to be raised once more. You can't have companies making losses because they'll go bankrupt. This is in addition